Whakatakata hau ki te uru, whakatakata hau ki te tonga. I mā kina ki uta. Mā taratara ki tai. Ihi ake ana te atakura, tiu, hei hoka, hei hauhu.
Tēnei tururu, kōkō mai nei ki hai mā rakaraka tūpoki nui o te ruru, te reko. He po, he ao, kāwa, te ki hai wā. Mauri ora. Mihi atu, rukarawa, nōna tūtaka nōna whakaweta kaori inoi ana hoki, nāna tāpika tōma nā ki tiaki kawa. Rātau, ko hea tō, moi rā, ki mai, tira, whakatā, kaori mātou, wari tia i au kutu, i ara ia i a mātou, i wā, i kore samanta, whenua, nā reira, moi mai, tira, whakatā. Tātou kia tātou, no reira tēnā kutu. Mihi atu, te tātou katoa, o tēnei hui, kōrero e wāna te takiwā nei, mai te waiau, waiau ki te omaka, te waitaki kuki, kiuti ki tai, kōrero e wāna te whenua, te takiwā o ngā kaikaunihira, urino te takiwā nei, te kaunihira sai o kuanta. Nōreira nei, anō te mei, ki ngā manuhiri hara mai tēnei rā, ki te kōrero kia mātou, nōreira tēnā koe, kia rātou kei te hara mai whai muri tēnei, kia rātou tui mai, tēnei tuinga roa, mo tēnei mahi nā reira, kōrero, mihi atu kia koutou, nō reira tēnā koutou, o te wiki o te reo Māori, hoki nō reira, reo Māori, ake.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mackay, and thank you, Councillor Campbell. I declare this meeting open. It's the 585th council meeting, and it's on the representation review hearings. Today we are going to hear submissions review. Before we start, there's some housekeeping information that's for the public, and we only have you here, Ashley, as the public. So you're going to get this briefing on the evacuation from the room. So if a continuous alarm sounds, evacuate the assemble at the assembly point located in the rear car park. Please note the emergency procedures are located at the back of the room on the notice board. Please note follow instructions on the fire wardens and staff will be exiting the room from this door and exiting the building through the fire exits located at and the building. I have been informed there's a quorum present. I'm pleased to declare this hearing open, and I'm absolutely delighted to see Councillor Diche online and also Councillor Sunkel to see you online. I hope you can hear us, John.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can, but my best laid plans, my phone will not connect, and I will be coming into Christchurch Hospital for some checkups. So, yeah. It's annoying. My phone won't connect, so I'm just online on my computer at the moment. So I'll get what I can and may have to get a recording. But that said, I have read all the submissions.
Thank you. Councillor Diche, can you hear? I'm presuming you can. As per standing orders 12.4, members of public may make electronic or digital recordings of meetings which are open to the public in an unobstructed manner, having notified the chair initially, so I've had none of those. Electronic devices must only be used to advance the business of the meeting, must not unduly disturb proceedings. Apologies. I have no apologies for this meeting. Conflicts of interest, there are no conflicts of interest that I've been made aware of. Procedural motions. So before we move to the business of the meeting.
Can I just check, please? Am I able to take a photograph? Yep. For Ashley's.
You can.
Thank you.
Before we...
Sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to confirm that I can hear.
Thank you, Paul. Before we move to the business of the meeting, there are procedural resolutions to deal with. Understanding Order 4.2, meeting duration. The meeting cannot continue more than 6 hours from when it starts, including any adjournments, unless the meeting resolves to continue. Under the same standing order, no meeting can sit for more than 2 hours continuously without a break of at least 10 minutes unless the meeting resolves to extend the time before the vote. I will put the motion that's on the board to you. Have I got to move it back? Thank you, Councillor Wall. Seconded by Councillor Robertson. Any questions around that? No questions. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, that's carried. Representation review, consideration of submissions and deliberations. I ask Lisa and Stephen Hill, elections.com, electionsnewzealand.com. So welcome, Stephen and Lisa.
Excuse me. Today you will be hearing from individuals, organisations and territorial authorities talk to these submissions on the Council's initial proposal for the representation. We suggest that shortly prior to hearing the first submitter, we vote on the first 4 recommendations of that, simply to receive and consider the submissions, decide whether to receive and consider the 2 late submissions, receive the staff analysis on the submissions. We will go through that tomorrow with you as part of the operations, and also just to note those that wish to be. So tomorrow is scheduled for your deliberations, and at that point we would appreciate at the end of the hearing today if there are any questions or issues of clarification that you are seeking comment from. It would be ideal for us to have those at the end of today so that we can later today consider those and bring you some information tomorrow to feed into those. Tomorrow, at the conclusion of the deliberations, we will be seeking some guidance on the preparation of the Council's final proposal, which needs to be adopted at the Council meeting of the 23rd of October. I think this report is quite self-explanatory. In previous reports for your representation review, we have discussed at length legal issues, and Council has considered a number of options that feed into the adoption of the initial proposal. Steve, is there anything?
No, I think perhaps though just one thing to keep in mind as you're going through the hearings today is that the legislation requires that Council considers all submissions, and its final proposal states the reasons why it was either accepted or rejected. Why? In the analysis, we've summarised those into some key themes, and so deliberations tomorrow will step through those themes to gauge views, and that will inform that decision on the direction that we look to take. So there's a bit of a structured format. I guess it guides to the way that you can submissions over.
And just to what we did circulate earlier is a copy of your initial proposal and the maps. I think there is one map missing, which we will get to you, and that's the more detailed one of the inner city boundaries under the initial proposal. So we'll get that to you later today for your deliberations tomorrow.
All right, councillors, are there any issues of clarification? Grant?
So just wondering if that map could be provided earlier than tomorrow, if it's some submitters from the city. I understand what.
What's the map?
The map of the statements available changes for mid to south people.
Oh, okay.
We don't have to detail them or everything.
Okay. Others? Well, thank you. Okay, so the recommendations 1 to 4, and noting that 5 will be carried over because the meeting will only be suspended. So 1 to 4 there agrees to receive and consider the submissions on representation initial proposal 2025 local authority elections, which are appended to this report. That's as attachment 4.1.1 and 4.1.2. Decides whether to receive and consider the 2 late submissions, which I think now is just, is it still 2? Yes, 2. One is heard and the other one is just submitted to us to review. After consultation deadline on the 2nd of September, in Selwyn and Waimakariri. Received staff analysis outlining the summary of submissions in 4.1.3, and all notes of submitters wishing to be heard are listed in the representation review hearing schedule of submitters 4.1.1. It's all pretty straightforward. Would someone like to move that, please? Moved by Genevieve, seconded by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Edge. Any discussion? There's no discussion on that. I'll put the motion to you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? That's carried. So we will now begin the representation review hearings of submissions, and these begin on page 1 of 67. And I'm happy to announce, so I think, Michelle, you're online. Michelle Pye?
Yes, I am. I'm here. Yep.
Yeah, okay, Michelle, good to have you online. And I must say that you're very significant photo on the side of our wall, so we can see what's going on with you.
Great.
So, Michelle, as you will know, you've got 10 minutes and we've got a wee bell, this wee bell. We'll give you 9 minutes, and then at the end of that period, 10-minute period, there'll be the opportunity for councillors to ask you questions of clarification. So we'll start the clock when you're ready, Michelle.
Fantastic. I don't think I'll need the bell. But Morena, Chair Scott, councillors, council officers and others, thank you for again allowing me the opportunity to share the views this time of both myself and Leighton in relation to the representation review. So just for the record, these are our own personal views and not that of any organisation that we're involved in. So I'll take both of our submissions as read, but I just want to highlight a few points which mainly refer back to your last representation review in 2018. So to be fairly represented, South Canterbury needs specific representation for the South Canterbury community. Rural and provincial communities have different needs to urban communities, and we can only be fairly represented by people from these communities that have a practical understanding of the effects of the decisions made around this table on those communities. So whilst I fully understand that you must take into consideration population, you must also take into account communities of interest. And there's also a precedent for taking geographical size into consideration. And we don't believe that you've considered this in your proposal to combine the Ashburton district with the current South Canterbury Otuitui ward. So geographical size and communities of interest were highlighted in the last ECAN representation review, and in particular, the determination that was issued by the Local Government Commission. And it's parts of both the recommendation to Council at the time and the Local Government Commission determination that I just want to remind you of. So please bear with me as I read through this, but I think it's critical in highlighting the importance of geographical size and community of interest in your decision making. So firstly, from your own council papers in 2018, I quote, "In respect of the South Canterbury Otuitui constituency, Council noted that the election of 2 members is necessary to provide effective representation for communities of interest, taking into account the following. The large land area of the South Canterbury Otuitui constituency being 39.84% of the Canterbury region, the significant amount of Canterbury Regional Council work undertaken in the South Canterbury Otuitui constituency, together with increased focus on freshwater management, Indigenous biodiversity, land management issues in the constituency, which are requiring greater councillor involvement. The diverse, relatively sparse populated and widely spread communities that make up the South Canterbury Otuitui constituency, and the boundaries align with territorial authorities' boundaries and reflect communities of interest in the districts of South Canterbury Otuitui area. Consideration was given to extend the boundary from the Rangitata north to the Rakaia. However, Council and submitters considers this violates a sense of communities of interest of the districts of South Canterbury Otuitui constituency. So that was what was in your papers in 2018, and the Local Government Commission determination quoted the following. We believe that the key components of effective representation are the ability for residents to have reasonable access to councillors and for councillors to be able to interact with the communities of their constituencies. A feature of the North Canterbury and South Canterbury constituencies under option 4A is their geographic size. An issue that stems out of this is the effect this may have on effective representation of communities of interest in those constituencies. We think that the size of these constituencies will have an impact on the ability of councillors to interact with residents and vice versa. Although regional constituencies are by their nature often large, we think that they will become amongst the largest in New Zealand if established. Another impact of the geographical size of constituencies will be that the bigger the constituency, the more distinct communities there are, and potentially the more diverse the nature of the communities and their issues. So we believe this will also affect the ability of constituencies to achieve effective representation. This might also be the case in predominantly urban constituencies, but in those cases, any possible spread in diversity is more likely to be mitigated by their geographic compactness. Overall, we believe in respect of the constituencies proposed in option 4A, their geographic size may create barriers to interaction between councillors and communities and electors, and their grouping together of so many communities in each constituency and their varying nature would lessen effective representation. So the Commission's conclusion was that compared to option 4A, ECAN's final proposal achieves the best balance between effective representation and fair representation. And in particular, it results in the constituencies that will better able effective representation than other suggestions. The non-Christchurch constituencies are based on a traditional division of Canterbury and therefore better reflect communities of interest, and it provides fairer representation to South Canterbury than the initial proposal without excessively detracting from fair representation for other constituencies. So with all of that in mind, I'd just like you to consider that none of the factors that I outlined above relating to fair representation, geographical area and communities of interest have changed in the last 6 years. We don't believe there was overwhelming support for change in your initial survey. We don't think you have taken into account communities of interest, and you've left the South Canterbury community without specific representation. And your preferred option has the potential to seriously minimise the representation of rural and provincial communities sitting around this table. So for those reasons, we are just asking you to retain the status quo with minor changes to the Christchurch ward, which was option 1. So ngā mihi, thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. That's pretty detailed submission from you, and also including that one from Leighton. My question is this: is that the fact that we are now more of a digital age can be represented like you are at the moment here digitally, does that suffice in terms of a big area like you were talking about as access, I guess, to your representative?
I don't believe so. I think it's really important for your representatives to be able to visit sites and understand issues as they are on the ground, because we all know that sometimes what you read on paper and what you see with the eye is quite different. So although in this instance digital communication is a good forum, I don't think it is when you're trying to understand practical on the ground issues.
Thank you. Joe.
Thank you, Michelle. Joe Davies here from North East Christchurch. I'm just reading through your submission on the first page of the letter. I'm just wondering about the association between the draft regional policy statement and South Canterbury council representation.
Sorry, I just haven't actually got that open at the minute. Hang on, I'll just open it up. So sorry, can you just repeat the question? So the connection between the regional policy statement and our representation, did you say?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just concerned that some of the stuff that we've seen coming out of ECAN just shows a lack of understanding around the table of actual issues for rural and provincial people, and actually understanding the decisions that are made on ECAN and the effect they have on these communities. So I know that's the model we have at the moment, but our concern is if you diminish the representation of those communities, that understanding will become less.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? We'll get one more. Craig.
Yeah, kia ora, Michelle, how are you?
Good, thank you. Kia ora.
I just wondered if you could explain further. In your submission, you noted that our proposed third option would flash the representation to 1 for 40% of the area, but in my understanding of the proposed mid-South Canterbury ward, there's still 2 representatives. So can you explain that further, what you've said there?
I mean, effectively, we could end up with, so the South Canterbury ward is approximately 40% as it stands now. If you then merge that and extend that to Rakaia, you could, assuming there's going to be 2 representatives for that area south of the Rakaia, you could assume that 1 is from South Canterbury and 1 is from, more the mid-Canterbury area, and therefore we would left with 1. We could end up with 2, or we could end up with none living in the South Canterbury area.
Thank you. Okay, Michelle, thank you very much for doing this. I know you're busy, lady, so thank you.
No problem. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Doing later.
Okay, so our next presentation is from Ashley. I think it's Ashley, can I say just before we start, I'm going to be reasonably generous with time with you. We've got you and we've got nothing else at 11:20, so we could grill you actually.
Oh, so I can take my time, can I?
We won't let it get too carried away, but yeah. So when you're ready.
Okay, so kia ora, everyone. So I take it that you've all read my submission, and I understand that you've seen copies as well. So my presentation is going to be mainly looking at maps and boundaries on maps. I'm going to get emphasise how closely City Council and the national political boundaries align, and how that aligns with the residents' sense of identity. In my very first submission, I wrote that I pointed out this is why the Christchurch City Council deliberately put the Linwood ward in with the Burwood and Coastal ward for their community board, because that was how residents identified. As a resident of the Linwood ward, I know this to be true. We all consider ourselves residents of East Christchurch, and I believe our regional political boundaries should reflect that as well. So, maybe not. Maybe go like that. No, that's not doing it. Actually, it's not. Here we go. Okay, technology. So the first map, I've highlighted the Papanui and the movements. The blue line goes down and touches the easternmost point of the Papanui ward, and the red line touches the westernmost points of the Linwood ward. The area circled in pink is Aranui south of Pages Road, up to the remnant Bexley, right by Anzac Drive. And that was changed from the Burwood ward to the Linwood ward in the last Christchurch City Council representation review. So in the last ECAN election, that was part of the Christchurch North East Foray constituency. The proposal that you have before you at the moment puts it in the Christchurch Central constituency. Those of you who know Christchurch well will know that that's just ever so slightly incongruous. And here we have the national and the City Council political boundary. So the purple line is the boundary of the Christchurch East constituency. The blue shaded area is the Linwood, Burwood, Coastal, Waitai community board. You'll note that almost all the community board area is inside the electorate, and the only part that is outside the electorate is Wilston, and that in terms of the national politics is part of the ex-peninsula, not the Christchurch Central. So both of these, the community board and the electorate, continuing north to Waimakere River and south to Pakenham on the south shore. Most of the electorate that's outside the community is part of the inner ward. Only that small part down the bottom there, Richmond, is actually part of this settlement. Now we put the proposed and constituency on top of that, and you can see that there's significant disalignment there. Doesn't show too well unless you're looking closely at these images, but down the bottom, you can see that there's a considerable part of the community board that is inside the electorate, that is outside the constituency. And you'll also see to the west of the electorate boundary, this is considerable part of the constituency that is both outside the community board and outside the electorate. What happens is, as I suggest, you now change the Linwood board for the Whakakapi. You get a hang of a lot more alignment. You'll actually note that down the bottom, that area that was inside the electorate and the community board, but outside the constituency, is now inside both. You'll note that the area left or to the west of the purple line, so outside the electorate boundary, has much diminished and is made up only of the southern part of the inner sward. The only part of the electorate that is in neither the constituency nor the community remains as Richmond, which, as I've pointed out previously, is part of the central Christchurch ward. There's hugely more alignment there. There's no area that is in both the electorate and the community board that is outside the constituency. So, looking at the proposals, the options as I see them for the two different constituencies. On the left there we have the 16 evening proposal for the Christchurch Central Whakakapi ward. You'll notice there is an extremely broad eastern split, and as I pointed out before, the people in the eastern side of that ward have very little in common with the people in the western side of that ward, and vice versa. My suggestion, where you swap out the Tapanui and Linwood wards, is much more compact east-west. It does go further north, but it doesn't go as far north as the existing proposal goes. And if we look at the constitutional foray options, again, the existing EPL proposal is on the left. Again, you will notice the very broad east-west split, spread rather, and you'll also notice it seems to have an incongruous part out of the bottom of it for no particular reason. Then my suggestion, again, if you look at it, the east-west spread has been decreased significantly. That part of Aranui and Bexley and Wolston and Linwood that identifies as eastern is included in the constituency. And most of all, there is no constituency that identifies as east that is then left out of that constituency. And that's my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Done a bit of work there.
I have done a bit of work there.
No, it's good to see that very considered presentation to us here.
And good presentation. I make you look at process differently because every treatment's the same to you.
Oh, I think it's really quite different.
Well, what I'm interested in is, and I guess 95% of your submissions do, I should say, but you do make a reference to the proposal for this work with Canterbury and the same Selwyn. And yet your argument for Christchurch is about communities of interest.
Yep.
You don't seem to. I'd be interested in your comments perhaps about community of interest and perhaps numbers later.
Yeah.
I don't do numbers for Christchurch City, like
Yeah, sure.
If you average out the numbers of Christchurch City across the 4 wards, it averages at 48,000 per representative. But in fact, there's quite a over this, but actually, Canterbury, Bowen, and the regions, areas, geographically, it actually makes it the largest constituency per representative. And given your argument around where you think it's clear, numbers. I was wondering why that would cross South Canterbury.
Fair enough. That's I haven't looked too closely at it. To me, looking from the outside, it looks fair-ish. I don't think anything is totally perfect. I think there is very possibly. I had a brief read of Kerry Burke's proposal, and I can't remember too much about what he, but I know that at the time I thought, oh, this is interesting, this makes sense. In my proposal, I have definitely looked at population, and from what I can get, from the 2018 numbers, which is all I could all I could find easily. What I've suggested is totally within penal violence. I haven't looked too closely at the population for your area. One of the thoughts that has occurred to me, because I do understand the concern, is I don't see why there can't be 2 single member constituencies, each representing their particular area of interest. I think that's a possibility. I do believe that population should be the overriding consideration. Within that, I think that in terms of Ashburton South, there's probably some flexibility of how to do that.
Okay, thank you. Joe.
Yes, thank you for the table of data you've done as well. It's quite interesting, some of those percentages and numbers on there. You got a paragraph about geography. I was wondering if you could expand on that, please.
Okay, so I have myself on the list. I think it's my idea, so I can just remind myself. The Linwood ward is not the suburb of Linwood. Half of the suburb of Linwood is in there and half of it's actually in the central ward. And that suburb, that half that's in the central ward, is west of Linwood Ave, which is generally a field of familiars. The rest of the Linwood ward is a coastal suburb. Our boundary is on the estuary, and the flood risk from the estuary runs all the way up to the centre of my street, which is on the north-western boundary, Tankard Street in North Linwood. Actually, the floods zone ends, and that flooding risk doesn't come from the Avon River; it comes from the estuary. Those of you who know that area will know that Rowley and parts of Wolston are very low lying and are subject to flooding, and are some of the suburbs that will experience the effects of sea level rise quicker than other parts of Christchurch. So geographically speaking, and also when you go all the way down to the southeastern boundary of the ward as it stands now, it's right on Anzac Drive. So that is looking over into the red zone, and you don't get too much more coastal and at risk of flooding than that. It has hugely more in common with the suburbs, with the rest of Aranui and New Brighton and South Shore, which share an estuary with it.
Thank you. We'll do one more, Ashley. Councillor Sweet.
Hey, Ashley, thanks. Just the comments you made around the estuary have sparked my mind. When you first put the proposal forward, I was thinking around whole of estuary and the coastal ward as a coastal ward. So is there any reason why you've not sort of thought about that ward as well? Do they share similar issues to what you've...
Absolutely, because I didn't want to get too complex there. You know, I mean, I note that one of the other submissions, yeah, who to the whole reshuffle over West, which I think has some merit, but I'm not going to try and give too much consideration. That's for you. I was trying to keep it simple, basically, and again, if you go back to that realignment of the community boards when the central Heathcote was split up, Heathcote was put with Southern because, again, because of community self-identification. So I think that has a lot to do with it. But, you know, there could well be a case made for making all the coastal suburbs part of the same constituency. I'm sure they will do as you wish.
Yeah, I'm not going to let you off the hook. I was wrong. It's probably about time today, but three more questions from Councillor East, Councillor Pauling, Councillor Roberts.
Just talking about communities of interest.
Yeah.
The coastal Burwood area fronts all the Pacific coastline.
Yeah.
When the last community board review was undertaken, there was a school of thought that perhaps some Heathcote area could be part of a coastal board because of the coastal factors that affect both of them, tsunami, sea level rise, a whole host of other things. I suppose my question really is what you consider makes Linwood more of a connection than the rest of the country?
Well, so that's pretty much what I just answered to Dion. That actually the split when those boards were split was the City Council voted community self-identification. That this is how people, how the residents saw themselves. That was how they aligned. I know that I certainly aligned as an Eastern Christchurch resident. And, you know, there may well be a case for that, but that's not the case that I'm making. I'm making the case that the wards that are in the same community board together and that identify as part of the same part of Christchurch, and that would very easily be part of this constituency.
Answer. Thank you, Craig.
Sure, Ashley, thanks for raising this with us and all the work we've done. So just to be really clear, you're proposing that if this went through, Ward A would consist of the City Council wards of Coastal, Burwood, Innes and Linwood.
Yep.
And Ohoku would be Federated, Richmond, Central and Papamoa. And I know that you've done the work, you've done some calculations on the populations and they still fit within the puzzle.
Yeah, that's based on 2018 figures, which were the only ones I could find easily. But I suspect we're still within it.
Thank you. Cheers.
Genevieve.
I feel like it's been answered a little bit, but thank you for your presentation. And I do love maps, but like it's appalling. Yeah, I hadn't really looked at it with the overlay as such, like you have done. So thank you for that. I guess you know, being a councillor for part of the board you're determining, discussing, how important do you think is the sort of the social side of it, the realignment and the understanding of constituents from the councillors, I guess. Do you feel like there's a misalignment there?
I mean, I'm not complaining at all about my representation.
Okay.
You know, that's not an issue with me. What I am just looking at is more, you know, when I've raised this with people, in any of those wards, they go, oh, isn't it like that already? I mean, that's genuinely been their reaction. Why isn't it like this already? I'm actually simply looking at it from an alignment, from a consistency point of view.
you know, if you have people who in national politics and city politics identify as East Christchurch, and it could be that way in regional politics quite easily, but isn't, then why wouldn't? I guess that's my, you know.
Sorry, it wasn't, just you determined in your backup information here, it just talks about social alignment. So yeah, I was just wondering, just feeding.
It's just that social alignment.
Okay, no, thank you.
All right, Ashley, we'll release you now. Thank you very much for that. Very detailed. It's a wealth of knowledge about that area. So thank you for bringing it to us. Good. As we have 2 presenters. Sorry, we have a free space now, but the next presenter is Mayor Brown, Ashburton District Council. Due. Are you on?
Yeah.
Due at 11:20. Here we go. You happy to go now, Neil?
Yeah, morning, Peter. Yeah, I'm happy to go now.
So you've got 15 minutes, Neil. So 20 minutes, sorry, Neil. So just when you're ready, go.
I'm sure I won't need that, but Adamaria, Chair Peter and councillors. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Ashburton District Council's submission. And I assume you've read the full submission. I'll take that as read. We understand that ECAN believe this is your option for providing fair and effective representation in accordance with the constraints imposed by the Local Electoral Act and or the Fair Representation section. The Ashburton District Council does not support the initial proposal as adopted by ECAN. Why? The proposal does not provide effective representation for our district or for the rural communities of Canterbury. It will not meet the test of reasonable access. 2 elected members would be expected to cover the largest constituency by geographical size in New Zealand, and this is not reasonable. It will not allow the elected members to provide reasonably even representation. The proposed option presents the risk that the Ashburton District won't be directly represented if 2 candidates are elected from the South Canterbury area. It will not allow the elected members to represent the views of the entire electoral area. We refer to the South Canterbury Council's submission, which highlights the differing challenges faced in each area, requiring dedicated representation to be fully effective. The impacts of the current proposal, it means that south of the Rakaia River, roughly half of the Canterbury land area will be directly represented by 2 ECAN councillors. So that's 12 councillors for the north of Rakaia and 2 for the south of Rakaia. And that threatens the ability of elected members to effectively represent the views of the electoral area, and threatens the ability of electors to have reasonable access to its elected members and vice versa. And also the proposal further exacerbates the rural-urban divide in decision-making. Your proposal doesn't reflect our communities of interest. Council holds the view that our community of interest face north and is strongly aligned with the rural southern Selwyn rather than South Canterbury. Given the rapid urbanisation of Rolleston and Springs wards, we suggest that those wards potentially have a stronger alignment with urban Christchurch, while rural southern Selwyn shares similar perceptual and functional commonalities with our district. Your proposal doesn't acknowledge our contribution to the regional economy. Ashburton District is a significant contribution to the regional economy. We deserve better representation than the proposal allows for. The proposal represents the risk that the Ashburton District will not be directly represented by the Regional Council, despite Ashburton District's significant contribution to the region. Your proposal places too heavy an emphasis on fair representation factor to the detriment of other factors. These are the right balance has not been struck between these factors. While the Act says that fair representation must be achieved, it does give the Council some options to consider non-compliance, particularly where effective representation of the communities of interest is threatened. The proposal does not take into account previous decisions from previous reviews, where both ECAN and the Local Government Commission considered. From the last review, option 4A was considered, which proposed the Ashburton district be placed into a constituency with South Canterbury. We note the Local Government Commission feedback relating to this option at the time, which is, overall, we believe in respect of the constituencies proposed in option 4A, their geographic size may create barriers to interaction between councillors and communities and electors. The grouping of so many communities in each constituency and their varying nature would also lessen effective representation. That is what they said last time. So, what's the solution? We urge ECAN to consider a model that takes better account of the three factors for representation reviews: communities of interest, effective representation of communities of interest, and fair representation of electors. And that model will give better consideration to Ashburton District's communities of interest and enables more effective representation for Mid-Canterbury. The options presented, we have proposed some alternative options that we believe deserve consideration. These essentially propose a constituency that takes in the rural areas or wards of the Selwyn district, and these are in our full submission. Finally, ECAN will be required to put the final proposal to the Local Government Commission as it falls outside the fair representation rule and is highly likely to be appealed. The Local Government Commission will make the final call. While the Act says that fair representation must be achieved, it does give ECAN some options to consider non-compliance, particularly where effective representation of communities of interest is threatened. If change is not easily and effective and fairly achieved, I'd suggest you stay with the status quo. As always, I offer the opportunity for all ECAN councillors to visit the Ashburton district of which you govern, just to see how we tick. Ashburton District Council thanks Environment Canterbury for the opportunity to provide this feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Look, I note from your written submission that it's very, very detailed. It's got some really good numbers in there about where Ashburton sits in the region. So thank you for that, for this stuff to ponder on. So councillors, questions or clarification for the Mayor? Go.
Thanks, Neil. Joe Davies from North East Christchurch. Just wondering, I'm aware that, the big majority of the Ashburton submissions proposed the proposed model. Do you have a message to the 25% of the Ashburton district submitters who supported the model?
Could you just repeat the question, Joe? You just cut out there for a second.
Sure. Do you have a message to the 25% of submitters from Ashburton who supported the model we've gone out with?
I've read all the submissions online, and a lot of them were just tick boxes with no words amongst them. So the ones that didn't support the model, your proposed model, had lots of words and reasonings why. The ones who did support, on my recollection of reading them, had very little supporting contribution as to why it should do. It seemed to be a tick box exercise to me. 25% is nowhere near a majority, 75% is. So I'll be looking at the 75% who don't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Burns, and then Councillor McKenzie, then Councillor Pauling.
Kia ora, Neil. Greg Burns, Christchurch Central. Could I just get you please to flesh out a little bit of the communities of interest, which you refer to as being relevant to the decision?
Yeah, the communities of interest which we talked about, we generally align to the north, not generally to the south. Our hospitals are to the north. Our city of Christchurch presents to the north. We have common interests with Selwyn to the north. We don't generally go to the south that often. All our ports are to the north.
Thank you, Neil.
Okay, Ian.
Neil, thank you for your submission. One of the considerations, as I understand, from the government representation, they don't want to split up TAs, community boards, awards. Given that your proposal and one or two other proposals is to mix and match to get sort of community of interest, could you just perhaps reflect as to which you think is more important, community interest or not, and you're splitting up?
Ian, you just may have to repeat the question. You're just cutting out, and it might be my end that's causing it.
All right. Yeah. Sorry, Neil. Look, as I understand it, in our discussions with the local government representation review, is that one of their criteria is not to split up either wards or TAs into different constituencies for regional government. They would like to try to keep wards and TA areas intact. And to do that, we need to clearly go to regional council. We need to we need to go outside the plus or minus 10% in terms of numbers anyway. Several submitters, including the district council, the Ashburton District Council, proposing to actually shift wards around from neighbouring TAs. So I guess my question is what is more important? Is it that community of interest and actually a fair representation, which is your commission, or is it keeping TAs or wards intact?
You govern the region as a whole, and the territorial authorities do have wards. In our proposal, we looked at, I think they call them block areas, which was some of Selwyn coming into Ashburton. So that the representation we still believe is there. We added those areas in to get the numbers to make it a fairer representation. So it was on numbers. If there's another alternative there that you're considering, we'd certainly look at it.
Thank you, Craig, and then John.
Neil, thank you so much for being here today and your submission from the council. I just wanted to clarify. So I know that you put the Ashburton District Council put in a few alternative options, but just your last point in your oral submission there, just clarifying. So you would support status quo versus the four alternatives that you put in front of us? Is that's your third option?
Yeah, I did say in the, it's not in the written submission, but I did say in the oral submission, yes, we would support status quo if there wasn't an easily and effective change. Status quo would be an option. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swiggs.
Hey Neil, good to see you big on the screen there.
Got it.
Absolutely. In your option 4 that you put forward, both Mid Canterbury and South Canterbury both have 65,000 population, but one's got 1 representative and one's 2 representative. I was quite interested in this proposal that you put forward, especially given that you're talking about representation and, you know, a representative being able to get through the different constituencies, the people, I mean. So are you more interested in being able to have access to a representative rather than the amount of people that's being represented?
Yeah, I think access to a representative would be key for us. And I do look at the submission, and the South Canterbury constituency with 65,000 would have two councillors, but it also falls 31% outside the numbers that's required. So it's not a simple fix. The geographical area is quite large with not that many people in it, which causes problems for yourselves to sort this out. It's not an easy fix, but the land area is huge. And what does Environment Canterbury look after? The land, the air, the water, not generally the people. It's the district councils who look after the people.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's good.
Okay, we'll do a final question from me, Neil, if you don't mind. So one of the questions that I did ask Michelle Pipe and Timaru was, given the fact that you're beaming into us, Neil, isn't that an opportunity to actually have a more disperse representation than what we have. We would note that our MPs, such as Miles Anderson, represent a massive piece of the country from Wanaka right up and round behind your area. So how do you see that?
Well, actually, we have that ability now, Peter, with digital. And how many of the councillors in the Christchurch City area who govern all of the region actually connect with people of South Canterbury digitally or online? The ability is there to do that now. I don't think it does happen. Perhaps it could in the future, but we're not using it at the moment greatly.
Neil, thank you. Look, I think we're clear. Any more questions? So thank you for coming online this morning to do this, and thank you for your very comprehensive submission, Neil.
Ka pai.
And I see you down the bottom there. I'm assuming it was you, and I asked Oliver to go and speak to you. If you're happy to go now, we can go you now. This is Dianne Downward. Her submission is 38:39, and you're so just when you're ready.
I do not agree with the representation of Environment Canterbury to be based on population, because this is not an equitable system with differing communities of interest involved. Urban and rural communities have different needs and interests, but in reality, it's a symbiotic relationship, each needing the other. Problems arise with the system when we have a tug of war for funding. Each vying for what they see is the best use of the money raised according to the unique situation. ECAN is about the environment. The rural landscape has the greater diversity of environment. It is also the greater portion of the local Christian and representation. Christchurch is a teeny tiny bit of Canterbury and has its own council. Why does it need half of the ECAN councillors to look after it? Christchurch is overrepresented, in my opinion. Our farmers need assistance to continue to be the best farmers there is. Regulations and consent process prevent them from doing much of the work that needs doing, like clearing debris in river. Since they are prevented from doing this themselves, it becomes the responsibility of ECAN to take care of our rivers, ensuring there is no blockages preventing water flow and dredging where needed. The health of our rivers is a core responsibility, and that's related to flooding as well. But how much actual work has been done? We're told we have more extreme weather events, so this is important for not to be delayed. And speaking of the weather becoming more extreme, it's been approved to have a solar power station on pristine farmland near Leaston, and we're told it is safe with no risk of panels breaking, leaking heavy metals into the environment. It's safe because we don't have extreme weather like large hailstones, which could break the panels. But this makes no sense to say we will have more extreme weather on the one hand, but it won't happen around these solar panels. So there needs to be a bit of consistency. Solar power stations are better suited to be placed on top of large buildings and parking lots. The energy produced is not lost in transportation, and when they break, the chemicals released are not destroying precious farmland and seeping into our water supply, which will need a costly cleanup. This consent to me makes no sense. I see one of the main purposes of local council is to represent the local concerns to government. At the moment, our farmers are being taxed out of existence with all the red tape put up on them from many directions and levels of government. Canterbury is probably 90% farmland. Shouldn't be on their side representing them and on the side of the environment as a whole. Representation is to be based on population. I suggest rates are to be based on population. At the moment, rates are based on the value of the land that the people live on, whether they live in the city or in the mountains. Rates are a land tax, which the farmers, large and small, receive very little for the privilege of paying a very handsome amount indeed. This is not fair, equitable, or sustainable. The Local Electoral Act 2001 states representation is to be fair representation for the communities of interest and provides for exceptions of this not be achieved based on population. So section 19V3A triple I, and in section B, it sums it up saying, if the regional council or the commission considers that effective representation of communities of interest so requires constituencies may be defined and membership distributed between them in a way that does not comply with subsection 2, which is subsection 2 states about all the population-based representation. I mean, we need to think of the trees. Are the trees getting represented here? You know, I think the whole system of representation needs a large overhaul with possibly an urban-rural divide with separate independent rating structure and council for each group. But I mean, anyway, Christchurch does have its own council. I know that farmers from Ashburton and Whakatau are not happy with the present system and calling for reform, and I can't imagine the rest of Canterbury farmers being especially enamored with the present system either. This is not the fault of the present council. I'm not trying to blame anyone here, but this is the system that you have inherited. Unfortunately, I believe ECAN, along with some other government departments, has become somewhat removed from implementing its core responsibilities and principles and has become a big bureaucratic machine with too much talk and paperwork and not enough action. Changing the system is not easy, but it's something absolutely necessary because there's much to do. People already cannot afford the rate increases, and it is set to continue to rise with each year, turning our people, all Kiwis, into slaves for the system, working day and night just to survive. It's necessary to have some organization, and you have many great, things well organized already in great detail. But the purpose of the organization is to be able to enact practical solutions to the issues at hand. For one example, I was looking at the website about Canterbury Civil Defense Emergency Management, on page 37. It says, initiate, coordinate, and promote activities that assist communities to build resilience to the environments. I've been wondering for a while, are there groups around Canterbury, and especially in the cities, promoting the storing of food, water purification tablets, medical supplies, etc., for when the Alpine Fault goes, or for any other emergencies? There may be, but I'm not aware of any. Because I don't agree with the changes that have been presented, I don't main change for some of our constituencies. Main changes are costly with no benefit. Thank you for your time and listening.
Right, Dianne, that's good. It's good of you to come in. So we've got Councillor Burns and Councillor Davies.
Thank you very much, Dianne, for coming in. We love the fact that you, and I personally, the fact that you've come in to take the time to provide your submission to us in person. So it's great. I wish more people would do it. My question is just the three areas of responsibility to Canterbury that you sort of for the Christchurch area. Have you given any thought to how they may join and end?
I didn't give that much consideration to the dividing lines with me, sorry. Just I thought you guys would have a better idea of that. But my main thing is that I know a lady was in here just before talking about flooding, and I know the city council has done much to do with flooding, and they've made natural areas that are allowed to flood, to relieve the pressure from the rivers, and they've done other stuff around flooding. So, I just trying to decide what you guys do besides buses and civil defense. I'm not quite sure you guys do.
Not to answer that. You're not to answer that.
I'm not going to answer that. But I'm sure the council onto that. I would be positive on that. So can I just get from your conversation then, and it's not about how they might look or end. Your argument is really the fact that our main core business, as you see it, is outside of the environment project.
Not completely, but it's like Canterbury is this massive landmass, and Christchurch is a teeny tiny bit. And to have half the councillors representing here when we already have a council that does a lot of work, and I'm sure Doc has its finger in the pie as well somewhere. So, I just thought, well, because the east has the beaches and swampland, they're making more swampland in the east. And Banks Peninsula has some farmland and hills, and then the west of it. So I just.
Thank you. We'll leave it. Appreciate it. Kia ora. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, Christchurch representing our territory, Brooklands, Gavin, Heathcote, Estuary and Te Waihora. The water travels from the mountains down the rivers through the aquifers and through, right? So do you not consider that the resource management that happens upstream from Christchurch has an impact on the population in Christchurch? As 60% of Canterbury population.
Yeah, I didn't say to get rid of it altogether, but it's yeah, and if the rivers are managed properly upstream and you convey what you're doing to the city council, then they can also, work together. And I'm sure you do work together. And that's why I'm not completely clear what EPM does in the city. I'm a bit more clear what the council does.
Thank you.
Submission, thank you. And I took it from your presentation that you thought it would be useful to replace city-based councils with village.
No.
That's right. Give us some advice.
Is that your briefing? Is that your briefing? This was a million trees, are you not there?
I just asked her for a question at the end. She doesn't really have that.
I just meant that you're meant to be representing the nature, the environment. And yes, what happens upstream is very important. And but if you have so many councillors in the city, then they're going to be fighting for votes to get reelected. And I'm sure you guys are all really nice people. I don't really know anybody here. And I'm not trying to put anybody down. Oh, yes, different. But anyway, I'm not trying to make people jobless, but I guess another thing I said about sort of the
don't have to defend. You don't have to defend your submission. That's your submission.
No, because
and I would take.
Reading something about Doc, some farmer up in the North Island. He was having problems because Doc was his neighbor, and all the pests were coming from the dockland. He clear out his area, his farm. Pests and all the deer and everything would be coming from dockland because they had too much paperwork to do. They couldn't go out and and they wouldn't allow the hunters to go in and kill them.
Last question. Sorry. Councillor Ridge.
Thanks, Dianne, for all the things that you've talked about in your submission. I just wanted to know, you mentioned that you didn't support any changes going on. I'm wondering, would you, aside from that, if we had to do this, or we did decide to do this, do you think the use of bilingual names for any changed constituencies is a good idea?
I come from a bilingual country of Canada, so I'm used to bilingualism. But that doesn't worry me if things are bilingual. My point is that it costs a lot of money to make name changes. And until I think, like I said, I think that the whole thing should be reformed. So just on a whim to change the name and then change all the letterheads and change this and that, change signage everywhere, it's expensive thing to do. And just, we have to pay for it.
So we've got one last question from Councillor McAuley.
Thank you. Thank you, Dianne, for taking the time to come. Really do appreciate it. My take from it is that you believe that effective representation should go over fair representation, which is population based. The maps, you've obviously looked at it because you've know that you disagree with the proposal. So as they currently stand for Ashburton, so Ashburton district and the 5 southern PAs, we've got 50% of our area, Canterbury region, that we have sector responsibilities for, being covered by 2 people. Can you just give me your view? Do you think that is effective representation?
I don't think that's effective, and somebody else talked about Ralston and Lincoln and they're already talking about the greater Christchurch amalgamation. I'm not a big super city fan, but I think there might need to be a mission there because Selwyn
Oh, that's cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, that's great. Thank you for coming in and doing that, giving us that submission. Look, we're real super early, Basil. I see you online and I see Sir Kerry at the back there. So if you don't mind, Basil, and if you're prepared, we'll just go straight on with you, and then after that, Sir Kerry will go to you. You ready to go, Basil?
Okay, I'm ready. Are you hear me?
Yep. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Basil Meyer. I farm with my wife Trudy here near Charing Cross, and I couldn't make it today. We've got a busy day, and when we're finished here, I've got to go out and do some farm work. So we're here near Charing Cross. Some may not know where that is. It's near the Arfield. We got 39 hectares, 7.5 hectares are walnuts, organic, certified, bio-grown. The balance is pasture, and we do run dairy beef. The operation here is based on sustainability. We use compost from Christchurch City Council. And it would be nice if we can get it like we have had in the past at a better rate than it is now, courtesy the issues they have at their Bromley plant. We've planted extensive shallow belts, natives the main, done it ourselves with no assistance from anyone, because we feel that shelter trees and the plains are important in providing habitat for other animals, species, birds, whatever, is a benefit. I am concerned if the lower part of Canterbury region will become part of the Ashburton area. And the reason I say is this: when I look at the current makeup of councillors, we got 9, if I'm correct, 9 in Christchurch City. We got 5 in the rural areas. We pay significant amount of rates, and it's great that the council supporting the public transport. And I'm a gold card holder, and my colleagues in town do have got the opportunity to use that free service, which is great. But for us, it's just an example. For us, we would have to go to Rolleston, drive to Rolleston to catch a bus, where we shop anyway. So there are areas where I think the rural sector is disadvantaged because of where we are and what we do. So I'm concerned that if we become part of the Ashburton area, we've still got 9 city councillors, and may end up with only 1 or 2 looking after rural affairs. And I think, and this is a question to some of your city councillors, we've got Craig, Greg, Joe, Paul, David, Genevieve, Vicky, Dean. Have you been out in the farming area, say, in the last 6 months? And just to get a bit of an idea what it is, what we're facing, because I do feel that there is a real danger that there is a disconnect between city and urban or farming sector. Yeah, that's all I really got to say. You know, it is tough at the moment. We know, and you know, read the paper and I know what's happening with Selwyn District Council with the rates increases. We're actually above the average. We pay a little bit more for very little service we get, and I see what rate increase coming from your end, and yeah, I think for the amount of rates we pay, we certainly want very good representation. People at council, and it should not be town or city versus rural. It should be an understanding that there's importance that we all work together. We're all part of it, regardless whether we're in Darfield or Arthur's Pass or Southbridge or on Island. That's pretty much all.
Thank you, Basil. Yeah, thank you, Basil. We've got an opportunity now for councillors to ask you questions. I won't get them to answer your question, but they can ask you questions. Councillor Burns.
Good. Thanks very much, Basil. Very good. Can I just ask a comment? Did you win the pool or snooker trophy up behind the case?
No, I think that's one of the sons. If you look this way, that's what I do in my spare time. I started wood turning. I can go in a workshop and spend an hour or two out there, and that's my happy space.
Thanks for that.
Sorry, that wasn't actually my question. I thought I'd leave it there. Good point too about urban councillors getting out into the farming community. I'm just curious, you're in Charing Cross, you say. Is that on the northern side of the Selwyn, or are you on the southern side?
We're in the northern side of the Selwyn. So I guess, so we're Charing Cross, Darfield, one on Telegraph Road, which comes up from State Highway 1, runs into Darfield.
Thank you very much, Basil. Good luck.
Great.
Oh, kia ora, Basil. Thank you so much for your submission. I was just checking because the proposed preferred option that we went out with has 2 dedicated councillors for Selwyn district. And so it actually has better representation for the Selwyn district, which is your ward. Is that something that I just heard you say that's what you wanted, but that's what we're trying to provide?
My answer is if we're still part of the larger Canterbury region down to Ashburton, it's councillors, and it's also the pool of potential councillors putting their hands up. So yes, you say that the Selwyn district would have 2. But hopefully, if we have got the catchment to Ashburton, there is a bigger pool of hopefully suitable and committed people to put the names up to be elected onto council. That's the only thing, really.
Hey, other councillors?
Just wouldn't mind me.
Yes.
Hi. Thank you very much for your presentation. As soon as you said walnuts, you had me. I like the sound of your crops. Initially, I just want to say that I guess some of the urban people also have rural land or interests. So it is hard to sort of separate the two sometimes because, a lot of councillors here have been to rural properties, either their own or others, in the last 6 months. So that's a good thing. I just want to, say, so the clarity from Councillor Pauling regarding 2 councillors, would that suit you more or than what you've got at the moment, or?
What we got at the moment has worked well for us. So I'm not averse to changes, but as I said before, with the area going all the way down to Ashburton, there is a bigger pool of farmers, rural people. And I've seen it other places when the pool is quite limited, that you have got people who got the best intentions to get involved, but they may lack a very good understanding, the knowledge, and maybe at some point even then commitment. So we prefer, that's true to me, we prefer to have the status quo to remain.
Last one, Councillor East.
Thanks. Probably more of a comment than a question, but thank you for your presentation. And I sort of get the feeling that you're quite comfortable with the status quo. Just like to assure you, as a city-based councillor, I'm probably in the rural area at least once, and have a good understanding of what rural needs are. So, and I thank you for your presentation.
That's Andy. Thank you, Basil. And you also thank Prudy. I know that you were speaking for her also, so thank you for making the time this morning to come along and speak to us. And we'll now release you from this. Thank you.
Hey, Peter, can I ask one more question?
Might not get it answered, but you can ask it.
No, look, it would be nice if the Christchurch councillors would like to come out and have a look at a walnut orchard. We've had open days. We held one here after the harvest, was very well attended from people from town we know, and we've been asked if we would have another one. But there is not just me, you know, there is this area, the Canterbury region, this is the homeland of the walnut industry. So there's about 46, 48 orchards here. And I'm sure if there's interest from you councillors to come and visit, it may not be here, it could be at Andrew's place or Frank's, or there's plenty of opportunities. So I'll put it out there. If anyone interested, you know, make contact. We can organise something and accommodate you.
Thank you. It's a very kind invitation on your behalf. I think we'll talk to that amongst the councillors, and we'll see if we can get something organised. Basil, once again, thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
We're well ahead, Security, but we've got plenty of time for questions from us.
I'm sorry, you were always sitting up that side of the table when I used to.
Want to come down this end?
That's first time I've done this, I must say. But thank you for unity. I've signed, and probably surprised some of you, but when I first came into council in 1998, through till the first review, post the change to the Local Government Occupation Act, the proportion of the population was quite as a city councillor. I represented 46,000 people, whereas my rural colleagues represented 26,000. That was changed in 2001, but the review, first review post that wasn't until 2004-07 millennium. And the rural colleague, Walter Johnson, was deputy chair of the other stage representation because we worked very hard to square the circle to provide for the fairness, the equity of one person, one vote, one vote. Broadly speaking, it's a minus 10%, and Parliament is plus or minus 5%. And we managed to do that pretty much apart from the southern area where a very significant community on the Otago side of the Waitaki River had a very small population, and that constituency was probably 60 or 70% under the average. In the proposal which councillors put forward, so Robert and I worked and we managed to pretty much do it all. We put one ward of Selwyn to Ashburton constituency, and with a little tweak on the area to the west of Christchurch, we managed to meet the requirements, with the exception of South Canterbury, which still, even in Waitaki was amalgamated with the Munro district, still well below the that was acceptable at that time. The Selwyn territory constituency as proposed is going to be a bit is half 4% below the 10% below the average. So it's almost 50% further below the 10% margin than is allowed. What I've done is, what I proposed is set a proposal that, apart from a small tweak in Christchurch, where we've got a ward which is an areas which are significantly over the average, so as a city council, take some from that, put it into the south of that will restore the average. But it means that we continue to have count on says that the communities of interest for regional councils are not the same as the communities city council. But you can find wards which can be merged with districts, which also reflect regional council communities of interest and criteria. Management, all of those sort of things. Representative of the city, I worked on farms in Central Otago. I worked on 2 farms there when I was in Otago. Seasons. 15 years in Parliament, my electorates were substantially rural and agricultural, and I think that probably other cities apart from the last time. So I understand hopefully many councillors who live in the city and represent relate to the countryside. Especially the hinterland for Christchurch, everything goes down across the city. So it's a great interest in making sure that things are done well there. But the thing that I think to emphasise is that the distinction between rules and guidelines, plus or minus 10%, not a guideline. And you have to be seen to the business meaningful. So maybe pragmatic with the relationship, but it was using the membership, election membership from 14 to 13. 14 is the maximum you're allowed to have. And that will also I put to allow you to meet the plus or minus 10% rule entirely, absolutely consistent with district or district ward boundaries. The rule needs to be met, I think, and it can be met with a little bit of the time that we have Bowen, we've got Selwyn into Ashburton. That was the criteria then. What do you propose for Selwyn, which is constituency proposed for Selwyn, which is under the average, under the criteria. I'm saying that's an ethical, a future review, not the one. So I propose this, bearing in mind this plus or minus 10% is a rule. So that would be your best to do it. And if you have to make the minor tweak, which is outside of, that's a matter that we did prior to 2007, which the Commission accepted the fact that we've done our best, and I think you have to do your best. And by reducing to 13 now, further population growth, you can get back to 14 maybe at the next review. But by reducing to 13 on the basis that I've submitted, it's really able to think that will and have fair representation. It's also effective. Fair doesn't extend effective.
Thank you.
Rob Tall. It's part of Canterbury. Once they represent half of Ashburton, I think the whole of the whole of that second government is west of them. And also a little bit further. And because there's something widely probably under a cup of tea and get down there with the shop. Just for something else's work. And it's a creature of power that council is. No reason is all that's divided. Also, when it comes to counting, it's a question. So
I've got a bit of a lineup already. So Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Mackay, Councillor Burns, and then Councillor Swiggs. Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Kerry. And what I'm proposing is for me, quite elegant in that we are as you go forward and you need to make new tweaks, you've broken the sort of to build and splitting up TAs and stuff. But I just have one question because, and it's around the numbers around the South Canterbury, Southern Aoraki constituency you're talking about. Numbers that I thought we had for South Canterbury is about 67,000, but your suggestion was 51,000. I thought, yeah, I missed a beat. Is some of South Canterbury it's not like time or something.
When I looked at the numbers which the council mid-South Canterbury is 720, average of just like 50, nearly 51,000. I have made an error there, be much less. I don't think I have a.
Yeah, I mean, but look, I mean, the principle of what you're saying.
Yes, yeah,
is move the numbers around so you end up with the same size. I get that.
Don't take it, don't be obsessed with district council, whole of district council boundaries. They've got wards. And there are wards like the Malvern Ward, which has regional council communities of interest with the North Bay community. In fact, the bridge you drive over on Highway 72 from Oxford to Sheffield was the railway bridge originally. They have very common ties, and because they live in a different district council area, they'll still have communities of interest between them.
Councillor Guy.
Thank you very much. I also, my interest was piqued by what you'd put here around this thing. With respect to shifting wards, for example, the focus is particularly use Selwyn here, Selwyn District Council. Would you think it would be reasonable for us to actually go back and consult with those wards rather than just strike a pen in here without those communities having a say?
It's a chance to have say with what you decide when it goes to the local. I'm assuming that you've done a lot of consultation, come up with proposal there's a serious deficiency in one of the constituencies. One of your councillors, one things very critical. Matter work out in the process. What I'm proposing is something that meets the law. It's always good to follow the law.
So just if I sorry, Chair. So we did go out and do a survey immediately. Over the whole region. There was support for the initial process. Yeah. But when we actually looked at the regions or the districts that were affected, they actually slightly in favour of status quo or option one. So not an overwhelming change either way or not. But when we've actually looked at the feedback and analysed that, when I have anyway, something like 56% of those people in the affected wards that have responded are not supportive of this. So that's, I'm just thinking, if we were to make some changes that go to wards, I think that it, to be fair, go back and do a consultation with those images.
Really, so take the questions if we can. Councillor Burns, then Councillor Swiggs.
Kerry, it's really good. Pretty much the main gist of my question had been asked and answered very eloquently around that cross-border stuff. So thank you, Councillor, for the opportunity. I do see though that you have the Christchurch sort of area, not radical, sorry, so the Christchurch board being in need of change. Can I presume then you are comfortable with the numbers or the makeup of the other one? I think they're okay. They're all within they're above the average. The only one which is not is and the capacity to remedy that. So 10% rule is huge. It's there because our neighbouring is well above the average. And that's an area of high growth that is seeking positive urban development strategy, which the council, which I chaired, along with its neighbouring councils, worked that out, and we've seen massive growth in Selwyn and Waimaka area as a result of that, and growth in designated areas in urban development.
Okay, so councillor Swiggs, Karakia to the east. Go now.
Oh, anyway, okay, so I'll go. Nice to see you in person, so Kerry. I haven't met you, so nice to see you. Your presentation and a number of the missions, my laptop here, challenge my notion of effective versus equitable. That's the question in my mind, is the effective versus equitable. So your submission is very heavily on the equitable part. Numbers make them fit within the plus or minus 10%. When I look at all the regional councils across New Zealand, there's only one that fits within that rule that you say, which is Northern Regional Council, and every other regional council has quite significant variances within the numbers. So how when you said that the plus or minus 10% is the rule, but is that actually really a fair way to look at the effectiveness of a regional council's governance in your mind?
It's definitely fairer than the previous regime. It's at that time, councillors representing fewer people having the majority of the table, and that creates an unfair political dynamic. As for effectiveness, it's no doubt about a rule. Whether something is effective or not is priceless. It's effective for you, but not for me. But there's a commission, in my experience, is happy to accept some breach, providing there are some future funds argument advanced, and providing you can show that for the rest of the person. You've done the best and better. They'll always look at an exception. The only exception they didn't look at for us was Whakatau. It's 35% under the average. But even then, merged with South Canterbury, it's still well below the average, but it was acceptable to that political environment.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Davies, Councillor Karakia, and then Councillor East, and then we'll finish.
Thank you very much. Joe Davies, the North East Christchurch. Yeah, I think just distilling your submissions, our notified model's primary focus is on territorial integrity. Yours is on population. It's interesting difference in approach of those two notions. I'm just interested in your idea around Hallswell, around making off-highland fit within the plus or minus 10%. Do you have any ideas of boundaries for how that 2,000 could go into South Christchurch?
I haven't looked at that map. I would imagine that in a road that you could put a line down and you could do it. Quite simple matters.
Right, Councillor Cornwall.
Can I also just acknowledge my former social studies teacher from Munro High? Hey, look, I mean, a lot of the questions I had in some ways have been answered, and I kind of get you're absolutely right. I mean, the rule of law. It's also about the plus or minus 10%. And it's really interesting to comment about originally councillors representing fewer people but having all the say. And don't we know that coming from a Naito world. But I just probably one last question is that, and this could be based on what you're actually advocating, but with the change of name I mean, if you're saying no to Mid-Canterbury constituency, change to Waikirikiri, Selwyn, Waikirikiri, and also the other one, which is consistent with the name. Is there a reason for that?
I don't have a problem with it. I'm trying to figure out. And speaker of Parliament, if he feels that no one's official work with anybody else. I'll go forward.
And so we acknowledge that as well.
Right, I'm ready to stop their speech halfway through and then tell the House in English what they've just told them. If you look at the television of the House now, you can see a dramatic change, especially at this point.
Okay, so you don't have any, so I'm just looking at that and so no one. Okay, kia ora. Thank you.
So last question, Councillor East.
Thank you, Sir Kerry. I note that your presentation actually meets the population base very well. And I'm interested in one you promised earlier in your presentation about the plus or minus 10% being here the Commission does without attitude a number of instances around the country. So what sort of emphasis will you place and agree with this as the Commission's guidance?
Councillor, I don't think the Commission will really abandon that. Debate Council presents a kind of which is not known for an extension. It's all we know. Tests from some constituencies, in my experience,
well, that probably leads into my second question. And the problem for ECAN is not too disparate to the city with Banks Peninsula. And there's a variation in the representation. I suppose I'm really sort of interested in all of the communities of interest in South Canterbury having almost 40% of the area of region, quite disparate to the communities of interest. Yes, only one representative, whereas at the moment we do, which perhaps gives us a little bit of comfort for the notion of represented communities as opposed to the population.
The point I made earlier is repeated. Your role is to represent regional communities of interest. Not just example, you're not interested in pipes and pavements and parking needs. We've got other bigger issues. Those communities of interest which you need, I think, to incorporate into the entrance.
Okay, thank you, Sir Kerry. Good to see you back in the building. Some of the councillors may not have met you, but certainly know of your existence. And thank you for coming in and putting the effort that you've put into your submission. And
thank you, Chairman. Good luck.
Councillors, we're going to adjourn now till 12:55. She'll be back here at 12:55. Our first submitter is at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Right, we'll reconvene the session on representation review. And Chris, you're online, so we're just going to go with you straight up. If that's okay. Can you hear
Sorry,
me?
that was that me, was it?
Thank you, Chris.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Oh, thank you very much. And who have we got in the room today anyways? A full council?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Got a couple online. Got John Sankel, Councillor DJ online. The rest of us are here.
Okay. Hey, well, thank you very much. I thought I was going to have a few more minutes to prepare, but anyhow, so here's my submission anyway. You've probably saw a read part of it, which was a bit of a blurb. It was just the way it comes up on the mobile version of the phone. There's nowhere to put your submission unless you're uploading it. So I just had to put it in the comments, and Predictive didn't do it justice entirely. Anyhow, so thank you very much for the opportunity to present my views. I'm strongly opposed to the proposal to reduce councillor representation for Mid and South Canterbury, and I believe this move would further marginalise rural interests, which are already underrepresented by the dominance of the Greater Christchurch population. I remind you that Mid and South Canterbury account for over half the region by area and its natural capital. This is a massive area for any elected councillors to keep in touch with. The rural community has unique challenges, and our interests are not adequately reflected under the current system, as evidenced by our 22.6% rates increase in my ECAN rates this year alone, despite no changes in land valuation or any other items. There was a 17.9% average annual rates increase for the rest of Canterbury. This disconnect between the rural ratepayers and the council highlights the failure of the existing model to serve the rural communities effectively. While I prefer the status quo over the proposed changes, the current system still doesn't work for rural voters. I support the idea of moving the Greater Christchurch area to a unitary authority with Christchurch City Council, allowing rural areas to break free from the political paralysis imposed by the councils and that are disconnect. And that there's not anything against the current councillors, it's just the way the numbers stack up. Fair and effective representation must reflect our community of interest, and right now, in my view, that is not happening. I urge the council to listen and act to the changes required to get council being relevant to its ratepayers. I quote a presentation from ECAN a few brief years ago when I was on the Biodiversity Collaborative Group, the Environment Canterbury presented to us when we were in Christchurch. When ECAN loses touch with the farmers, it takes a generation to get that trust back. And another one of the slides says, building trust with landowners is a key issue. I'm aware it is my right to appeal a final decision if it's not in my interests, and I implore you to think wisely about what the reasons for the current representation system were. I was Federated Farmers president of the Mid-Canterbury area at the time when we advocated for the current setup because of the economic powerhouse of what Mid and South Canterbury was, versus the council's proposing in this consultation. I thank you for opening up the representation debate. I think it's much needed and it's much bigger than just the Mid and South Canterbury. So thank you for listening to my blurb, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Let's so go to councillors for questions of Chris. I think it was interesting that your comment about unitary. What's the basis for that?
I just think the areas of interest is a lot of the voting. When you look at the number of councillors, if you go with this proposal, you'll have a massive number of representation for the Greater Christchurch area, and that is where a huge amount of the population is. So why wouldn't you combine all that? Where I just see that there's so many synergies actually happening around the Christchurch. You've got the transport issues, you've got just the general rates, and I believe a big part of the rating discussion was how do we get the rates burden in this last long-term plan? How do we get it down for the people of Christchurch? Well, I don't think when my 22.6%, nearly a quarter increase in rates was actually being reflected upon the needs of what we need in the rural sector.
Other councillors? Got a silent room, Chris.
All violently in support.
I think everyone fully understands what it's saying.
I've also did some inquiry. I've spoke to Catherine Troughton. I asked the three questions. How much rates, including targeted rate and general rate, was gained from Mid-Canterbury? How much from South Canterbury? So that's about 51.8 million. And how much money does ECAN spend in those two areas? You know how much you gather, but you don't know how much you spend. So if anyone says that there's a cross-subsidisation between Christchurch and rural, I just don't buy that because you haven't got the information. I can't get the information anyway. So that'll be a good question to pose or for justification when you're going through this review a bit further.
So you're certainly going to get some questions now. Go to Southwood.
Kia ora, Chris. How are you doing? So the Councillor Southwest, we've met a couple of times or so. I'm just interested, you mentioned about looking at the rates, and I've also asked this question quite often about, where the rates go and what comes from where and how they get distributed within Environment Canterbury. Obviously, targeted rates, public transport's targeted rates, and varies depending on how much service you have as well. So it's not just you have it and you're done, it's varied. But in terms of rating unit area, when I look at the rating unit area of urban properties, it's around about 3-4% of Canterbury's area. And yet our rates contribution to certainly the general rate pot is heading up towards, of those urban areas, I think around about 70%. And so, you know, I haven't got absolute, I've been able to get it out of some data we had in the past. So in that sense, because you're arguing that South Canterbury should have more representation than the number of people that exist there because of the area of the land, isn't it? And yet there's also here a discussion around how much rates comes from different parts of Canterbury, and a very, very small part, the area of Canterbury, contributes an enormous amount of the rates that are taken for our regional council. So what do you think about that? How does that make any, what do you think about that?
I think we've gone through some times on a farm, we're a sheep and beef farm in mid-Canterbury. We've had to go through some pretty, sometimes there's a bit of austerity where we've had to look at every cost that we've got. We've had to prioritise every program on the farm. That's our survival at the moment. You know, we've got interest rates high, with everything's high. The only costs that I haven't been able to control was interest rates. Was insurance, as well as interest rates, and of course local government rates. And I just think you guys were not reading the room with regards to your community. I look out there at all the work, and I've got absolutely no problems with the work that what the river engineering system does. We pay targeted rates for that. So that targeted rate has been spent in our river. There's lots of things that have been done in our community, but I don't see the extra value that has been coming from, that's been generated out of Christchurch. Now, we're talking about representation review here, and I'm sort of morphing into something that, but how do you, we've got to trim our cloth to what our community can handle. At the moment, we aren't. I'm not seeing it, sorry. I don't want to be too critical of you, but I'm just not seeing it.
Not having an argument.
Well, I was just going to comment on the general rates was actually what match funded the government's contribution to the 2021 floods, which I remember you were very much impacted on that.
Yep.
It would have been a big cost for you personally as well. You doing general rates in river rating, supporting river works and river management as well. So just
so I have no problem with that. We've paid a lot of money into our special rating district over the years, and we'll still carry on investing in that. It's what we have to do for natural hazards. But when half the area of Canterbury is in the area that we're talking about for having less representation, that's where I think we've got a real problem. And it's that community of interest. And I just don't know how two councillors could look after this whole area, potentially, with the way you're divvying it up. And I just think you've got to really look at that community of interest. That's why we at Federated Farmers at the time, we advocated because of the regional infrastructure, national infrastructure that was critically important to the country. We need to make sure those views are clearly articulated around your table.
Well, thank you, Grant.
Chris, it's Grant Heach here. I just clarification of you put no against the proposed name changes for both of the proposed new constituencies.
I have no view on them, so there's why I put down no.
I was going to say, so you have no thoughts, no objections to the use of bilingual combination of names if we ended up going with those.
I'd prefer to understand what we're talking about. If there's two names there, that's great. I just need to know, like there's Aoreki Mount Cook, right? I understand it. But as long as it actually, I can understand what you talk on about. It's when I see things that I got no idea what the name of a government agency is, where actually they're probably talking about housing or they could be talking about health. I've got no idea what that means. So yeah, just be sensible at that, please.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Just about done, Chris, I think.
Okay.
So thank you. Thank you for agreeing to go early.
Always do what I can to help our council out. You're my favourite council.
You're wonderful.
So thank you very much. Hopefully give it due consideration.
So we've got the next person that we've got is Colin Hurst, but I can't see Colin online or in the building. And we have Colin. Good day, Colin. Peter here.
We're sharing that, Katie. Yeah, I'm sharing. Yeah. Sharing that.
Colin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yep.
No, we're ready to take your submission now, Colin. So when you're ready, you can start. 10 minutes. And we've got your presentation up on screen.
Yeah, well, that's just a bit of background about myself. I didn't think there was any point me covering it. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm against the council's proposal, and I think we need to. I'm supporting the status quo. Obviously, I've lived in South Canterbury and the Waimea district all my life, and our community of interest is obviously South Canterbury, and all our activities is based either in Timaru or Waimea. We hardly ever go to Ashburton at all. We just pass through on the way to Christchurch. So it's certainly a strong community interest. The other point is that, it's about 40% of Canterbury based in South Canterbury, so it's a significantly big land area. And if you add Mid Canterbury in there as well, it bumps up to sort of over 50% of Canterbury. So for two councillors, I think it's a pretty big ask to cover the area properly. Essentially, the Canterbury Regional Council is all about, or the main things it's about is land and water. And obviously, as I pointed out, there's a lot of land and water activities in this area. We need councillors that can cover the area. I suppose the point about that map I've got there covering the watershed of the Waitaki. I do remember when the Regional Council was first set up, we did have a Waitaki constituency. I'm not necessarily saying we should go back to that, but you will see that's a significant land area, the watershed of the Waitaki. I haven't done the analysis, but it would probably be 50% of South Canterbury in the land area. And I just on that, I'd commend the council for its activities on the management, proposed work streams going on the management of the Waitaki. I think this is something that's been wanting to essentially that watershed. I'm not sure if it actually covers the complete watershed. It probably doesn't go into Otago enough, but I think that's the beginning of how we get better representation across communities. And the thing about that is it sort of opens the door about representation within the Central South Island. And this is another thing that potentially play out if we have a constituency that South Canterbury and Mid Canterbury, because it will become a bit more of a focus on that significant land area within Canterbury is not being well represented. If we dilute the land area by encompassing Mid Canterbury. So encourage the council to talk to Otago even more what's going on there. I do understand there's a bit of an initiative to potentially reorganise central local government within the South Island. There's moves afoot, and I think this is part of the representation is probably getting individuals within the community to take a bit of notice on what's going on there. The other thing I'd remind the council, currently in the South Canterbury constituency, it obviously takes part of, it's got 4 territorial authorities, and obviously that's quite important to understand how that might be covered. Yeah, that's probably it. I suppose my submission is supporting the status quo, and that's what it is there. Obviously, the blue is the current status, as in South Canterbury. It's a large land area, a significant resource with the Waitaki River, and it needs its own 2 councillors as per the status quo. And then highlighting the big area that the Waitaki's got there as well. So, and how important it is that the Waitaki is considered in all these activities, I suppose. But anyway, happy to take any questions.
So I've got a question for you, Colin, a bit provocative, I'm ask anyway. So there's a bit of discussion south about breakaways. Is there any of our discussion around representation review doing that?
I think it starts the discussion rolling. I think that from what I understand, obviously, and this is how I see it'll play out. It's probably a little bit aside from this discussion, but this will add fuel to the fire if we lose, if we have an expanded constituent from South Canterbury and Mid Canterbury. But already Dunedin City are looking for an investigation becoming their own unitary authority, and I believe Christchurch potentially is going to look at the same. So that will give the that's how I see it will play out, and then essentially the rest of Canterbury and Otago need to work out how they're going to be managed. So I think there's some significant efficiencies to be gained by reorganising local government within the Central South Island, across the whole South Island, and I think regional council has got a part to play with that. As I said earlier, the big role that regional councils undertake is land and water activities. That's land-based things, and that's why it's important we get strong representation from those areas that have the land and the big areas of land and water.
Thank you. Other councillors got questions? Like you're going to get off lightly, Colin. So thanks for making your time available to this, and thank you for your presentation.
Oh, just one more point, and this is why I'm not present. It's a 2.5 hour drive for me, plus getting a car park and then driving all the way home. So that's why it's important we need representation, and I'd encourage the council to get down to the Waimate district. I'm happy to host the council on our farm. I'm happy that the council actually has a council meeting in Waimate at the Waimate District Council chambers. I'd encourage that, and I'd encourage the urban councillors to come down and meet the communities in the Waitaki and Waimate districts. I strongly encourage that, because I don't think we're getting enough from our urban counterparts down in our rural areas.
Colin, just one question. When you mentioned the Waimate District Council, is the room there to host a new regional council?
Are you going to lead it?
Small regional.
Yeah, true.
We always make room. We'll make room. Waimate is probably right in the centre, I think.
Thanks, Colin. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's great,
because I don't want to pay more rates.
Yeah, and thanks for your question. So our next presenter is Piers. This is for Leslie, is it?
Yeah, that's right. This is for Leslie, and I'm going to add my 2 bits at the end.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I think 10 minutes.
Yep.
It's where you go.
Right. Okay. So Leslie's had a bereavement in the family, which is why she's not here in person. So I'm going to read some text that is on her behalf. She's a Selwyn resident, so here we go. I do not agree with the representation of Environment Canterbury to be based on population, as it is not fair to our farmers and communities who pay a huge amount of rates already and receive very little in return. I live in the Selwyn district, and already our farmers are forced to pay enormous rates to the district council for services they don't receive, such as no sewage, no rubbish pickup, no drinking water provided by council, library maybe once a week by mobile library bus, cycleways in their communities they don't want or need to pay for, things they do want, like to keep Springfield swimming pool, they have to fight for, and the essential things getting overlooked. I realise ECAN is separate from the Selwyn District Council, but I am pointing out the inequity of the services given to our rural community in a population-based representation framework. 95 to 99% of Canterbury is rural, which is naturally more sparsely populated than the towns and cities, and thus rural needs are often overlooked and outvoted, with 8 of the 16 of ECAN councillors representing Christchurch. You are here to protect the environment. She's written that in bold. And the greater portion of the environment with the greatest diversity is in the countryside, not the city. Therefore, why are half the councillors needed to govern this tiny percentage of the Canterbury environment when Christchurch has its own council to look after most of its needs. I realise the Local Electoral Act 2001 and Local Government Act 2002 are being quoted saying that representation is to be based on population, and I think this needs to be challenged. For fairness and equity, the boundaries and number of councillors should not be based on population, but on need, as the needs of one affect the needs of the other. For example, if crops and livestock are destroyed because of the Ashburton River hasn't again been kept clear of debris and managed properly with dredging where needed, food prices will go up, affecting the urban population. Urban and rural needs are connected. One isn't more important than the other, but with a population-based representation system, the outcomes are anything but fair and equitable. Because I don't agree with the shift in subject, because I don't agree with changing the boundaries, I also don't agree with the name change for the southern area of Canterbury. Name changes are costly and add no real value to the organisation and the people it serves. So that's the end of the text that was given to me on your behalf. Perhaps before I spout off, are there any questions that you would want to plug me with, bearing in mind it's her text, not mine?
We're just looking at what said 9 minutes. But the clock was running, so.
Oh no, that's a good clock. That clock.
The shot clock. Please, thank you very much.
Do you have any comment on how the resource management upstream of Christchurch might actually impact on the population of Christchurch?
Yeah, it's obvious. And obviously that is the role. I mean, you've created, not you personally, but over time, special interest has created this bureaucracy, right? And it's should be targeting all the different needs that arise, and the collective intelligence of people that represent it should be nudging the bureaucracy to get it right. So yes, the wider environment obviously feeds into the water table, which definitely affects what I suck out of your tap, right? And all the other things around it. I fully accept that. But if I could branch into my own personal reflection on this, there's a wider issue of how we do governance and how we choose to represent it. So it all comes back to money. So if I pay you X number of dollars for something, I expect something in return. So now let's reflect that on our rural community. They are paying a truckload of money to run buses. Now, ask yourself, how does a rural community benefit from the buses that fit around our neighbourhood? I'm a Christchurch resident. I regularly use the public transport. I very much appreciate it. The fact that these farmers are paying through the nose for that privilege for me to enjoy, I think there's some fundamental fairness issues that should be addressed in the way we match all these issues. So yes, I accept your specific question. That's true. You know, and you know, how do we balance this stuff? I'm not pretending to know the answer. I just think we need to be a bit more curious about how we've landed in this spot where we've got half of the representation in this council representing this tiny little city that already has a bloated bureaucracy to govern its various issues, including the flooding, including the environment in this city. And I see all the challenges that are, you know, the low line that knows what. It's all real and it's all costly, right? But you know, let's look at the name of what your organisation is. It's Environment Canterbury, right? It's not Environment Christchurch. It's Environment Canterbury. And if you're a farmer and you're paying thousands and thousands of dollars in rates, and a city dweller is paying a 64th of that, hello, the 64th of that is getting all these bus services, their rubbish collected, their water, who knows what. Tell that to a farmer. He's pumping his own water. He's dealing with his own sewage system. He doesn't get public transport. His daughter can't stand at the gate and pick up a bus. None of the things that we take for granted in the urban environment are available to these people, and yet they're paying the lion's share of the money to pay for all of these services, which admittedly are enjoyed by the majority of the Canterbury population. But the majority of the Canterbury population aren't paying for it equitably. I know that's a deeper issue. I know it's not going to be fixed in 5 minutes, but I would urge you to have curiosity about how we've landed where we are, which I think is fundamentally unfair. I mean, the specific proposal that you've got in front of you about we can combine this one and that'll be more efficient and we won't pay so much for representation. Yeah, it all makes sense in your head until you think, oh, hang on a moment, what about the people that are paying? Here's the question, what happens if you say, okay, capital value is the basis for rates. Therefore, the more your capital value, the more democratic say you should have about the decisions made on their behalf. Oh, that's getting dangerous, isn't it?
Yes. Can I just stop you there? Because we've got a councillor about to burst at the seams here. He's got a question.
You have got a question because I'm moving to question, but I will clarify first that actually public transport is targeted rates.
Sorry?
Public transport is targeted rates, so only the communities that receive public transport have easy access to it pay. There are some parts of the rural community who pay a really tiny amount because they are close enough to town to use, for example, ride. And then you have a very some local community buses services that community buses.
I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Those rural community buses, they have a shared targeted rate price. Just clarifying that. My question is that actually a large part of our rates, particularly general rates, which is for everybody. So targeted rates, again, you've got flood work, which
true, it's fair.
For the benefit of your own land. But a lot of our general rates goes to the planning framework, which is around managing environmental sort of bottom line, which and then there's compliance monitoring enforcement that goes with that. Now, some of compliance is paid for by individual user pays, so you've got to consent. So my question is, is that fair? Do you see that's the connection? Christchurch pays a large amount of general rate into the Canterbury-wide pot that funds the land use planning framework, which protects our environment, but also enables the use of natural resources. So that's the link. So how do you feel about that?
Okay, so can I clarify? Are you saying that the Christchurch city rates are fed into the budget of ECAN?
No, I'm saying environment Canterbury rate payers.
I need to bring this back on to, excuse me, need to bring this back on because this is you aiming in Leslie.
Yeah.
And now we're all subject. So, but ask your question.
Sorry, but I asked the question, but then there's a misunderstanding again in terms of how the rate. So we've got shared ratepayers, right? Canterbury has all the PAs and the territorial authorities. So all the ratepayers in Canterbury pay both territorial rate for the territorial authorities, the environment Canterbury. But our work is the regional stuff around things like planning framework, flood management, etc. So that's explaining, what I'm trying to do is explain the reason for representation by Christchurch.
I accept that. I accept that wholeheartedly. What I don't accept is that the number of bodies with names attached represents that big issue. Because remember, every decision that's made is imposed on all of those rural properties, right? It's imposed. And if they don't feel they have representation, I think that's an invitation to think a little bit more carefully about how we structure it.
So that's
yeah. Yeah.
This is the last one. Look.
Please pass our condolences on to Julie.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, there was sort of one part here that you were talking about the cost for name change.
Yes.
It's very, very small, if any, actually, because it's the names that will be used actually in this organisation. So it's not as if we're going to go out there and sort of have to do all these signage. It's more around, I stand to be corrected, but that's what I read, that's what I heard, that I think it's minimal cost.
Right.
As opposed to major cost.
Yeah. You know, that's fair comment. And I accept, like, bureaucracy always has to balance. Yeah. There's always a to-in and fro-in and balancing, and no, I'm totally comfortable with that. It's just a general comment that there's a lot of change that happens. It's like, you know, bureaucracies have a 7-year itch, and I'm opposed to that changing because we just feel like we need to be something different suddenly, you know. You know, everybody's familiar with the name. For example, ECAN, right? We've got used to it now. Just stick with it, you know.
Good going.
Oh, don't stick with it. Oh, dear. Oh, darn.
Okay, thank you.
We're at the end. Thanks, Piers, for coming.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good myth, Chip. No, I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Leslie. Yeah, and thank you, Leslie Piers for a submission in the first place. We've got Lionel. And you got, yeah, so Lionel agreed here. We've got the 15, and Lionel, so just when you're ready, and then questions at the end.
No buttons this time?
No, she's in the net.
Oh, that's amazing. Just like to thank the Regional Council for allowing us to let on your representation review. See from our submission, we are definitely supporting the status quo. One, I think it was, or option A. I think it's pretty self-explanatory why we support it. You know, South Canterbury is a unique Canterbury unit. It's a large land area. It's the largest land area in the ECAN setup. It's got lots of different communities of interest which need to be representative. There's a lot of external pressures coming on the likes of the Mackenzie Basin. And I think, you know, it's just a no-brainer that status quo should be maintained. So I'm happy to take questions myself. Probably the easiest way to run it.
Right. So one of the questions that we have asked about, because it's about land mass and so is this type of technology where you zoom in and zoom out, is that effective in terms of representation?
It's made life easier, but there's nothing better than one-on-one representation. I know myself, the reason I travel up here today, 300 Ks home and back, so we can talk face to face. You never get the same result when you're talking over Zoom, but it certainly makes life easier. I don't think anyone at the table would disagree with that.
Yeah, we've been told that the numbers of the numbers of constituents each representative represents is more important than community of interest or geographical scale. Perhaps would you like to elaborate on your mission on that?
I mean, I don't agree with that, and Lionel can probably comment on the legislative, because I read in the submission there is some legislative rules for communities of interest. I mean, you need people that understand what's going on in our area to be sitting at this table. You know, I can't expect anyone from Christchurch to understand the farming pressures in the Mackenzie, the tourism pressures, because they're not living there. They're not feeling it every day.
So it's being provided, we've got 15 minutes there, so we should dig into some of this stuff. Now, one of the things that we do as a region, yes, is represent the security risks that we have. And I would say that you know, the ability to be able to communicate with the individual constituents, agencies, and DOC and others, and also lobbying central government. You think that's a stronger issue that would be supported by what we're doing now? Is there another way of doing it? Because, you know, the unitary, I guess the unitary is the other conversation that's going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you sort of land that question. I mean, you've got two people who represent, at the moment we've got two people in South Canterbury representing our interests. I mean, they obviously know who to talk to within, I'm talking about LINs or all these agencies, and that probably flows through from the community.
Kia ora, hey, thanks for coming, and we certainly appreciate the fact 300k round trip to get up here, and kanohi ki te kanohi, the face-to-face, absolutely get what you're talking about. I've just got a curious, I kind of want to know, given that the current South Canterbury numbers are outside that plus or 10%, where do you see it being a realist? How far, given, of course, not that we are governing for it now, but we know Selwyn is the fastest growing district in the country, and the numbers are huge and will be huge going into the future. Where do you see, given you're talking scale of South Canterbury, outside of that 10 minus plus 10%, where do you see that as being maybe a point where you think that population does need to be considered?
I suppose that'll be driven by legislation.
Population should always be considered, and it is being considered. I guess we are arguing that there's a number of reasons why you might want to step outside that plus or minus 10%. And one of the most compelling of those, in my opinion, and they're in the Local Electoral Act, is the communities of interest. And I think a particularly strong case can be put up along the lines for representation for South Canterbury. And in actual fact, we had exactly this discussion six years ago, and the degree of over-representation that there would be if South Canterbury had continued to have 2 representatives is almost identical to what it was 6 years ago. And accepted then as valid. I think it's with it, and I think it's probably worked well. My suggestion would be that if nothing's changed, then arguments apply. It was accepted last time around for quite valid reasons, I believe. I think it could be again.
Can I just, but did you, 15%, 18%, is that still reasonable?
Well, I don't know whether it's that useful to put a threshold. That's a case by case thing. The last time around, I think South Canterbury was overrepresented by 29%. This time it's 30 or 31 or some number like that. So it's virtually the same.
Okay, so
I think the really compelling thing is the communities of interest, the diversity of communities, South Canterbury's land area, the fact that some absolutely critical, nationally important infrastructure located there, namely the hydroelectric dams on the Waitaki. There's a whole bunch of reasons that.
Can I just, I mean, they're fair call. It's just interesting. I just want to pull this out. But there must be something that you've thought of where the balance turns to consideration of population over just sheer size of a. Well, have you? I mean, you guys are full of it.
Well, I think population's always got to be considered. It's important. Anyone who believes in democracy would concede that.
30's okay.
Yeah, well, I think in this context, it's
race to the point.
Just another point that I think is worth making. In option 3, if we lump South Canterbury with Ashburton district and have 2 representatives for that whole area, there wouldn't necessarily be even 1 representative from South Canterbury.
Councillor, I don't know.
No, it's been brilliant. I really appreciate, where you're at.
I don't think it's that useful.
Something to have most reviewed.
I think the important thing is to justify departure from the plus or minus.
It's been answered.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for your submission. Just sort of honing in on that communities of interest question, I think it is important, also from the requirements that we have to look at. So is it your sort of proposal that you haven't got a shared community of interest with Ashburton? Like the Southern District Council don't have a shared community of interest with that?
There's some shared interests and some very distinctly different ones, and Brett might want to comment on that.
I mean, there's certainly different farming systems. I mean, you'd probably say that Mid Canterbury's wealthier than South Canterbury. That'd be a fair comment. Very strong in dairy and high value crops. You've got a lot of sheep and beef farms in South Canterbury, around the foothill country, high countries, where a lot of the pressure is going to come on with environmental issues and that. So if we haven't got someone there around the table that understands those issues, we've got problems. And we'll be here arguing with you all the time.
That's great.
I actually think my question was about I'm quite interested. We're hearing a lot of comments around, the submissions and from Lincoln's around urban councillors don't get rural issues. I'm an urban councillor, but I do get rural issues. So is there, thanks very much. I'm not an expert, but I get it. And I understand it and I can read. But is it a representation issue or is there something else here? Because I want to see if there's a decoupling of actual issues that you have that you're presenting to us. Is it a representation issue or is it a something else issue?
I just think it's representation. It's human nature. I mean, I know myself that when I go to meetings, I'm biased towards my own town or my district. That's just human nature. I don't care whether you're from Timbuktu. That's what you're going to support. That's what you care about. It's human nature, nothing to do about it. Even if you understand the issues in the rural area, it comes down to the crunch and you've got to pass a vote on something. Unless there's a compelling argument, you're always going to go with your community of interest. Got to be a real compelling argument to persuade you.
See, I hardly vote on anything we see all that. I hardly vote on things in the city because the city council has the global consent. So, I mean, anyway.
Others?
It would be interesting to know, I just said to Lionel before we came in here, I quizzed Lionel, when you look at an area like South Canterbury, what the general rate take would be per rate unit as far as percentage of population. That'd be interesting just to know. Now, I know that's probably an irrelevant figure, but it's just something of interest.
It's all the things that you've talked about and have been discussed here are issues that we're trying to get heads around.
South Canterbury has a significant amount of GDP, so capital than Christchurch does.
So Davies, where are you going with this?
I would say South Canterbury has a higher GDP per capita than Christchurch does.
A lot of us. Anyway, apology. You've got a final comment you want to make, Lionel?
Nuts and bolts in there.
Yeah. No, I guess we basically said what we wanted to say in our submission. We've made a lot of play about communities of interest argument and to have good representation for everyone. South Canterbury stands out as being a bit of a problem issue if we move away from the status quo.
Make a comment.
Just nice in your submission that you have, some concern about some impending changes to land and water plan and some other planning probably coming up. And some concerns about some of the consents that haven't or have already been granted, but you're waiting on some land changes and things like that in your submission. I was just wondering if you, being an urban councillor, I guess a lot of us actually are aware of the rural issues in the community and the environment, and a lot of us are here for that very reason, as environmental issues. So rather than sort of downplay some of the issues in the, the rural communities, we want to understand more so we can actually, determine the outcomes that most of us all want. So it doesn't matter where we actually live, we do actually look at the environment and what needs to be done. So I do appreciate you coming in today and giving us a lot of information to actually pour through over the coming days as well. Most of us urban people appreciate what's going on in the environment and your neck of the woods as well. So just want you to know.
We appreciate the interest you do have in rural.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I have the mayor's on in Rowley, Munro. Nigel, do you have 20 minutes, Nigel?
Good go.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, alrighty. Kia ora team. Appreciate the opportunity to talk with you, Chairperson and councillors. We, the mayors of Mackenzie, Waimate and Timaru, and we've got an apology from Mayor Gary and Waiteki from the lowest part of South Canterbury, lower South Canterbury. But we're here to strongly oppose, as you would have read in our submission, the Brisbane, South Canterbury, Ashburton in a single boundary. Our submission focuses specifically on why South Canterbury is a distinct community of interest and why representation from Ashburton will not serve our residents. South Canterbury comprises, as you're aware, Mackenzie, Waimate, Timaru and North Whakakapi has its own distinct identity shaped by our shared history, geography and socio-economic characteristics. Our challenges and priorities are unique, ranging from the protection of the Mackenzie Basin, internationally recognised landscape, to the economic drivers of rural agriculture, tourism and environmental. These are not just geographic distinctions, but deeply ingrained community differences. We've just been through this ourselves with our own representation review in this camps from the community of Orari. Ashburton, while also rural in nature, has aligned itself more closely with Greater Christchurch. Your own pre-engagement submission states they are themselves as a northern community of interest, distinct from South Canterbury. This further emphasises that the reality that Ashburton and South Canterbury are separate communities with different needs and priorities. Electing a councillor from Ashburton to represent South Canterbury would create a significant disconnect. The lived experience and local knowledge required to represent South Canterbury's unique challenges, such as the ongoing pest control efforts in Mackenzie and Waimate with wallabies, or the specific water management needs of our rural communities are vastly different from Ashburton's issues. A representative from Ashburton, no matter how capable, would not be able to engage fully with the specific needs of the communities. We just touched on this on the way up, on the hard work that our elected members do in our area. So this is very important. This is not just about its geographical side, it's about understanding the local intricacies of South Canterbury's issues, which require a strong local voice. Merging South Canterbury with Ashburton dilutes this voice, and we believe it is fundamentally unfair to do these things. Supporting, given these clear differences, we strongly advocate for retaining the current South Canterbury constituency. The existing boundaries reflect the distinct community of interest that we've developed over time. I just want to reflect on the Local Government Commission 2019 determination, 2 key points. Effective representation. The current system allows for adequate representation of both urban and rural constituents. Constituents, thank you. Tongue tied, thanks, Anne. Reflecting the diverse demographic needs of the region. And also the existing representation aligns well with the Regional Council's responsibilities and complex nature of local governance, ensuring that all communities of interest in Canterbury have their voices heard. In conclusion, we believe it is critical to preserve South Canterbury as a distinct community of interest within the representation structure. We cannot afford to have our representation diluted by merging with Ashburton. We would like to state now that we will appeal a final proposal that does not retain the status quo. Appreciate the opportunity and happy to kick into some questions, debate. I'll raise straight away before the question comes at me, at us. There is no number. We know that plus minus 10%. That's far from perfect. We've got to deal with it as a starting point under legislation, but actually it is around distinct communities of interest. It can be 35%. Actually, South Canterbury will still need local voice.
Councillor King, then David.
Look, thank you for your really good submission. And despite having a district council named after me, South Canterbury, I concur with your views that it would be very hard for somebody to interest. And perhaps I just thought perhaps I was one after your reflection on the numbers, because plus or minus 10% carries per representative somewhere between 43 and 52,000 per representative. And yet the preferred option by this council is take away representation from South Canterbury, make it part of not only the largest geographical area, but also the largest number of constituents per representative, and transfer the deficit or the underrepresentation to the Selwyn district. Perhaps you could reflect on the equity of that.
Share it around.
Well, yeah. So I guess when it comes back to the same old story, is that the plus or minus 10 and 15% is it's not fit for purpose. Now that the role of the Officer of Environment Canterbury is environmental, and you can't take one of the largest areas of the Canterbury region and just based on the population number say that it's entitled to so much representation. You know, you've got to think a lot wider than that. And I think a very good point was made by the previous submitter that said, if it ain't break, don't fix it. And I realise that Selwyn's population has grown, and that's maybe a separate issue that needs to be dealt with by itself. By jigging the figures to drop the number of representatives in South Canterbury, just to placate an issue that you're having with Selwyn with the population growth, to me is not the correct way of doing it. I think they're two separate and distinct issues, and you need to deal with them separately.
It's all about a distinct community of interest, all about fairness and effectiveness. And I acknowledge the hard work that the councillor ward plays in our part of South Canterbury.
That time, please, for the principal, one person, one vote.
Thanks for the question. Sorry, just to acknowledge John as well. Great to see you back on here. One person, one vote. I think the key thing, especially when you're dealing with the environment, is around effective representation. So I think there's different situations that would need one to one, and there's others that. Yeah, no, I think the key thing is that when you get the environmental outcomes for Canterbury, the challenge that we have, and certainly down South Canterbury's way at the moment is, and you'll would have possibly read already some of the feedback that's coming on the draft RPS, but we're not feeling that the rule is heard. And so I think that's something that I would challenge this group of people, whether it's representation review, to make sure that South Canterbury's voice is heard and our voice is heard. So I think that's important. There's a lot of back chat at the moment around across Canterbury, across the country for that matter. Do we have the structure right? Governance, and I think at the moment we can actually work together to make current structures work for our communities. But we need to do that now.
Thank you, Councillor E.
Thanks very much for your submission. I don't think anybody in the room that wouldn't deny that the special qualities of South Canterbury, the Mackenzie country, iconic around the terms of the environment. We're all here sure that the environment is improved, not degraded, and that we look after it. We take an oath, no matter where we come from at the beginning, of to actually make a good judgment on decisions that we make without being parochial or biased or whatever. We make good decisions based on information that we receive or things that we know. So just to assure you that it's not urban versus rural, basically good judgment and partiality based on evidence in most cases. And we have this terrible dilemma in terms of in terms of spatial conflict issue, in terms of land mass versus elation dispersal. That's the crux of it. It kind of relates to your page 73, fifth item you got it. My question is, in the event that proposals, as they stand at the moment, are adopted, do you think that we need to be much more collaborative in terms of bringing our communities together and with other authorities to get out of this place a little bit more often?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And I guess one of the questions that I'd raise is that, I know the work that Nick and Peter do down our way, and I just don't see how it would be physically possible for one representative to do the same amount of work over such a huge geographical area. Your travel times alone from the likes of from Kenny through to Twizel to Waimate, and it's just a massive area. And it comes back to that. I think come back to the same old story. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It works well now. And as I said, there's an issue with Selwyn that needs to be dealt with separately.
The importance of access to you, councillor, I think that's really, really important. And just by the geographical spread, it means it is incredibly difficult. We have travelled the distances we have today to actually sit in front of you, to impress upon you that status quo is important.
Thank you, Anne. E mea te kā koutou whakakoro matua. Just for the tiama here, I just would ask for a little bit of patience. There is a question. I'm actually going to ask. How long is the run? That's right. Well, that's up to you. Look, Nigel, to you because in answer to Councillor Davies' question, you actually brought in that sort of term effective representation. Unfortunately, within the Local Government Act, as you know, it's not defined. And so, but the Local Government Commission, the consideration is about total number of elected members. But there's actually a number of other things. There's 4 other factors that are actually part of that kind of thinking as well. I was just trying to think about if I'm a commissioner sitting there and kind of looking at this, how would I actually, I'll be looking at probably those 4 different factors. The other interesting thing is when you look at this, and Ashburton doesn't want you, and you don't want Ashburton. And then you've got the other part of this, where if we look at Selwyn at the moment, it's kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, the way I see it. And the fact is that we do go down this track, then Selwyn will be overreacted. And so you've got all that going on as well. Also, what you've got going on in this room here is that, undeniable, it is what it is, the nature of the beast, but you've got some patch protection going on as well. The other part of this is that when we look at the 2 Papatupa, and there were 2 submitted, but another one in back of the other one, and that's out with the Arawhenua submission. And so when we look at that, if this goes ahead, Arawhenua and Waiho are quite clear is that they don't agree with it because of the fact is that they would actually lose too. They would only have those others, the other 2 in the south. So as a Naitahu appointed councillor, that's really important, really need to look at. The other part of it, and of course, Taumatu, actually with Taumatu, she was it because I've really got to cover the Papatupa aspect of this. So then they're the other way. So there's kind of 2 things going on here. So I'm just going to ask you, this is the question. So if, for instance, if we stay with the status quo, inside of that, the next 3 years, and then inside of that, what about then, as part of that, we then look at a completely full review, of this, post the 3 years. Because actually, when I look at this, when I look at the consultation process, when I look at this, I just kind of feel now, and after hearing a number of all the submissions this morning and reading through them, have we actually consulted enough, on this particular, excellent. So that's the question. The question is, do you think staying with the status quo, will you actually buy in or buy up to the fact about having an actual amendment for a review post the 3 years?
Look, I think this is a full review and consultation's never going to be perfect. So I'd actually say keep to your timeframe to be I don't think you're going to do anything different in 3 years' time. You might improve your consultation. We always look to do that. But, I think through this process, you've got enough, varied voices submitting into it to get an indication. So that to me is the key.
Okay, cool. I mean, and it gives, it is what it's going to be.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Thank you.
I suppose just a quick comment from me is that I think this is always going to repeat every time that this review goes through, because whoever's sitting in my chair will no doubt will be back here the next time argue the case for representation. So maybe it is time to have a look at view as to what does the model look like moving forward, because we don't want to have to go through this argument every 3 years or 6 years and that sort of thing. Whereas if you're doing it now, do a full review. I think to reiterate, I think you need to fix the Selwyn issue, because I can see this is just going to be an ongoing thing, because naturally the Greater Christchurch area is going to grow quicker than South Canterbury and Ashburton. So it's going to rear its ugly head, and it's going to skew the figures year on year. And that's why I come back to, and I think that plus or minus 10 or 15%, it just doesn't work. What is the role of Environment Canterbury? It's an environmental agency. It's based around the environment. So I think the environment should take precedence than the population split.
So the issue of South Canterbury is always going to raise its head. And from that point of view, the status quo for the next 6 years, because this is always going to raise its head, and you're always going to have this debate.
Thank you to the chairperson.
Fantastic. We've got 2 more questions from Councillor Burns, Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, much leave. I think I might do that to my stuff as well. I'm kidding. Just kidding.
We've come a long way.
Yeah, that's right. And like everyone else, I certainly appreciate you turning up into Canterbury, so it's wonderful. Thank you. I won't labour on the numbers. Obviously, the previous discussion, good argument about, where we're at with that plus and minus 10%. I guess, what do you want me to consider when I'm thinking about communities of interest? I mean, do you each have that you might want me to consider when we do our deliberations that will balance out the concerns I may have around about the tolerance levels for numbers of votes?
I think there's a natural boundary for South Canterbury, and I think we're 3 districts alone. We're quite dissimilar. We're also very similar in a lot of areas, and we work together in a range of activities. So I think there's a natural boundary, I guess, with the Rangatana River. And moving south. And I guess the other thing for me is just the sheer geographical size, contemplating with the proposal is massive. And I just don't see how one council is going to effectively cover that everything.
And for me, it's the large geographical size and access to councillors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm just waiting for
I'll just challenge you to get past the numbers. Actually, I think you hung up on that, and you shouldn't be. I love to communities, and exactly what the team have said. But I'd also go one step further, and one of the things that we don't feel is reflected through this process through the RPS exactly is actually our economic aspirations that tie to and need to be balanced well with the environment. But those aren't being seen in rural South Canterbury. And we feel that some of the stuff at the moment is a handbrake on our development. So I think it's really very, very, very how much I can put emphasis on this. Yeah, very important that this decision is right, and there's only one right, and exactly what we're telling you.
Can I just, Kia, thank you. No. Appreciate the individual thing. I want to go to, we all knew what you were trying to say, but it was very good to see that you did get support from neighbouring councillors to be able to get the right word out. So.
Just carrying on from Greg, Nigel, this is probably for you. I mean, communities of interest, and Greg and Lionel mentioned it before, how there's a difference between, say, Mackenzie and South Canterbury, but especially for you, because you've got a kind of a urban urban area and then rural as well. So kind of a community of interest. How does that
It's connected. So if you look to, Watchdike as far as industrial, it's all connected to the hinterland, what fuels, Watchdike is rural, South Canterbury. So we are connected.
Very, very interconnected. As a council, we're very interconnected.
Yeah, same review.
So this was asked by we asked us councillor, I do appreciate with you rural councils. Thank you for letting me use your office from time to time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, but it's a shame you live so far away.
I can drive. Just confirming, so if it goes option 3, looking for, you will go to the commission and you. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Watch titles are all.
Are you aware that the Ashburton Mayor is going to do the same for you? You as well.
Yeah, I know. Yes. Because he doesn't just want to be with no. I thought, Councillor Karakia, we're going to into. Thank you. You don't want to Selwyn. Actually running out of time here. Thank you. On line tomorrow, you guys go.
Hi, this is Anmol. Hi, everybody. This is Anmol. I'm voting for, so my voting decision was to merge South Canterbury districts of Timaru and Ashburton because there's a lot of small urban centers between that area. It's a flat area that's a perfect for urbanization. So it could be like the next big urban area in Canterbury after the Christchurch urban area. And I also voted for Selwyn district to be separate and independent because Selwyn is a very touristic area and very rural. It's not like Ashburton, Timaru. It's like very rural, but it's between Canterbury and Ashburton. So yeah, so it's Christchurch and Ashburton, and I'm happy with the Christchurch restructuring its city council boundaries because Christchurch still has a room for growth. It's got a booming technology and agriculture and service sector, so it can always go beyond its boundaries. So therefore, I supported Christchurch extending its boundaries because there's always room for more growth. And the next thing is just like, for Wellington, Paraparamu and Kapiti Coast can be the satellite city. Ashburton, Timaru area can potentially be a satellite city for Christchurch in the future. So yeah, those are my arguments.
Is that all you need to say?
Yes, if you have any questions, please let me know. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Cool. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Anmol. Where are you based?
I'm currently based in Wellington. I'm currently based in Wellington now. Yeah.
It's based on people's representation.
Sorry? I didn't hear anything.
Democratic premise. Each of our areas. Okay. This is pretty difficult. How it will time island. It's pretty hard. Okay. Muted. Right. No, we saw this. Not the was coming through. One.
Are you waiting for Selwyn? If you're waiting for Selwyn, then we're here.
Yes.
Can you hear us? Our camera is on.
We just can't see you.
Okay, our camera's on, so I'm not quite sure what's happening.
We can just see you on the little screen.
Just settle in. We can hear you. You have some tech issues here. I think just continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So can you hear us? So we will start. Tēnā koutou katoa. Nā mihi nui ki te kunihira taio ki Waitaha, mō ki kunihira o Rare o Waikirikiri. Ko Philip Dean toko ingoa, nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Sarah Cannoutsos toku ingoa, he kaimahi ki Waikirikiri Selwyn District Council. I'm the acting executive director of enabling services out here in Waikirikiri Selwyn. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
So I know you've received our written submission there, so I'm not going to lay that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm here to assure you that nothing is more important to us than effective and fair representation to our regional council. From our written document, I'd just like to draw your attention to items 6 and 7. Item 6 says that we acknowledge that the initial proposal does lead to an overrepresentation in Selwyn, but that representation is unlikely to remain.
Can you hear me? It's Peter. Selwyn,
Yeah.
can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, look, we're having some issues here with our tech. What we're going to try and do, because we can see you on the screen on a PC, so what we might do is we might get councillors to join on their PCs and then we'll just carry. We've had some tech issues in this room today.
Right, okay. Yep, no problems. We will just wait until you tell us to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is everyone right?
Yes. We still hear it on here.
No, just
Okay, let's start. Just go ahead now.
Okay, so I won't go back to the beginning. I'll just should I pick up from where we left off?
Yeah, that's great. Quiet, please.
Okay, so as I was saying, I know you've got our written submission, so I'm not going to go through and read that, but I am going to highlight points 6 and 7, which is the acknowledgement about the perceived overrepresentation in Selwyn if the initial proposal were to go ahead. I want to draw your mind to two things when you go through your deliberations. The first one is that Selwyn is a unique community of interest unto itself. And you need to remember that during your deliberations. The other one too is that not only in a Canterbury term, but in a New Zealand-wide sense, Selwyn is the fastest growing community in the motu. So not any perceived robbing Peter to pay Paul in terms of the Selwyn overrepresentation sense will very quickly resolve itself. We are our Waikirikiri Ki Tua future Selwyn plan that we're doing at the moment highlights our uniqueness within Selwyn and our uniqueness of our rural and our urban communities. And it's our urban communities that are growing as much as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And so our growing population is probably one of our biggest concerns in terms of representation within ECAN and making sure that as we continue to grow, particularly over not just this representation review period, but into the future as well, that our residents and population and district is appropriately and fairly represented within the ECAN structures.
We are open to any questions you have.
Okay, well, question from Councillor Sweet.
Hello.
thanks for your presentation. And something I've been sort of toying over with this is, acknowledge that Selwyn's growing really quickly, and you've broken your own governance structure up into wards, which makes it quite simple for us to look at your wards and the numbers within that. And one of the things that have been looking at is your Springs ward has 22,000 people. It borders on Lake Ellesmere to Waihora, and also the Port Hills, which is the border of our South Christchurch ward. And our South Christchurch ward is underrepresented in terms of numbers in our current structure. So if you add those two together, it actually makes exactly the same numbers as our Christchurch-based wards. So what I'm saying is that, would you be interested in potentially, to solve your big growing issue that you have with your numbers, to put Springs ward into Christchurch South?
Thank you very much for the question. Look, the short answer is no. The main reason is because obviously when we go through a representation review, one of the communities of interest is one of our biggest key things. That would put us in with not only with Christchurch, but also in with Banks Peninsula too. I believe that there is a considerable difference in the communities of interest in that space.
I would agree with that. We are undertaking a representation review at the moment within our own structures, and the Ellesmere ward that you're referring to in particular is one that is, I guess, very parochial to the space in which they inhabit, and very parochial to Selwyn as well. I think that a lot of the work that we do within council is across the district, and there may be challenges if that was to happen. But I'm not sure that our community would be behind that as an option either.
Can I just follow on from that question? I mean, every city council has to do representation reviews as well, and board boundaries change. So, I mean, is it a hard fast one because of your changes in your representation, or is it specifically around the communities of interest, which there are some similarities as well?
Look, we are growing at such a rate. We've pulled our representation review forward, as opposed to in 6 years. We're actually doing it after only 3 years since our last one. But we've had feedback from our community in Ellesmere, and they're looking, when they look to where they shop and where they recreate and where they do, is towards Rolleston. It isn't towards Christchurch or the Banks Peninsula. So in terms of a community of interest, I stand by my original statement.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm talking about the Springs ward, not the Ellesmere ward.
So the argument's exactly the same with the Springs ward too.
Councillor Crackle. Kia ora, Phil and Sophie. Okay. It's interesting actually, because every council tells us that they're unique. But sort of picking up on where you guys are at, and because what you've highlighted is that you're changing so quickly. What about if it was decided, for instance, that you stay with the status quo now for the next 3 years, or for 3 years, and then you go into a kind of a full representation review after that? I'm just taking the point that because you guys are actually moving very, very quickly, whether that would be a possible option.
If you were to not make the changes that your original proposal suggests now, then it's just going to be accentuated in 3 or 6 years' time when you will inevitably have to make it. I remind myself that the Local Government Commission highlighted the need for effective and fair representation, highlighting effective representation over fair representation. I think if you move away from your initial proposal, then you'll be moving away from effective and fair representation. So, and sticking with the status quo, I think will just further highlight. Well,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Watch your space. Okay, thank you. Listen, we've got Councillor Sunkel online. John, do you want to ask your question?
Yes, thank you. I've been listening through with a few tech problems. I guess, Phil, you talked about you have done a 3-year review given the growth. What would your view be if we looked at a comprehensive 3-year review starting in 18 months' time, sitting with the status quo as of today? A 3-year review would see Selwyn's numbers, I guess, stabilise. And if we could have a look right across Christchurch, Selwyn and into South Canterbury, comprehensively sit down with TAs, geographers, statisticians, and really look at what we can achieve to get effective representation. Is that something you might consider as opposed to going to a constituency on your own at the moment, or just going to status quo for six years?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that our numbers, our population growth is not expected to stabilise. We are expecting considerable growth over the next 3 years and beyond. Our projected population in 2034 is projected currently as an estimate of 23,000 additional people, which is growth of, considerable growth.
Yeah, I guess just a supplementary then, if we're looking in the next 10 years to grow another 23, that would take us to around 100,000 plus. So hence my question, what about the opportunity for a review in 3 years to really look at everything across the line?
I think we'd welcome
the Commission doesn't really like the idea of putting a constituency in place on the expectation that it will grow. So I'm just positing as a compromise going forward for everyone, status quo, but then a comprehensive review over 3 years to really look hard at some of the options that were put forward, which I suspect we haven't done particularly well at times.
Okay, thank you. Look, we've got one more. Thanks, John. We've got one more question from Greg, and then we're going to wind up. Thanks.
Kia ora, korua. Thank you for taking the time. I just have a question. We've just had a submission from the mayors of Waimate, Mackenzie and Timaru, who are saying if we were to vote against their South Canterbury remaining with 2 councillors, they will appeal. I'm just wondering, have Selwyn made a decision whether they will appeal if we don't go with what is proposed?
So we haven't had those conversations yet. We'd like to see the process play out first, and then we'll make those decisions.
Thank you. Good answer.
Thank you. So I think that's a great question.
Can I just get some clarification as to who we're talking to? Is it Tim Harris or Phil Deans?
So, well, it's Phil Dean here now. I'm one of the councillors, and I'm with
Sarah Carnoutsos. I'm acting Executive Director, Enabling Services, so I'm filling in for Tim while he's on holiday.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, guys. After that, pretty clear on what you want. What you prefer. All right, so that's the end of the submission process for today. We've got just one more thing to do here. And just note that those who did not wish to be heard are in the agendas. Everything else that maybe we missed it. With their submission following that. Meeting is adjourned to reconvene tomorrow at 10 p.m. for deliberations. And so the recommendation to that we adjourn the meeting to reconvene at 10 a.m. Thursday night. 15.
Second.
We just not adjourn until we've had an opportunity to hear if there's any questions from you that we will work on overnight.
One question I would like to understand is if you get the numbers about Ashley Campbell's proposal, just what those numbers in terms of those wards would look like would be quite useful. All right, please.
And I guess the question for me, if you don't see my hand, the idea of that compromise of a status quo and then building an independent team along with the TAs to do a comprehensive review for 3 years' time, is that a reality or a probability or a possibility as a compromise on the way forward to working out what we do with Selwyn, how we handle South Canterbury and make those adjustments through the south of Christchurch?
Can we just get Kerry Burke's figures just checked and just to make sure? I just want to against Ian's calculation. Okay. Thank you.
Can we get any costs and around name change? Well, used it. They've actually used it. One of the submitters said it's going to cost us quite a bit of money.
Several headings. Several. Great and identical tree.
Clear. Oh, yeah, it's refreshed.
Well, my question was really just seeking clarity around the 14 versus any number of other councillors. Can we go back and rechange that? Because we've made a decision on that as far as I'm aware. In a council meeting, part of this review process.
As part of your initial proposal, the decision was 14.
Yeah. Well, it's really a supplementary to Jan's question about Kerry Burke's numbers, rather than just. I mean, I was wondering if instead of just reviewing whether his numbers are accurate, because I don't think they are, whether in fact if you follow his principles and shuffle everything north, what that would look like. Can I ask that? Can I ask to do that, or was that inappropriate?
Good idea.
What are you going to do with it this year?
Because he's
I got that.
to
Yeah.
the number of councillors.
No, we'll do it if you want. Right.
Just a query I had about the status of the representation review process for all the TAs, including the City Council, where they were at. So some of them completed it, some of them still to do it.
Yes. The timeline that we need, I don't know. Okay, are they different timelines?
Some of them are different, yes, but we'll get as much of that info tomorrow morning.
This is their question.
Does it make any difference?
Well, it was in response to a submission from Cynthia Roberts, querying our making a decision with the City Council. City Council will debate these.
Right. Others? Questions?
Thank you.
Yes, they adjournment recognition there. We have a move.
Craig and I'll second.
Who's moved it? By Craig. Seconded by Greg. Leslie McAuley, please say aye. She says it.
Someone should see him. Have we got?
Welcome back to the continuation of the representation review hearings. Today, we're going to hear from staff to analyse the submissions, attachment 4.1.3 in the agenda on page 516, 535, and begin our deliberations. I also just like to mention that we have Will Harvey from the press at the back here, and I've furnished him with all the maps that he's required. I hope that's all really clear to you. If not, we just need to get clarification from us, because this sometimes when it comes to lines on maps, it's pretty interesting. But I would like to bring Lisa and Stephen, Lisa Goodman from Government Services, and also supported by Stephen from elections.com. They'll introduce.
Yeah, could you speak loudly? We've got
Oh.
Nice that.
Also, just to mention that we have people online.
Not going to happen.
Councillor DJ, Councillor Stunkel. So we've got a full complement of what we have in the room and what we have online.
Yes, if I could just make the comment, you do fade a wee bit, so a strength of voice would be helpful. Thank you.
You need to talk
louder.
Sure.
Well, your voice. Well, stop speaking and let someone who speaks louder speak, I suppose. Lisa, it's over to you.
Staff have prepared this presentation essentially overnight since the conclusion of the hearings yesterday. And so therefore, the record we are tabling this presentation today and record will be made. So what we'd like to do today is just quickly run through the actions that council must take in considering the submissions. We've got a summary of the key things that emerged from today's oral submissions. We'd like to introduce the staff analysis of all of these submissions, and actually in section. And then we will some discussion with the councillors. So that we have some guidance to prepare council's final proposal. And what you need to consider for that is either your guidance that we prepare the initial proposal for adoption or request amendments based on submissions. So just to take a back step in terms of findings that need to be considered, each local authority needs to consider to demonstrate it's done this by providing reasons for acceptance or rejection of submission. Amendments in a local authority's final proposal should be made in response to submissions, or else the initial proposal needs to be. And we must notify council's final proposal by the 28th of October, and we have council meeting scheduled for the 23rd of October. I'm going to hand over to Stephen Hill to run through a few slides.
Lisa, kia ora council people, councillors. You have a question? Don't have a question. We thought it was we have to challenging the animal system. That's the proposal use one of two options. So when you talk about the proposal is that the two options that to clarify, we can share the initial proposal with one proposal. A number of people have referred to the options that were in earlier moving engagement. Nice proposal was within a proposal. Either confirm the initial proposal or make amendments to the initial proposal. Or reject. You can make a final proposal that is different to the initial proposal, but must be based on submissions.
And there's enough opportunity from what we heard yesterday to fulfil that need, Stephen.
And as we go through, you'll see there are a number of issues that have been raised by submitters that could inform your any amendments to the initial.
Can I just say this is really hard work? I get clarity from Stephen. The question was totally garbled and some of the responses garbled, so I'm not just sure what's happening. It is making it difficult.
So just to recap, John, it's about what the ability today to do is that we can alter the initial proposal, but it needs to be based on the submissions that we heard yesterday. My point was, I think there's enough in the submissions that were heard yesterday that would fit any different proposal.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify, but it's not just the ones that you did yesterday, it's all of the submissions. Yes, clarify. Thank you.
You happy, John? Can you hear?
Yes, it comes and goes. Sorry, it'll just be what it is.
Right, excellent. Grant.
I was wondering, is it appropriate for me to ask for a clarification on a document that you forwarded us, Lisa, last night, in terms of the Local Government Commission's determination from last time? It's page 4 of that. There is a table.
Can we just
I know this might sound really strange. That's where the mics are. Don't really need to lie on our backs and speak, but not speak to the table either. So speak to the room, and I think things will get picked up better. And you can preach to the room if you like, Greg. Anybody else?
I haven't finished my,
Oh, sorry.
waiting for Lisa to open it up.
Okay.
Through to this page. So that was the paper that came. Seeking clarification on the chart table, item 15 on page 4. I'll say what.
Oh, geez, yes, we've got it from this now.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that in the current situation of the deviations that were indicated on the chart, it looks to me like they were the deviations that were accepted by the authority in the final decision. I wonder if you could confirm that that's the case.
Because I missed the last part of your question.
My question is, reference to that chart, that's the chart was the Environment Canterbury final proposal, which was adopted in 2018. And that being the case, that means that the deviations that are indicated in that table are the ones that were approved in 2018. Is that correct?
It is correct that the Local Government Commission accepted the grounds for exemption for those constituencies that worked outside the limit.
Okay. And there were a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 constituents at that time that were outside on a plus or minus.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Are you happy with that?
I'm happy with that because I compare that to our current proposal that's before us today and the deviations that are mentioned in that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Lisa, if there's nothing more, Lisa, we'll go.
Well, yeah, yes, thank you. So just to, as Lisa said, we'll summarise some of the material from yesterday's hearings. Go through these in a little bit more detail when we step you through the analysis of all submissions. But I suppose to recap from yesterday, what we heard from the submitters that presented in person was that there was essentially majority opposition from those that we heard from yesterday, not all, but the majority. And there were some really consistent themes that were coming through there. And we also had a look at some alternative proposals that were put forward by some submitters. And so some of the issues that I guess we heard fairly consistently yesterday was the view that the population-based approach, that is sticking to the plus or minus 10% fair representation requirement, was seen as inappropriate for a region the size of Canterbury. And following on from that, the effect of that is that the proof from submitters that communities of interest, in other words, the provision to provide effective representation, was not being met through that approach, and that should have greater priority. And there was a fairly consistent theme from yesterday's submitters too, in terms of rural representation and the need for, in particular, rural areas to have reasonable access to councillors to engage in that effective representation. So we did have some alternative proposals, and just to take you through the modelling that we've done on those. One of those was from Ashley Campbell. You'll recall the proposal there was to essentially swap around the Tapanui and Linwood wards within the Christchurch City constituencies. So there is a change to the population in both the Christchurch North East and Christchurch Central constituencies. It doesn't substantively alter the compliance of those two constituencies, but it does change the numbers. And to show you how that looks. This is as proposed by the Campbell submission in terms of presentation of the Christchurch Central constituency. So you see Papanui coming into that one. And on the next slide, we see the Linwood ward being moved into the northeast constituency. So that was the proposed from Ashley Campbell. There was also an alternative proposal proposed by Kerry Burke in his submission. What we call was looking at the shifting the Melbourne ward from Selwyn up into Canterbury. So there is a change in the numbers, both in the North Canterbury population and the Mid Canterbury constituency, which was obviously where Selwyn sits. So those population numbers change, and you see that we have still two of the constituencies, Christchurch South and South Canterbury, remain outside the plus or minus 10% margin. And just to show a representation of how that looks, you see Ashburton there, dealing with two of the wards from Selwyn district, but Melbourne goes to North Canterbury, shown in just a visual representation of Melbourne.
For the question.
Yes.
Kerry also proposed changes to the Orwhanga thing. Have you shown that there?
Sorry, to which?
The Orwhanga and Orpuna. He suggested moving 10,000 people out of Orpuna and putting it into Orwhanga.
No, we have not modelled that, Councillor, because that would have to be for Christchurch City to do. We can't make adjustments to city boundaries.
Cool. Yep.
We're going to work with the boundaries that are in place.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You'll recall the alternative proposal also from Ashburton District Council. There were three proposals that they earlier preliminary engagement that we considered at that time and did not proceed with at that stage. The alternative proposal that has now come forward from combining Ashburton District with the Melbourne wards of Selwyn, and then moving the Rolleston and Springs wards, the way we've modelled it is into the Christchurch West constituency, because that was what they had in the table at the end of this mission. So the numbers, those there, and you see how they fall. And representation there of the managers. That's the one that's on the screen at the moment, showing the Christchurch West constituency, with the Rolleston and Springs wards on to that constituency. There was a further proposal which has been floated around the Springs ward and possibility of Springs ward to Christchurch South. And we have to note that this was not raised by submitters. It was outside the submission process. So our view is that it could not be proceeded with because it would not be a change in response to the movement. And we are precluded from effectively introducing new material into the process at this stage, but we have included this for future reference.
That's a good question. Yep. Can I just ask a question based on that? Because obviously this was something that I raised yesterday. The submission from Sir Kerry Burke was talking about moving outside of hard council boundaries and moving into cross territorial boundaries. And from that reasoning. He was also talking about Christchurch West and his submission and moving sort of slightly into the Prevented area. In that thinking, could you argue that that actually has come from a submission? Because that's why I raised it, because his submission raised my thinking and actually trying to solve a problem that we have in the southeast area. So I'm just interested to say that you're saying that no, it's not, but that's the reason that I raised it, because it directly came from his submission that he made.
I think that's drawing a long bow, but I don't want to give you a definitive answer on the spot. Probably a quick adjournment for 5 to 10 minutes to confer with our leading people would be advisable.
If I continue.
I gave you a definitive response there.
Craig, and then.
I'm just trying to remember. Dion, did you ask the Selwyn district submitters about the?
Yes, I did.
So, in my experience, being a hearing commissioner, if you ask in the hearing, and a submitter gives a response, then it is in the record of the evidence of what we've got to consider, even though it was brought in through questioning. That's still, in my understanding, okay. It's in the body. It was discussed during the hearing, so you therefore can look at it. That's my understanding. But happy to be proven wrong.
Let's let you consider that rather than, if you're happy to consider that, Stephen and Lisa, rather than answer it directly.
Yeah, come back. So I mean, it's useful to know.
We've got 3 and then Ian.
Actually, you don't need to. I was just going to make the point that Councillor Swiggs had in fact engaged and discussed that. So again, thank you for clarifying.
You speak up, but
Up there, yeah. John, my questions to Mr. Kerry were, we had the numbers wrong for South Canterbury, and therefore were he interested in specifically the wards he was talking about, concept of moving to even numbers, and he made very clear that in his answers that this proposal was about evening out the numbers in the constituencies, starting from the southwards and going north. I would have thought reflecting on a revised version, get the numbers in line with the suggestions that Kerry Burke made is entirely appropriate. That was part of the submission.
right, let's consider that. Give you time to think about that, Lisa. That's okay, unless you've got something you want to see in there now, Stephen.
And we put the numbers in there to go, how those numbers fall out.
Okay.
There was a question raised just around, we talk about where the other territorial authorities are at in a moment, but just around Selwyn, just noting that they do have ward changes proposed under their current representation review that's underway, and it does change the populations of some of the boundaries. That's not likely to have a material effect in terms of compliance for our constituencies, but it does make some changes. So you see the changes that are currently being proposed by Selwyn. West Melton moves into the Scrums ward, Burnham moves into the Rolleston ward, and there are some name changes as well.
Just to be clear about your comment about drawing a long bow. So it doesn't seem it is a long bow if you think about the comments of the 3 that have actually spoken in a positive way about how this could actually work. So it's not a long bow, is it?
Okay, thanks, Craig.
So just a question. So the table on page 15 of this presentation, have you used the numbers of the current spring ward on page 17 or the proposed?
We've used the numbers of current, but we provide numbers for the proposed, although they're unlikely to substantively change in terms of compliance.
Thank you.
Any further questions if there aren't, Stephen? Ian?
Well, just one question, and I asked Peter this after the meeting yesterday, and I think it's worth repeating the question. So Kerry Burke said in his view that numbers were the rules and everything else was arbitrary. Since that, I asked Peter whether in fact that is right or wrong.
Stephen.
Stephen, sorry.
I'm Peter, the young.
Sorry, I asked Stephen here whether this is what's the answer was settled. Would you reflect on that question again?
Yeah, sure. The starting point is 10% is a requirement in the Act, but the Act also provides for exemptions in order to achieve effective representation. And if there are grounds for, if the council can make grounds for exemptions to the minus 10% requirement, then the commission will consider.
And I think if you go,
been the case.
if you go through the deliberation, that point's made in the deliberations from the last time. Others?
Just to cover up a few of the other questions that were raised, one was around the number of councillors. Can it's possible to make a number change for that number? And the answer is yes, it can, as long as it's in response to submissions. Note that at least one in the number of councillors. Remembering that 14 is the maximum number allowable members. Question around whether we can do a review in 3 years' time or prior to the next following elections cycle in 2028. The answer is yes. Council can choose to do so wishes.
I'm interested around the idea of doing another review in 3 years because, as we know, this process is extendable. From start to finish, we're looking at probably 12 months. And so even in the event Christchurch doing their representation review, we even have to follow them in a timely manner in order to look at their changes and so on. So it's not as though this is a panacea, like this is going to fix everything at once. In fact, the way it's staggered currently means that we have the ability to really look at this, nail it down, how we feel about this and so on. So I'm not averse to a representation review in 3 years' time, but do you have any comments on that?
I think regional councils always face that challenge of leapfrogging their territorial authorities, if you like, in terms of the cycle of reviews. As we're currently looking at, for example, at the moment, Selwyn is proposing boundary changes, which we may not be able to reflect in and so there will always be the challenge around aligning those boundaries that, for example, in the 3 years' time, Christchurch City decide to do a significant boundaries. That pose challenges for this council to also align at the same time, just in terms of the timing and that process. So yeah, there are pluses and minuses to both ways.
John Suckle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my thoughts on the 3-year review would be that without getting into the debate of having the status quo, letting the city do its minor adjustments to get to a point, and then being able to sit down and do a comprehensive review across Christchurch and through to try and get to a point where we do have effective representation and as fair a balance as we can. We will, as noted, have much better population figures for Selwyn. And my sort of thinking at the moment is we're looking at arbitrary changes of trying to shift this to here, that to there. Let's really sit down and look at it over time.
Thanks, John. Others? Keep going, Steve.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes. So the question around where are the other constituent territorial authorities at in their process? The councils marked with an R are those that are currently are undertaking a representation review in this current cycle. And just to fill you in on where each of those are at, Ashburton has resolved its final proposal earlier this month, and that is essentially the status quo with some boundary changes. Munro has resolved its final proposal, so they have completed their process. Again, largely status quo, but with some community board changes. Kaikoura completed its process and resolved its final proposal at the end of August, retaining the status quo. Selwyn, as we've talked about, is currently going through its process. They hold their hearings next week. Munro has completed its process. They resolved their final proposal in August, essentially retaining the status quo. Waimate resolved their final proposal at the end of July, status quo. Waitaki is still going through its process, but their council meets to adopt a final proposal on the 22nd of October. In terms of their process at the stage, it's looking like status quo, just where the other territorial authorities are at. So just moving on to a couple of other final questions. Well, the final one, the cost of the name change being up as to whether it's likely to be costs from changing the name of wards. The advice is that the name should be it's got to change only. There would be no significant cost. It does not require significant reprinting or signage. It's purely an administrative change, largely within the council process. We do need to draw your attention to the submission from Toluku Runanga in regard to the name change. Through this.
I'll just very quickly. Council proceeds with the initial current scenario, and the original submission name change proposed from Selwyn by for the hardware. So we've just received a bit of clarification. We did point out it's not quite consistent with the convention for the other constituency names, and so the Runanga has come back to confirm. Or from their perspective, the preferred name should be Selwyn / Hub. Simple.
Joe, would you use the word comprehensive to describe this representation review? So question 2, do you think it's appropriate for us to base decisions today on the assumption or idea that we should have a comprehensive review in 6 years' time?
I think that's your decision. We've, you've been through a number of workshops. You've examined a lot of material, done significant analysis, you've done various stages of engagement with the community, and come to the point where you are today. If in the next term of the council, you make the call that that's something you want to look at, that would be.
Look, I think that's been entered into the discussion in terms of rather than go to 6, go to 3, is because of the uncertainty that exists at the moment in the local government sector regarding water reforms and a whole lot of other things that need to be addressed and will be addressed, by next year. And they could form the basis of change. And so I think that's what the question is. The question is, let's do this. We have to do this. We're in the middle of it, but there may be an opportunity to bring it forward if things change. But that'll be for the next council anyway.
I just understand. I agree that this is comprehensive.
Yeah, just a point of clarification through the chair. The new council can make that decision. The option doesn't have to be made today. When the next September, October, new council comes in, they can say,
This is just part of the record of this meeting that we've.
Yeah, could I just ask that the count, the proposed Selwyn ward, so I think that's one they've gone out for saying this is our preferred proposed. Just doing the numbers on those proposed amended boundaries, I calculate this that Christchurch South constituency would end up with plus 22%. So it just shunts stuff around. It's actually more out of kilter than what it currently is at minus 14. So just could we have to look, someone else check and crunch the numbers for me on that, appreciating that that's not a done deal, but it's still important.
Changes. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So just put a summary of the themes from the submissions. But Mr. Chair, if you're happy, I could start to step the meeting through the analysis of submissions. That's not at this stage.
I think it is. Look, I think as part of this process here, and when we get to this, then there's usually the opportunity at this council list to sort of staff leave the table and we have an open discussion. But I think in this instance, once you're finished, you'll stay at the table, because I think the opportunity for clarification as we go through this will be required. I can see it being required. And the other thing is too, that when we get to the end of that, councillors will all be intentionally saying themselves in a situation much more prudent for a time, but you just do that, Stephen, now.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So if we could turn to the analysis submissions, which is right at the back of the agenda pack. 116. I think there's some value in going through some of the detail here, because particularly in respect of the differences in responses from the geographical boundaries, it's significant. It's something for you to note. And we'll take you through some of the detail of those. I won't spend too much time on the executive summary, because we'll go through those as we actually get to them. So perhaps if we turn to section 2, background. Process that we've been through. Section 3, we talk about the consultation of proposal. Consultation was open for a month. The community were able to make submissions through various channels, and a number of activities were taken to promote the consultation, and a total of 217 submissions were received in section 4. Just a point of interest, this compares with 64 submissions received in the 18 representation review. In terms of geographical spread, the highest proportion of submissions came from Christchurch City, followed by Selwyn, then Ashburton, Munro, Whakakapi, and on down through the majority of submissions were received from individuals on behalf of an organisation. There were 4 submissions from territorial authorities, but the Canterbury Council combined submissions. Both Arawhenua and Hutu made submissions, saying that the Arawhenua is also incorporated input from and there were various stakeholder organisations that also provided. So turning to section 5, the analysis of the questions, and we've structured this just to go through each of the questions step by step, looking at the overall responses and then by region. So overall across the Canterbury region, in response to the first question, which was essentially, do you agree with the initial proposal? Do you support what is being proposed? We'd see 56.7% of submitters indicating they supported the proposal. 43.3% of submitters did not support the proposal. See graph is there. However, looking at the responses on a geographical basis, there are variances. So if we look at responses from Selwyn, the majority of submitters, 62%, supported the proposal. 38% of submitters did not support the proposal. Look at responses from Ashburton, reasonably similar number of responses as Selwyn. In that case, 40.9% of submitters supported the proposal and 59% did not support the proposal. So it swings back the other way in terms of Ashburton responses. Over to page 521, and we see the responses from the South Canterbury constituent council areas. And in that case, 22.9% of submitters supported, 7.1% did not support the proposal from the South Canterbury responses. Because the proposal also includes some realignment of the Christchurch City constituency boundaries so that they align with City Council wards, we've also provided the Christchurch City responses there, 77.6 and 22.4 opposing. Just going through some of the key themes that were made in comments provided by submitters on this question. In terms of those who supported the proposal, we see comments such as that it reflects representation, aligning with the statutory requirements for representation. It was seen as responding to population change, seen as aligning with the interests of different communities of interest, and responding to growth, in particular in the Selwyn district area. We provided a breakdown of some of those things by area, so you can see the types of comments that were made by submitters in support of the proposal from Selwyn, Ashburton, South Canterbury, and from those in other parts of the area. So that just is expanding the key themes. Next page, page 523, is things that were provided from submitters who opposed the proposal. And they are essentially around those issues that we've somewhat looked at already, around the size of the constituency, too few members to effectively serve the needs of the area, that a population-based approach that is solely following the plus or minus 10% is inappropriate for the needs and interests of a large area. The representation should take account of environmental needs, that there is a negative impact on rural representation and poor representation for southern areas. Some comments around the alignment of communities of interest in that Selwyn and Ashburton had more interests in common rather than Ashburton and South Canterbury, which were seen by some submitters as having fewer shared interests. Comments that rural communities of interest were not being recognised, that there was a shift in the urban-rural proposals. And also a number of submitters made reference to the 2018 review and its proposal goes counter to the position that was taken at that time. And then the following section essentially just breaks down those things by region, so you can see responses in opposition to the proposal from those in Selwyn, those in Ashburton, and those in South Canterbury, which essentially expand on and provide you some specific comments made by respondents in those areas. Turning to page 525 and the territorial authority submissions. So as we note, submissions were received from Ashburton, from the combined South Canterbury councils, from Whakakapi and Selwyn. The Ashburton submission, which of course they spoke to yesterday, and I think they probably canvassed pretty well. But essentially the key points that they have made are that the proposal doesn't provide effective representation for the district, that they considered too heavy a weighting was placed on the fair representation requirements, and also that the communities of interest for Ashburton lie more to the north as opposed to those within the south. Their submission also referenced the 2018 representation review. It's from the local government commission determination at that time, and they note that they do not see that circumstances have changed at that point, and I think that think of those comments in their submission, oral submission yesterday. The combined South Canterbury Council's submission again made a joint submission opposing the proposal. Some of the key points raised again, which they repeated in oral submissions yesterday, were around the adequate representation for the rural and provincial parts of the region. Comments in their submissions about urban councillors, a perception that they do not have a good understanding of rural communities. The Also reference in the last of the bullet points there about the environmental focus of Environment Canterbury's functions. They submitted that the council would prefer Environment Canterbury to adopt what was option one in the earlier discussions, but from the council, and would support to Commission determination. So in District Council, just a sort of summary of the submission there from Selwyn. They largely supported. They agreed that the proposal provides for effective and free representation and particularly reference the population growth which Selwyn is seeing, and they supported the proposal on that basis. Whakakapi council proposal did not essentially address the substantive items of the proposal. Really just talked about supporting the proposed arrangements for North Canterbury, which are actually unchanged. I turn to the Patriku Runanga submissions. Taumutu Runanga submitted that it supports the initial proposal. Runanga Whenua submitted that it does not support the proposal. Key points in their submissions were about the view of reduced representation for the South Canterbury area, which they also would lead to underrepresentation for issues facing the communities on the south and lead to an imbalance of representation for those communities. And other panel also requested that Environment Canterbury retains the status quo representation arrangements, which would be equivalent to what was option one in the earlier discussions. Federated Farmers again repeated their submission, or covered their submission in oral submissions yesterday, opposing the representation proposed, requesting that Environment Canterbury retains the existing constituency with 2 councillors to be elected for the area. They noted in particular the size of the constituency and the challenges in providing effective representation. Over to the Selwyn submission there, which also indicated a preference for the proposed representation arrangements. Turning to question 2, which was around the first of the name change proposal. So do you support the proposed name change in Canterbury constituency to Selwyn Whakakapi? And just noting that we have had further clarification on that name. Overall, across the entire region, 53.4% of submission supported the proposed name change, 46.6% of submittals opposed. So not a huge margin. Then we look at the regional breakdown. Selwyn Whakakapi largely in favour. The Ashburton responses on page 530 in opposition to that change. And we've noted a number of key things from people who are quite supported and opposed the proposed name change. Worth noting, and I think yesterday, that there were some people who opposed the name change on the basis that they opposed the proposal. So because they did not support the proposal, they did not support the name change. There were other comments too around general dissatisfaction with the use of our names, and cost came up as well. The territorial authority submissions on the name change, again, not a lot in terms of substantive comment there. In terms of the Papatipu Runanga submission, the substantive one there was the one from Taumutu, which we clarified in the presentation. Question 3 was the proposed name change for South Canterbury Tui constituency to for that question, and again, fairly similar sort of spread of responses overall across the region. 53% of submittals supported the name change, 47% opposed. There were differences regional basis. So in Ashburton, majority opposed, 8.5% as opposed to 29.5% support. And in the South Canterbury responses, similarly, quite significant opposition, 75%, 25% in support. Going on to section 6 of the analysis, so page 534, and we just go over the alternative proposals. We have already covered to some extent in the earlier presentation this morning, but we note that Ashburton also effectively presented their first 3 alternatives, but also the fourth alternative noted there, which we provide you some additional response. There were other alternative proposals. Certainly, a number of submitters proposed that the council should revert to the status quo option, which was considered during the earlier development stages of the representation review, which was option 1 as we went into the initial proposal discussion. There were some discussions around changes within Christchurch city constituencies. One submitter proposed, and it was to Kerry Burke's 13-member council with Melbourne. And we just referenced the fact that a number of submitters have also referenced the idea of unitary authorities for one or more organisations, but outside the scope of the review, need to be. Made a quick note about some of the submissions touching on matters which are essentially outside the scope of the representation review, so issues such as the level of faith, body representation, satisfaction or dissatisfaction with performance or decisions of council, while valuable feedback from the community are not part of this process and fall outside the matters that you need to consider.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephen. Look, it's a very comprehensive review of what we've got in front of us. We'll not retain that, but we certainly will. Sure, if we need, as I said before, usually what we would do at our council meeting would get advisors at the table to step back, but we'll ask you to stay. Thankfully, the discussion now will be for the councillors. My proposal is that we each councillor around the room, so each councillor has a say. And then we'll have a general discussion after that. I think the council could think about what their initial thoughts on the process are and possibly leading which way they, excuse me, which way they would lean in terms of the proposals. Questions before we start.
In the bits around the process around amendments, would you like those to come after a general discussion?
I think so. I think that what we're trying to do here, I guess, is to move to the recommendation that we have in front of us, which is let's start to put that up there. So that maybe we should just leave that up there and consider that as we're going through this. Clear.
You're just going through the summaries by district. Can you just confirm for me that I might have right? You've divided Selwyn. I've looked at the affected councils. I'm looking at the affected councils and the support from Selwyn South. It's 56%. I've got calculated your pie graphs, 56% or 72 no's and 57 yeses. Is that, have you guys just taken that out separately?
So which question are you looking at?
The support for the initial proposal.
Yes.
And I've just looked at Selwyn, the affected councils. So Selwyn, in the South Canterbury collectives, comes up to 129. If I add up your budgets and you just really looked at this, 129 in total, of which 72 are not supportive and 57. So in my breakdown, that's 56-44. Can you confirm anything?
Apologies, Councillor. Can you just remind page 519, you're talking about pipes.
I'll let you get something because I've got notes different places.
What is the point of this that the numbers aren't right?
No, what I'm trying to do is get the general support or the quantum of support out of the affected districts.
Okay.
Because the staff have provided support is 520. You've got all responses there, and then if you add up what's on 520 1 and 522, those percentages come through 56% for the not support and 44% support. Is that correct?
Yeah, so and that's essentially, I think, what's noted on page 519, overall whole region, 10% supported, and 43% did not support. And then that's broken down in the graphs on page 5.
Which is the inverse.
Yes.
That's
So that first number on page 519 is then broken down in the subsequent.
So it's the inverse. We look at the affected councils, the support is only 44%.
Okay. All right. So what we're going to do right now is, before we actually do anything, well, we had that discussion at the start about Springs Ward, trying to figure out where that fitted in this discussion. And do we need to take some adjournment for the legal interpretation of that, Lisa?
Been 15-minute adjournment. We want to ensure clarity that we have those issues that came up, and we'll have another look.
Okay, we'll come back at 22 in more than 15 minutes, but 20 to 12. Okay, we'll start again. Councillors. So I'll hand to you regarding Springs Ward. Don't mind, Stephen, in the first instance.
Yeah, we've just reflected further on the legislative basis and the guidelines from the Local Government Commission, which we put up on the screen earlier, which are reasonably clear in that changes can only be made in response to submissions. There's been some discussion that the issue or the potential for movement of Springs Ward was raised in discussion, which may give you a basis to give consideration to along those lines. There was really only one reference to Springs Ward and all the submissions, just done a quick word search through the document, but the proposal from alternative proposal 4 from Ashburton District Council, which is on page 36 in your agenda pack, that's the references to Rolleston and Springs wards being moved to south to west. So there is a point in there which references movement of Springs ward to one of its criteria conceptions as part of a change. That's the wording that's in that version of the option. Having said that, I think you also still need to give consideration to the Local Government Commission guidance around making changes. I think our advice would be that it would likely attract an appeal for us to proceed. In considering an appeal, the Local Government Commission has a very wide brief to consider all elements of the council's decision making. And it would look at things like what is the weight of submissions and support that particular change has. You would have to reflect on the fact that there's been no opportunity for the relevant communities to be consulted on that change, although the appeals and objections process does provide look at that as you move through that process. But essentially, the Commission's concern, I suppose paraphrasing, is that they are concerned about councils introducing new material that has not been through the same process of analysis, consultation, and consideration. Having said that, there is potentially a starting point for that discussion.
More questions?
Did you do the number crunching for the proposed new Springs Ward constituency numbers and how out of kilter that then creates? We know West is already too big. South, so my count came to 22% over. Be good to have someone else.
So Kathy, I might be able to circulate these for you later, but an initial look at the numbers would show that, was that on the earlier presentation? Christchurch South constituency, if you move Springs into Christchurch South, then Christchurch South moves outside the 10%, and it's underrepresented by 16.
With the current, that's the current Springs.
Yeah.
And then the proposed new Springs is another 6,000. And so my calculation says it goes from 16 to 22% outside.
Higher level of underrepresentation. Yeah.
And quite a lot higher.
Yeah.
I'm out. I'll fall off. Should I start then? About the edge. Righto. So we'll start this process. Got a question?
No, I'll start.
I've been asked to ensure that if you do have what you may consider an amendment to make, you could get those to cover so that they can consider those. So what I'm going to do now is go around the table and ask for initial thoughts on this. And taking into account 5.1, how do you feel about 5.1? Because that would give us an indication of whether 5.1 processes or 5.2. And I want to start with, we're going to go zigzaggy. and we'll start with Dion. You're going to be there.
Thanks, Ron.
So can I just say, so we'll go this way. Dion, Nick, yeah, look.
Right, so I'll finish, but my thinking is I'm going to support 5.2. I want to support 5.1 based on everything that I have heard. I will be moving some amendments, obviously, to as 5.2 requires. The first amendment that I'll be moving is to align our Christchurch-based wards to the City Council ward boundaries, which makes sense with the specific adjustments for Linwood and Papanui. So that would be the second amendment to take into consideration moving those two wards. So the specific amendment that I have written, and just bear with me because I've got.
We don't need to put that up yet.
Okay. But anyway, so that's what I'm thinking. And I've already given them to our colleague over here. And then the next one would be to maintain the current rural constituencies, North Canterbury, Mid Canterbury and South Canterbury, as they were determined in the 2018 determination. Now, my thinking, and I'll start with two, my second amendment there, my thinking is that just makes sense to me. And Ashley put a very good case forward, and I've heard it before. Christchurch East is a specific geographical area, and I think Linwood fits far better into northeast in the current central constituency. And when I think about the central government constituency, by taking central, or putting Papanui into central for us, the central government constituency is also central for Papanui. So it's a big long sliver. So it kind of aligns, and it really does make sense to me. Now, the point number three for me, North Canterbury, South Canterbury, Mid Canterbury, leaving it as they are, these PAs that are affected here are going to have to go through a really challenging time in the next 347 days, I believe it is, to get their water done well across the line. They're all talking about amalgamations. They're talking about how they're going to do that through services. And in my opinion, reading through the submissions, there's a lot of discontent around representation. They're looking for leadership from us to sort of steer a bit of a ship and help them. And I think it would be good for us to maintain what we've got in the next 3 years anyway, so that we can supply that solid leadership to them as they go through these changes. We're going to be intricate in those changes that they're going to have to go through. So it's not an ideal situation, especially with Rolleston, but as was been pointed out, in 3 years' time, we will have updated numbers for Rolleston or for Selwyn to be able to look at considering a far better approach. Especially, we'll have a lot more information at that time around the
makeup of these TAs around our region, because I believe that some of them will amalgamate through this process of order done well. So to me, it just makes sense. It's a lot more balanced. I've listened to those concerns. I could go through the numbers, but we've heard them all before. So that's where I'm at. I feel like that's the right way of moving forward for us at this point in time.
Stolen my thunder, Dion. But I support 5.2, and as you all know, I really believe that we do need 2 councillors in South Canterbury and Mid Canterbury, and all these issues released today, especially by the mayors from South Canterbury. You know, if we don't have 2, it further dilutes our say, increase our detachment between the urban and rural communities. And I understand that some councillors here say they understand some of our rural problems, but I think you don't actually understand maybe all the challenges and complexities that we're faced with. Representation should not always be based on population. And I believe it has been too much based on the population. Compromise the effectiveness of our rural councillors, and if we only had 2 for Mid Canterbury, 2 for Mid Canterbury and South Canterbury, it's a huge area. It's over 50% of the area, and if you had one based in Rakaia Gorge and one in Waimate, I mean that's a huge area to cover. So the other thing I think we should, as Dion alluded to, is all for 3 years around the Roslyn space, because it's continually growing. Don't know how that population is going to pan out in the next 3 years when you see the growth in Roslyn, Lincoln, Springston, and Fremantle. There.
I'm going to 5.2. Just be reasonably brief, I suppose, but I accept that there seems to be some sense around the change put on the table by the submitter, Ashley Campbell, and the 2 wards, so I accept that. I think there has been an overwhelming not support from the councils collectively that are going to be impacted by the proposal that we went out. And we've definitely heard that. 5 of the 6 PAs didn't actually support it. We've also got 2 3 learning there who didn't support the proposal that went out. And I guess the biggest issues for me is that by going out with the initial proposal, what we've done is actually taken a district, as in Mid Canterbury, our current representation district, which is slightly underrepresented with a 6.8 that went out in 2017, and we agreed then, and then actually put it into another area where we've got over-representation, and that's based on basically an assumption that in a few years' time that they will be fairly represented. So that doesn't seem to be fair. It doesn't fit with my values of fairness. I think the other important thing is the effective representation, and certainly when I consider that this initial proposal has 50% of our regional area to be represented in the suggestion by 2 councillors, that also doesn't sit very comfortably with my values. So I will be looking for some amendments to come through, and I think there's some probably going to be put on the table that I will support. Pyramid distance is certainly one thing, and marginalising members and councillors when the area is so big is really, really important. And I also accept that the context of local government is likely to change in the near future, as Councillor Swiggs has mentioned. We also know there's possibly going to be continuing growth on the both north and south of Christchurch City, I would believe. And it does give us more opportunities if we actually perhaps put a review on the table for a subsequent council to consider.
Yeah, clear. No.
Kia ora. I'm going to support 5.2. First of all, I'll just put that there. I found this this whole kind of hearings process and the lead up to it, and it's going to be interesting, the aftermath. Particularly, and it's good that our rural friends, if you want to call them, when they're talking about area as opposed to population. And so just think about the two Ngāi Tahu appointed councillors that we actually cover. There's two of us that cover the whole length and breadth of the Canterbury Regional Council Takiwa. I'll just put that there first. The other part of this is that reasonings behind why I've supported 5.2. The first part of that really is that, and I mentioned this yesterday, and a lot of this actually is about robbing Peter to pay Paul, because what we're trying to do is trying to balance this whole thing, and then hopefully out of it we're going to get effective representation. And then I talked about fence protection as well, particularly from our sitting councillors, but also what I didn't say yesterday, which I thought is pertinent when you're talking about this, is that even when you look at the mayors, we're looking at mid-South Canterbury, you've got 3 mayors there. I mean, and we're talking about, and they're all saying how close they are together, the commonalities of their issues and all that. And I kind of wondered, why do we have 3 mayors down there? So there's all of that as well. So I actually believe, though, and when you look at the strong representation that came from South Canterbury, Mid Canterbury, and that has actually pushed me. And also the other fact is that when we look at our Papatupa Runanga, and I'm the māngai or the representative for the two, and one is obviously Arawhenua, and then on the back of Arawhenua actually came Waihau. And when I look at that, I found it interesting with Arawhenua's submission, because they talked about 4 councillors. They've actually got 5, when you think about it. If you want to take into account, the Ngāi Tahu councillors. So anyway, I just put that there. But I mean, and I kind of wondered, where they were coming from, because when I think about the representation of ECAN elected councillors in those 2 takiwa, and what's being done in those takiwa, and actually negatively, there's actually a lot of that there. And then, so what sort of, why would you want 4, when you could have 2? It'd be easier for the Ngāi Tahu councillor to lobby 2 as opposed to 4 or whatever, because that's what we have to do around the state. So there's all of that. But I actually think, though, and I don't want to, there's the rhetoric around, a unitary council and all this sort of thing. And that's not what we want to see, I think. And so what's quelled that is actually this talk of the status quo. I'm supporting it, it's part of the reason. But I think that there is a strong case for those sort of special groups that have been identified in the submission process that we all know about anyway, and to marginalise that, with a change. And there was a lot of, when you look at the submissions, there is some real positive cases there, for the retention of the status quo. And that's why I've gone there, and supported 5.2. But the other part of that is that request amendments to the initial proposal. I've gone there because I don't think as a council we've had enough time, or we've actually really concentrated on the real issues here, in this review. Have we had time to get out there and actually really drill down into the various sort of things that have come up here? So we need to actually, and this will give us a little bit of, that was the amendment part of it, because we've got this sort of rob Peter to pay Paul in the Selwyn, Whakakapi, that kind of area. So that's why I have supported that. So anyway, that's my whakaro. Take it or leave it. But anyway, it's going to be interesting moving this thing forward. Good.
Mr. Chair, as Sir Kerry Burke said yesterday, we're a creature of Parliament. And one of the quirks of our democracy is that we at the regional level, that we the people whom these boundaries really affect get to make this decision. That is a quirk of our democracy. And so we're really attempting today to put aside our self-interest, our patch protection, as Councillor Karakia said, and to really focus on our oath to office, which is in service to Canterbury and in service to the region. I'm a Democrat. I value pluralism because it provides balance. We have this amazing system. We have a balance between the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. And, you know, we are the executive of the region. And for me, we have a form of balance in this chamber. We have different age representations. And we know that yesterday, and often we have in this chamber, is this debate between rural, the urban, Christchurch, and the districts. And I admire the case put forward from South Canterbury, and I admire in a way, the campaign that's been organised, because it's so clear around what the focus is around and how that may look in form of representation. But what I really wish that we can do going forward, and I've spent a lot of time in the region. I spent a lot of time in North Canterbury. As you know, my father is a Karanui district councillor. South Canterbury is one of the most amazing places in the world, in my opinion. Mount Cook National Park, the Mackenzie Basin, and how long until South Canterbury becomes the next Central Otago? Really, it's going to happen at some point, because if you look at the tourism value down there, you know, if you look at the land value, South Canterbury is going to go at some point. And for me, the region we live in is so highly strategic. We have symmetry. We have the mountains, which are still the frontier in a way, coming down into the agricultural, into the plains, and then we have our shining city by the peninsula, because this city is special and we need to keep talking about it. We have 60% of the population, yet we have 70% of the gross domestic product. Manufacturing and other industries are actually larger in terms of their gross domestic product than agriculture in this region. We have to always bring that forward. And I raised that through my questions yesterday around the resource management that happened upstream affects us here. And so the people of Christchurch have every right to a democratic voice. The people of Rolleston, of peri-urban Christchurch, have just as much democratic voice as those who may happen to apply for more consents. I'm intrigued by both of these options, and I am actually going to listen to how this debate unfolds. I've still got many speakers before I fully make up my mind. But I would like to finish with two quotes that come from where democracy began. It's the Greek city-state of Athens. So as Aristotle quotes, democracy is when the indigent and not the men of property are the rulers. And ancient Athenian statesman Cleisthenes, who's often called the father of Athenian democracy as democracy emerged in his time as a ruler. In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of his interests in politics, hold office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility. And in the final analysis, the kind of government we get depends upon how we fulfill those responsibilities. So let's fulfill those responsibilities as regional councillors today.
Thanks, Joe. So Joe, you're going to stand.
Yeah.
You're going to stand with a question mark on either option. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, just at the last bit of Joe, he took me back to Athens, so I was just remembering myself standing on, up there thinking about democracy. But I mean, talking about democracy carrying on from Joe, we had 7% support, 5.1, and so that was a big thing for me. The supporting of the teams, fairness of representation, response to population change, alignment of interest, and response to growth. So all those things, and we heard the submission. We didn't hear, but we saw the submission from Taumatu Runanga
also from Selwyn District Council and also Selwyn Youth Council. And Councillor Korako and his kōrero kind of a lot of things that I was going to say, because he was in a sense supporting 5.1 and it was his conversation, but then he kind of pulled it back a little bit to 5.2. But I really like his point when he said that Arawhenua are saying they're going to lose 2 because they've gone from 2 to 4, but actually they've always had Councillor Korako and myself, so they're still going to have 4 around the table. But those 2, do they really? Has there really been a big input from those 2 or 4 into to Arawhenua? So I'll debate that as well. And the other thing Councillor Korako was talking about is pack protection. And I know we hear that around here, and I think it was Greg from Chair Scott.
Farmers.
That? Yes. Farmers, yeah. And he said, of course you're going to, he was honest, and he said, of course you're going to patch protect. There are now 3 mayors there, and Councillor Korako once again said, why do we need 3 mayors when we could actually have 1? And the question that Councillor Davies gave to them about, about 1 person, 1 vote, and came back to fair representation. So, it was like, that's kind of like Māori wards. So it was kind of funny that in one way, and they like those seats, in one way, it was, they like 1 person, 1 vote, but on the other side, no, it's fair representation. So sometimes that confuses me, some of that conversation. But with the numbers and hearing from, we did hear from, having Waipukurī District Council supported the proposal. So that was another one.
No, they didn't.
They supported the proposal only for their ward.
Only for our ward.
Okay, keep going.
They didn't say they were big. Anyway, but so therefore I'm going 5.1. But we'll see where it ends up. Also in regards to Linwood, I would definitely believe, having stood in the northeast and ran for the northeast, I had more affinity I actually ran Linwood than Nui. So I'd prefer to see I'd like to see Linwood come into the northeast, and also we go into the sweeps on that one. That alignment kind of reflects on their community over there as well. So.
Listen quite carefully to correct. There's some things that are irrelevant, and how many mayors there are in South Canterbury is an irrelevancy to this discussion today. I'm sure that this council is committed to 1 man, 1 vote. My current councillors who represent a particular constituency and aren't elected on 1 man, 1 vote basis. So I think that's an irrelevance on the way here. And we have the strongly from those affected communities. We need effective representation, and we want community of interest. And interestingly, actually quite a lot of the submissions from Christchurch were about community of interest. 1 street apparently has no community of interest with people on the other side of the street. And yet they're saying we think you're 1 community of interest from Waimati to the River. And so if you follow the logical argument of a community of interest within the coast, there's huge differences of community interest. And I think that's why we have the status quo. Because the representation review in its last representation review agreed that in fact effective representation and community of interest is important. And the proposal of the 5.1 is actually effectively taking away underrepresentation, overrepresentation, I should say, in South Canterbury, and transferring it to Selwyn. And when Selwyn is actually an interesting and complicated community, because it actually has probably what I would consider 3 different communities of interest. We have the semi-rural centre around Eastern Lincoln, on the Kaitap, that sort of area in and around Christchurch. You've got very much the rural section, but the urban part, which is Ralston, a lot of those people who travel into Christchurch and their interests are buses and the urban connections. And then we have the rural hinterland, which is very much associated with and has a community of interest with Ashburton. And when the councillor for South Canterbury, for Selwyn, and I think he represents Rolleston, said that everybody in the Selwyn district goes to shop in Rolleston. I can tell you that's an absolute lie, because I can tell you that they come, all the ones from the top end come down across the Ricard Bridge and into Ashburton, because I see them there on a regular basis. So the communities of interest are what people make them, and I don't know, I mean, apart from the fact they are important, I think we need to consider them. I don't think we're particularly good at finding them. Because I think the fact that the 5.1 is proposing is going down to councillors for 50% of the geographic area in Canterbury actually goes to the effective representation. And there's the district council from Ashburton through to the South Canterbury will make the same. They don't believe, well, they all said that the council isn't listening to their community's concerns, and is in fact getting in the way of the other community's aspirations. And I think we need to think about it. And the pressure, whatever decision was made today, that tension is not going to go away. And so if we make the wrong decision, I think it's inevitable that there will be a major realignment of councils, and I think that may be led by the Christchurch City Council. In fact, I don't think that tension will go away, or in the interests of the rural communities. And look, the weight of submissions, as Claire Mackay has pointed out, are in favour of us considering amendments and support 5.2.
Thank you. Firstly, just with respect to the Christchurch North East proposal to change things around, in my opinion, the name reflects representation of North East. And so I personally prefer the status quo, but I'm not going to die on a ditch in it over it. I'm not particularly concerned either way if no one comes in, but I just reflect on the notation that it is Christchurch North East. Takes that northeast band of the city, and we're taking that sort of emphasis away by dropping off a good section of the northeastern band. The second point I'd like to make is I think that the population-based representation is inappropriate, and when we look at the support by rural districts, it clearly supports or shows opposition to the proposal, preference more for status quo. The status, I believe, actually going with the status quo provides an opportunity to evaluate our population growth around the ECAN district and opportunities for further representation review that I think may be more appropriate, and it may be seen to be a bit of a preemptive decision to be talking about change now when the population explosion in some areas hasn't settled, and I think we need more time to give ourselves the opportunity to look further. There's considerable talk at the moment of unitaries under the proposed representation, cutting Canterbury's representation back. I believe this is only going to exacerbate the process of South Canterbury and other areas actually moving out of ECAN. And obviously the proposed representation provides poor representation for southern areas. I'm concerned that the proposal does counter the position taken in 2018, and I wonder really if we make a decision along the lines of option 1, that in fact the Commission may not even accept it and do their own thing and come back to a position similar to 2018. 5.1 appears to be flavoured by political advantage in enlarging the urban and rural. I think that's about all I've got to say. For those sort of reasons, I would support pricing too. Looking at the merits of the number of
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Equitable versus fair representation, 10% rural versus communities of interest. Yesterday we had interesting submissions, and it was good to see people take the time to submit, and better still to see people in here in the building. And I particularly Greg, who said he was doing a 300-kilometre one-way trip. Was it went for Mackenzie?
He's probably about 350 around.
There you go. But Greg also stated yesterday, when it comes to things like this, we're always parochial. And I personally have found myself slightly challenged to find that balance that I think fairly represents the people of Canterbury, not a district, not a community board, but Canterbury. I'll start with the proposal we consulted on to tidy the boundary of the central and western constituencies. 76% of Christchurch City responses supported the proposal that we put out. That's 3 out of 4 people. 101 submissions from a total of 217 submissions supported it. We, however, received one submission yesterday requesting we swap community board sites, as this person assured us that this represented a fairer community of interest. While I would like to think well-meaning, how we can consider replacing one ward with another without wider consultation is frankly beyond me. We were assured by the submitter that Linwood sees itself more closely aligned with the very eastern suburbs of the city. One only needed to do a simple Google search last night to find that's not the case. For example, the Facebook private community group called Inner City Burbs, Linwood, Phillipstown and Woolston has 6,400 members. And the postcode 8023 covers suburbs including Beckenham, Waltham, Hillsborough, Roymata, Charleston and Sydney. Definitely communities of interest. Are they any more wrong than one submitter? If we're to take this seriously, then we must look at the other city wards where communities of interest cross over community board boundaries, for example, Sydenham and Beckenham. Are they not more suited to the central city ward than Papanui? Certainly on the basis of proximity to the central business district and the square, the argument is yes, a resounding yes. The councillors in these wards are regional councillors, not city councillors, not community board members. Canterbury regional councillors pledged to work for the region of Canterbury. It is quite different to the role of a Christchurch City Council and associated community boards. It is my contention that the current dynamic of the North East and Central Ward make for a comprehensive community of interest contributing to the regional responsibilities with the same urban and rural considerations. So I then go to the South Canterbury Selwyn proposal. If you support moving an entire ward from Christchurch Central and replacing it with another because a submission suggests that is more fairly representative of communities of interest, impacting 2 wards that already meet the plus minus 10% and communities of interest criteria, then you'll be giving communities of interest greater weight than numbers, because numbers don't matter in this case. That said, do we then need to consider the words of the mayors of Waimati, Mackenzie and Timaru with more weight than the mayor of Selwyn? The words of Federated farmers and the others who travelled in from some distance to plead the communities of interest argument than taumutu runa. I married into an Irish Republican family from West Belfast, so I'm acutely aware of the evils of gerrymander and the one person, one vote for some. So I fundamentally, that is at the core of my belief in a democratic system. Just to finish up, I will add some levity, I suppose, and attempted humour to remind Councillor Davies that apparently Aristotle was a bugger for the bottle.
What's your preference then, Greg?
Sorry, like Councillor Davies, I'll wait to hear what's going on.
Thank you, Grant.
But it's my thinking.
I'm listening to everybody and the things shaping my thoughts at the moment. There's sort of like three potential things. I'm not necessarily at the moment opposed to 5.1, but I'm probably heading towards 5.2 with some kind of amendment. It just struck me looking at the decisions made last time round, 2018, and the extent of the variance of the deviations that were adopted at that time are way more significant than the variations that we've got this time round. And for that reason, I think that you could make a case that, for example, that the status quo is perfectly acceptable. However, I kind of have in my mind that one of the objections with the submitters about combination of Ashburton and South Canterbury was to do with the size of the area, lack of being able to represent people within it. I'm not so sure that's absolutely accurate. The three things that the Commission guidelines point to are communities of interest. Well, that's fair enough. The second one was effective representation of communities of interest. And the third one is fair representation for electors. Well, that's the bit that comes down to population. Effective representation in a modern things that we do around this table, I think can be adequately dealt with through having reduced representation in South Canterbury, for example. Huge amount of that South Canterbury area is very sparsely populated. Huge amount of landscape that's nationally significant. And yeah, so for me, that population is quite small, and it's probably proportionally going to get smaller over time. I think in terms of the proposal by Sir Kerry Burke, we moved North Canterbury and on Melbourne, that's certainly not a community of interest and hugely disruptive. So support that. But the fact that we do have a position that we could choose something where non-compliance is acceptable if we made a case for it, whatever that might be. And I agree with Dion early on in terms of the changes that are going to take place. So the idea of reviewing this sort of thing in about 3 years' time. But something that I was thinking last night, and I think Craig thought too, you could, because I think the Selwyn issue isn't going to go away, and having two councillors in Selwyn with such a big growth area is probably really important. Rather than having, and you could say, one councillor for Ashburton, one councillor for, and just make it definitive, a constituency for Ashburton, but with one councillor in South Canterbury at one. So I'm just still digesting that. And
Kia ora, koutou katoa. E tuatahi, anui to me, kia koutou nā kai kaunihira, o tō whakaro, ana tēnei kaupapa, tēnā koutou. So to those that have spoken already, and acknowledge everyone's thoughts on this important matter. And of course, i ngā memo te hāpori, i te whakatau o ngā tō tātou whakaro. I just acknowledge the people that have spoken to us over the last day and their submissions too that we've got in our packs. Yeah, I supported the initial proposal because it got us the closest to the plus or minus 10 rule, which, is a requirement. So that's what I focused on. And I also felt that by combining Mid Canterbury and South Canterbury, it didn't really go back over the old ground of the local government determination from last time, with only having one representative for South Canterbury. So it still had the opportunity to have two for South and Mid Canterbury, and so that's why I supported that. And it's been really good to hear the arguments put forward from South Canterbury and Ashburton. They're very compelling, that they see themselves as different from each other, and that was really good to get that. But my problem is I can't see an appropriate solution to this other than having separate representation for Selwyn, Ashburton and South Canterbury, as sort of what Grant was saying there, because I think the case for Selwyn is pretty strong as well, then to have two. I've got the numbers, so that was really in my mind as well. I've definitely looked at the Ashburton District Council options, but I don't think they're quite fair on the Selwyn communities because they sort of cut them up and carve them up. But I do applaud Ashburton for trying to give us some options to look at. So just acknowledge that there. And definitely interested in how we can deal with the growth in Selwyn to give them fair representation as well. I do find Ashley Campbell's submission to have merit, and I'm interested in discussing that further. I've considered Kerry Burke's submission as well, and can see where he was thinking with joining Melvin to or Puki Puki, although it seems to raise similar arguments in terms of size of that potential ward that the proposed Mid-South Canterbury ward poses. So it doesn't really help us there. And I also think his proposal for one South Canterbury councillor just doesn't align with the outcome of last time, so I can't see that going anywhere. And yeah, so I'm definitely leaning towards 5.1 because I just think I can't see any better solution. But I am open to other solutions being raised and looking at them. And I'd like to hear everyone else talk before deciding. So, kia ora.
So, it was really helpful listening to the submissions yesterday. I have to say I was quite disappointed at the amount of negativity towards urban councillors, and particularly the apparent lack of understanding and knowledge about rural issues and so on. I've personally got a master's in water resource management that was looking at the issues around irrigation, water quality. I've got expertise in contaminated land, what happens, how long and slow it is to pull back when you've gone too far, the interaction between surface water and groundwater and so on. And so, I would argue that perhaps I know too much, not too little. I also have been involved in Environment Canterbury on the regional committee originally, and was strongly advocating around concern for rural private water wells and the need for us to be protecting people's safety in terms of drinking water. And so that's an issue that that's starting to get some traction now, 6-7 years on, that we're really starting to, we're doing some private well testing in some of our rural areas. And I don't, I would like to see our rural councillors. I know Councillor Mackay has been pushing in this particular area more recently, but I also think it's a bit of an irony that we've had predominantly rural commissioners who have not left us with a great public transport system, and we're still paying the price, and we'll continue to pay the price on that one. Auckland and Wellington have got much further ahead than us. And it's interesting, there's a presumption that if you've got two representatives in a rural area, that they will be both farmers or farming. And I know we have more farmers than women at our table currently. One, I admit, across the boundary and the Venn diagram, but I don't think farming is underrepresented here. Also, there's an 8 to 6 urban rural, if you're going to look at it that way. Currently, there's that's sort of, and yet we don't always make decisions that go against rural. So it just shows there's a diversity of thought, and there are diversity of the ways we vote, and it is not split along anyone urban thinks this way and does this, and anyone rural thinks that and does that. In terms of the area, I do really see that I do see the argument around, 40% part of our area of Canterbury being represented by one person. That doesn't sit right with me. So I do see that argument. Our work as Environment Canterbury is around natural resource management in particular, and that I think obviously rural landowners and rural people have a real important role in how we address the issues that we all agree is there. Issues tend to come up around the speed and pace of change. But I think that rural representation is actually really important because of specifically the roles that we do here at Environment Canterbury. And that's why I'll make a different argument from the sort of very narrow one person, one vote in this particular respect. And I ultimately, I think politics, creating divisive politics is not helping us. We're really seeing that play out right now. And I think that whilst I will have, some issues with some of the things my rural fellow councillors think, and they're somewhat reticent, it seems to me, reticence to drive forward and create change. I know I meet people out in the rural environment who are doing amazing things, who are really committed to improving their environmental outcomes, really committed to driving down their climate emissions, absolutely committed to improving, reducing losses of nitrates and nutrients and all the rest, getting native biodiversity back, etc. I see those people and I'm absolutely 100% behind them. And I think ultimately building relationships across our rural environment is the only way that we're going to get good outcomes. And whilst I get the one person, one vote, whilst there are some moments in time where I feel deeply frustrated at what I think is actually really strong, and hats off, we've got strong rural representation here, but actually I think it's really important that we build that relationship and we work collaboratively. And so I am now leaning towards going to the status quo for environment, for our constituency, and recognising those things. But I've put it out there that I have some concerns, but I hope that there's some respect and we can build good decision making into the future on that. In terms of Christchurch, I'd like to hear, we've got one more councillor to talk who's in the central ward. I've heard Councillor Burns, who is very much knows his area, has been there a long time, not wanting to cast aspersions about age, etc. I think it's really, given that we haven't had one submitter on that, or no, I think it was 2 or 3 that submitted on that actually written, but we didn't go out with an explicit consultation on that. I'm a little bit nervous about making a change, on the cuff without having had a wider consultation with those areas specifically. And I really want to hear from, and we've got a diversity of views from those councillors in those areas. Thank you.
Yeah, very well said, actually. And the likes above us too. God, it's hard to carry on from you guys, actually. I should have gone first. I just want to start with, as the bird flies, so too does the river. Now, the river ends up at the sea. So the natural mapping for someone in the urban environment is to follow the river. Papanui, as a suburb, I personally, as a councillor for the Central Hawker Ward, don't have an affiliation as much with Papanui as I do with the likes of the cusp of Linwood. Most of our calls or constituent issues is regarding discharges into the river. I mean, I've spent 3 days over, Friday, Saturday, Sunday monitoring rivers on behalf of communities in that area. And so you know, you can't help but get attached to that type of follow-up and real affiliation with that network, the artery of our cities. So, you know, from my house, we have the Waimari stream, the Wairarapa stream, the Otakaro River, and the Opoahu River. I mean, they all go from my home. We kayak down them if we can get onto the bridge. You have to go like that, but anyway. So yeah, central rivers flow to the sea, and many in the central area have far more of an affinity with the Linwood area as that of Papanui, as I've mentioned. So with regards to the Selwyn area, you know, a few of us urban people have people we know in the Selwyn district and in the Selwyn District Council, and they are growing rapidly, and we need to look at that seriously, and I'm not sure what shape or form that comes in, but they need some assistance with many, you know, we need representation there. But yeah, I just want to leave with the fact that I haven't quite decided yet, but I do know that we need to encompass the issues of Selwyn, and we do need to talk about the issues of the others, of course, but I can't help but feel unsettled by the shake-up that our city is looking at, because it doesn't fit. It really doesn't fit. And yeah, Councillor Burns is at one side, I'm on the other, but we always seem to have to meet in the middle on that line because, yeah, that's where the issues are, pretty much. We're not about potholes, we're not about rubbish, we're about actually the effects of those things. So we really need to be sensible and actually look at what's on our books, what do we need to deal with, and what does the future look like for that, because it certainly isn't a shake-up. That's what I feel.
Okay, thank you, Genevieve. So we'll go online. Councillor DJ.
Yeah, listening, I'm not going to say much. I'm just going to say that at this point, I'm supporting 5.1. Thank you.
Councillor Stankel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been interesting listening to the submissions, reading the submissions. And for me, I've sort of come to a conclusion, and I guess in an answer to Councillor Davies' question, has this review been comprehensive? I don't believe it has, given the issues and ideas and thoughts that have been raised through the process. So for me, I would be in favour of 5.2 and articulate the view that we need to have a look and a review in 3 years' time when we understand where population growth sits in Selwyn and the rest of the peri-urban kind of places. In talking to the Mayor of Selwyn and councillors, they had an expectation that the status quo would be there until the option of Selwyn stepping out into its own. And of course, they took that option as going, yes, we want some support. It's interesting in some of the conversations with councillors going, we don't get what we want, you're not supporting us. A conversation around transport was, you're not doing what we want. And I suggested that because we're not getting central government funding, we can't do it. And I was sort of laughed at and going, are you beholden to central government? So there's a real lack, I think, of comprehension and understanding of some of those services and what they might expect out of two people. I mean, at first I thought, puff my chest out, yep, Selwyn, mighty Selwyn, we can have two. But we are only at 80,000 people today, and Councillor McGuinness did say that the 10-year projections would take them to just over 100,000. So the immediacy of a constituency in Selwyn for me is not there. And so the compromise for me is a 3-year review, having better numbers. We talk about the potential of shifting people into Christchurch West. So a comprehensive review for me would be looking at urban Selwyn. How do we adjust? How do we shift people? How do we look at all the constituencies of Greater Christchurch and have a review, and then look at our rural constituencies? I guess it buys us a wee bit of time. So status quo with a review that is more comprehensive. We bring our mayors in, we bring Runanga in, we bring everyone in and go, what are the outcomes that we want? When I look at the local government commissions, I guess, guidance, they do talk quite significantly about effective representation, fair, and then numbers. So we really do have an opportunity to get as effective as we can. And I don't know the answers, but there's a whole bunch of questions in my mind. Does Banks Peninsula stay in Christchurch South, or does it become a rural constituency? Do you shift Rolleston, West Melton ward of Selwyn into Christchurch West and do a rejig? There are so many questions that have been raised. The extension of the thinking of Ashburton district and their proposals, we really didn't look at it. It feels to me like we sort of got to a position, then got ourselves in corners and did a bit of protection on both sides of the equation. So for me, status quo, buy some time, really sit down and look at what does effective and fair representation look like into the future. So yeah, many questions and significant issues raised through the process, which have really changed my thought processes as to what we could do into the future. So that's where I sit. The representation of the South, the tyranny of distance, the previous determinations, I agree with, but we need to really start and have a really good conversation with everyone into the future to see what we look like. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Look, I think what we'll do now is we'll break for lunch, but when we come back from for lunch for half an hour, so that means we'll be back at 1:10. But when we do come back, we need to concentrate on these two recommendations here. My proposal would be that we will go back to the undecideds.
You said.
I'll tell you later. I'm just pretty much on the fence. It's a pretty good place to be at the moment. I mean, if I got pushed, it would be 5.2 because I think there's another opportunity. There's a lot of opportunity that's been discussed around the table, and that's also come in to the submissions to do two things. I think that obviously I would support the status quo in South Canterbury, but I think there's an opportunity also to discuss Ashley Campbell's discussion. They seem to be sensible enough, although I don't understand Christchurch that well, and also we further discussion around Selwyn. So I think that that's where I sit. Okay, 1:10. Thanks. So we're now going to resume our deliberation process on the representation review. Where this is ended, it's pretty close in terms of those people that have stipulated the preference for 5.2, although I think we really need to go back and test this with the councillors that were undecided but wanted to hear the debate, and those people are Davies, Councillor Foods, Councillor Edge, although Councillor Edge did give action. And also Councillor Southwood, although Councillor, I'm not. Oh, you started, Joe? Southwood, yeah. Excuse me. Excuse me, I'm just trying to finish what I was about to say, and I hadn't got to Councillor Wilson. I know you're on the end of my list, but you spoke last. So if we could do that, that'd be great. And if we could start with.
I'd just like to move 5.1 just to speed us up a bit.
Well, if that's a preference,
I'll move. Yeah, second it.
So, to speeding up the process, Councillor Pauling prepared to move 5.1. Councillor Campbell is seconding that. Is there any discussion?
I'm happy to leave till the.
All right. I think I'll ask for a division on this because that's probably it's a better indication of where we sit. And we'll go to Liz for that. So Liz will call the names out.
So I'll put your names out for the representation review for the item up on the agenda, item 5. And we have, starting with councillor Southwood. So I'm voting yes against. Yes, Scott.
Against.
Councillor Sunkel.
Against.
Councillor Swags.
Against.
Councillor Pauling.
For.
Councillor Cranwell.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Ward.
Against.
Councillor Robinson. Last place.
Or am I being okay? Against.
Councillor East.
Against.
Councillor Deeptree.
Against.
Councillor Mackay.
Against.
Councillor Edge.
For.
Councillor Karakia.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Burns.
For.
So 5.1, it's lost on division. There were 5 councillors for and 11 councillors against. Therefore, we move to 5.2. 5.2 includes the following amendment to the initial proposal on the basis of submissions received. That's a move by councillor Rifle and seconded by councillor East. Any discussion?
Talk about the amendments. We have all the amendments together in one.
Do we see the amendments?
Right now,
You put the amendments now.
oh, right now you put them in.
Can we take them separate?
How come?
Well,
So, in light of the discussion, the amendments that have been based, these are. Councillor Swiggs, you want to speak to those, please?
Can we do them separately? First off, is it?
Sorry, just a minute, Joe.
Can we debate them separately or?
We can do, yeah,
Please. And vote on them separately.
Yeah, so you want to speak to them, you're obviously moving them, so you want to speak to the first one and give.
Can I ask for some staff advice just because I've heard something in the break,
Lisa,
about so yeah. 1.1.
Well, now that 5.1 has been carried, you could still have this in here. I just, originally we were thinking, well, this was in the initial proposal and it wasn't the old status quo proposal. So you are required to do this in any case. So it could stand now to be.
So it's not necessarily needed because it is already in the proposal. So
the proposal's gone. It's lost. We're making
no, but what we have adopted is to make amendments to the proposal. So if there is no
it's not an amendment because it's already in it.
This is already provided.
So we'll remove 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we need to do with these is ask for Mover and Sector, discuss them individually and vote on them individually.
So in 5.1.2, so the
It's been a Sector.
No, not me. I was just going to say, you need to see.
Getting a vote now.
so yeah, I'm moving this one. We heard from Ashley Campbell, read a couple of the other submissions, and I've thought about this in time. I represented this area in the city council capacity as well, which is I appreciate very different to regional council. But I also read the determination of the city council when they realigned their community units and moved Linwood into the coastal ward. And the reasoning for moving the Linwood ward, which is the question, one of the ones that we've got in question here, into the coastal ward was because of the estuary and the connection with the estuary Whakatau in that red zone and down to the south shore. And that was in alignment with that community. It wasn't the only reason, but from our regional council hat, that's the one that I'm thinking is a very appropriate one. I understand what was said about the rivers, the connection. Christchurch West has got all of the starts of the rivers. The Central has the kind of the middle of those rivers. South has most of the and I'm not sure what's going on in my throat. So that's the basis that I've got there for that. I also think those communities, especially on the other side of Payville Road, down towards Eastgate Mall, do align with Christchurch East. And the debate around the north part of the northeast Christchurch, you still have Brooklands, which is north, and you still have that. And the Papanui ward is about the same height as what Innisward was. So it's not necessarily, that's not very north in terms of the city. So you could still call it northeast. Papanui, as I said before, the Papanui ward is part of the central ward for the central government. And, so that brings some alignment in our wards, and it also brings some alignment in terms of the city council community board boundaries as well. So there is a lot of alignment here, and I understand that there is some differences in opinions around this. But from my point of view, I think it's a sensible way to bring especially that Linwood and coastal and easterly focus into our regional governance. Joe. Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that some of my councillors opposite whom the Ashley Campbell amendment actually affects spent a lot of their debate on the entire proposal talking about this amendment speaks volumes to the position that they're actually taking. I'm another councillor who this amendment affects, and I'd like to say it straight. It doesn't bother me and my future decision-making or campaigning whether or not this amendment carries. I've represented both Papanui here and Linwood on a community board at the city, and it would be an honour to be given the opportunity to do so for both again. But I would like to speak to some of the premises put forward by my fellow councillors and also on behalf of the East. What does Ode mean?
What mean?
Ode. It means the name of the constituency in Te Reo. It means wetlands. And this is the primary geographic notion put forward by Ashley. In the constituency currency, we have the Pūhara Kekanui Styx, the Otakaro Avon, Brooklands Lagoon, the southern banks of the lower Waimakariri, Bexley Wetlands, and Mihi Estuary, in which our godwits have been arriving to over the last week. And we're also going to have the crown jewel of the city emerge in the Avon corridor. And the red zone and the opportunity that the earthquake has given us is massive. This amendment strengthens this name, this very idea, by looking at the estuary more as a whole and building into the idea of catchment representations, the health and integrity of Whakatau. I also respect Councillor Karakia's involvement with Mana Whenua and Whakatau. Page 2 of the press yesterday, the revitalisation of the East, it mentioned Woolston, among others. Do the people in the following suburbs think of themselves as being more in the East or in Christchurch Central? The people of Aranui, the people of Bromley, of Woolston, of Linwood east of Ensor's Road. The mall of Linwood is literally called Eastgate. The people of the East are proud to be Eastern. And I know this because I was the head boy of Linwood College, one of the poorest schools in Christchurch through the earthquakes. And guess where I happened to be on the eventful February 22nd day? I was at QE2 in Burwood in the East when the quake struck. And my high school darling of the time lived in Wainoni. And we saw the liquefaction, we saw the devastation, but ultimately we saw the people coming together, and that spirit still exists. How can we profess that Papanui, Fendleton and Riccarton have more communities of interest of Linwood than Brighton, than Wainoni, than Burwood, than Avondale, than Avonside? You even need to look at the data that Ashley Campbell was presented to show the demographic links. Ashley saw an elegant solution to this, and I commend her for putting together such a compelling case. And the point that Vicky raised, well, we haven't consulted on it. This is the point of this process. We have submissions, we make amendments, we listen. And actually the consultation did occur, like Dianne said, in 2022, when Linwood moved from one community board into the Burwood Coastal Wi-Fi Community Board. And I quote from that time from Dianne Downward, who's the MP for Christchurch East from 1990 to 2013. The Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board has been divided up, and each of those wards will join a nearby community board with common interests. The Linwood ward will join Bi Coastal Sherwood. End quote. They have shared demography, they have shared ecologies, shared geographies, and if the people of Christchurch decided that, then through their representatives, then we at the regional level can follow suit.
Thank you, Joe. Well said. Councillor Somerville.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I initially didn't think that I wanted to get too involved in what were the machinations within the city with a reasonable understanding, but I thank Joe for his explanation of where it's travelling, and I now kind of lean towards supporting the amendment, given, as he says, the east has from the Waimakariri right through to the estuary. It does make sense, and that's the challenges that we face in our rivers and our estuaries sit there, and to have as much of it sitting in one constituency does make sense. I don't know what the political ramifications are. I just to put them aside, but I do now sort of lean to supporting it. Given the explanation that is there. Always nervous that we haven't consulted on. Yes, there have been submissions in favour of it, or just one significant submission, but I will also wait to see what others have to say, but now leaning towards supporting.
Greg and then David.
Good, thanks, Mr. Chair. As always, this is a numbers game, and the numbers will end where they end. When we do talk numbers, though, I will remind people a simple Google search last night found 6,400 private group members calling themselves Inner Eastburg, Linwood, Phillipstown and Woolston. I was born in South Brighton. I was raised in Tenby Place, Wainoni. I have lived in Charleston, 8023, since 1995. My son actually was in the same class, I think, as Councillor Davies. I didn't have the luxury of being head boy. That's my community. My community is the inner eastern suburbs, Linwood, Charleston, the 8023. That's where I represent, and that's where I think it's about. It's a bit of a crock, I would suggest to you, about the estuary, because we really believed in the estuary being the boundary. We would have Ferrymead, we would have Mount Pleasant, we would have Redcliffs, and we would have round to, I think it's Shag Pile now. So, Rapanui. We would be round to there. If that was the criteria for the City Council changing it, then that would be, those areas would be added. I'm actually quite personally offended to suggest that where I live is not a community of interest with where I shop, where my children went to school, where I cycle, where my family live, wherever. I'm quite staggered that can be seen. I hope I wasn't going to say this, but this is how much I feel about it. There is a political philosophy behind this, and that really disappoints me, because it's not about who's going to get on the ballot next election. It's about Canterbury. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor East.
Yeah, look, I share similar thoughts around areas of commonality, and I grew up in the northeast part of that ward, and I can see some similarities across the top of the ward, which unite that particular. So I really think, it's the argument of communities of interest in the city are quite tenuous. As Greg pointed out, you can have an interest in any part of the city and still talk about communities of interest. I'm actually quite comfortable with the current arrangements. I've lived and worked and recreated in that northeast side of the city, and the ward is known as Christchurch North East. So and personally, I prefer the status quo, but I'm not going to die in the ditch if Linwood becomes part of the ward and Papanui goes out of it. My personal preference is status quo, but because of the commonality that I have in the northeast of it. And we're suddenly bringing in an area that, yes, it has some synergies when it comes to bordering on the estuary. I represented that side of the ward of the city when it was coastal Burwood, and the southern boundary was the Avon River. And that was a clear distinction for me, for the area that I represented. So I basically represented from the Avon north and inland to, well, for the city anyway, to Marston's Road. This representation is tagged on the Innes ward and Papanui. There are in that southern boundary, there's a few variations that probably take a little bit of Fendleton as well. But for me, as I said, I'm happy with the way it was, but I'm not going to die in a ditch.
Thank you.
Going in.
Can I just clarify a comment then? It doesn't include Innes, does it? Innes is still in the northeast.
Can we just,
yes, sorry.
Separate on the next speaker. Please, do you want to speak? Yeah. You will. Yes.
I'm just following Red's comments, that's all.
Yeah, well, that's why I thought,
okay.
Genevieve, can I follow Genevieve?
Go.
Thanks. I pretty much feel the same as I feel like the reasonings behind the change hasn't been apparent to me based on one submission. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't feel like it's the voice of the community as much. And so therefore, yeah, I propose the changes with the Linwood and Papanui wards. You know, I may park from the south, but my grandparents lived on Pages Road and my grandmother died there at the age of 70. So the whole area actually of Christchurch was our holiday zone. We came here every single school holidays and they lived in Linwood. So I feel like because I live in a certain area, then I don't have an affiliation with Linwood or the coast. Who's the biggest coastal advocate here? Probably myself. But so you've got to remember we're a regional council. We're not a city council. We don't have to ally with community boards in cities. It's just, it makes things a little bit clearer or easier, but we need to look at the reasons we're here is environmental. So, you know, it might look good on a map. It might be cookie cutted fitting perfectly, but that's not the reasons why we're here. We're actually here for to look at environmental purpose. So as it stands, I do not support this. It doesn't work.
Okay, Councillor Mackay.
Very good, Chair. I may.
Thank you.
This was an interesting proposition that's been put up here, and it was an interesting submission, and it was very well done, and I definitely acknowledge that. But my first reading of it, I felt how widely is this actually been considered by the sort of Christchurch City residents, or particularly those ones who it may involve. So while I acknowledge Councillor Davies' point that our role here is to make decisions on what we've heard, I can't help but feel that it was, albeit a very good submission, was actually representing one of, I think there was three submissions that encompass similar views. Today, I'm going to abstain on this at this stage because I have put forward another amendment which suggests that the decision that we make today is just for the 2025 election with a review, because I think that this needs a bigger conversation and wider conversation with our public. That's why I'm probably going to sit on the fence.
Thank you, Councillor Cranwell.
I'll support Councillor Swiggs and Councillor Davies for this. As I said previously, that when I did run in the northeast, it felt funny that when I was campaigning in Papa Nui, Councillor Pauling's billboards were inside, or I thought was my patch, because the west flows way over the top and ends up coming around and encircling Papa Nui. So it was like, I felt aggrieved at the time, and always wondered why Papa Nui was in that zone, considering we're meant to be the northeast. If you look at Christchurch, if you go to north now, Papa Nui, the whole ward is on the west of the city. So it was kind of, to me, it was never seemed to be on the east side. I suppose I live in the World Ward, and even though, but a lot of my recreation is in Linwood, rugby league, Linwood Kiers. I paddle on the Avon. Well, I should be paddling 4 times a week, but only once or twice at the moment. But that does go all round. It does butter up into the Linwood. And even though it's called the Linwood Ward, Avonside, Wainoni, Aranui, Bromley, Bexley, so they're all on the east. If you went into that area, I mean, I just have to. I won't do the insignia, but but when all the rangatahi, when they say where they from in Christchurch, they'll do an E sign because they're from the east. And I know David talks about the north, the northeast. But yes, that goes all the way up Burwood, and then including the coastal ward, and it goes up towards the Styx, the estuary. Yep, that's northeast. That's what I see northeast. But I do not personally see Papa Nui as the northeast. I'm not going to die in the ditch over it, but I'm similar to David. But I do see that connecting the estuary, and that's probably the main Ihutai, even though and I suppose where the Māori Reserve used to be, as in connected into that area. So I see connection into there, and that's probably the one thing that really, the reason I read Ashley's submission was connecting the old Tākaro into the Ihutai and keeping it in one ward, so that whoever gets selected or elected, when Joe Davies gets elected again on the next round of elections next year, that he'll be able to show passion for the northeast. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Cranwell. Councillor Karakia.
Kia ora. I'm going to support this motion amendment, and the reason for it is that look, when you look at the boundaries here, let's go back pre-European, and let's talk about Ihutai, the nose of the tide, and then you have Te Tai Mahanui, actually right on that eastern side. And as the chair of the Ihutai Ahu Whenua Trust, and it's really interesting to hear everyone here today that have spoken with a lot of passion and sensitivity. But if you go back, actually, the last remnants of Tuahuriri inside the Christchurch area was actually Ihutai. And it was taken off them in 1956 under Public Works, and they built the Bromley sewer plant on it. So we actually do have, I'm talking mana whenua, who have a relationship still with this place. And that's what that trust is about. There's over 1,000 owners actually that are represented in that trust. So it was always about the East. It was always about the fact is that when the Waitaha first actually landed in Te Waiponamu, they came through that estuary
Rapa Nui. That's why they called it the Toka. Unfortunately, you call it now Shag Rock. But then they went up the Ihutai. So that was the first remnants actually of our occupation over 1,000 years ago under Waitaha, Māmoe, then Naito. But to us, from Tuahuriri, it was always the east. And if you want to go further up the spine, then you get to Tautahi's Pa, further up the river. That was another area. Papa Nui was actually around the platform for the manu, for the birds. Quite different actually to the east. So from a mana whenua perspective, this has always been about the Tai o Mahanui and Ihutai. So to us, it is actually about the east. And so that's why I'm supporting it today as well. And I thought that the articulate corridor that we've had here today around this actually does reinforce the fact is that this actually needs to be changed. It needs to be Linwood in the east and then Papa Nui actually within the central.
Got it. Thank you, Grant.
Yeah, I can appreciate the concerns of people of change and how change takes place. But I too, having lived in St Albans and the Winton area quite some time, I agree that Papa Nui does not fit in the east. And I think and I do agree that the Linwood ward, to me, does fit more comfortably on the eastern side of Christchurch. It's also, with reference to our spatial plan, an area that is kind of loosely marked as a priority regeneration area due to the pending effects over time of climate change, flooding, those sorts of issues. And they can probably be more addressed that more comprehensive eastern coast. I mean, you look at these plans and how the boundaries are drawn, straight lines across, spatially, they're not very good anyway. But yeah, I think, so I'm going to vote for this.
Okay, thank you. So that's everybody that's wanted to speak has spoken.
Yeah, no, I will just a couple of things. So I'm just, I don't think I said which way actually on this one, from other councillors. But the argument around the estuary, actually, I can see a real strength for the estuary having 6 councillors supporting it and recognising it, because it is actually where all of the water funnels from all the rivers across the city. And so there's a strength in having the way it's currently set up, is that there were actually 6 councillors all with an interest in that estuary, and I think that's a good thing. And of course, my family. Also, just thinking about stormwater and it's like urbanised, industrialised, intensified development that sits across again central Christchurch and industrial activity. There's a lot of stuff that I think councillors who have that Linwood area, there's a lot of affinity in my mind in terms of some of the issues that tie in very much with across the centre. And so again, I think my landing point is that I would support leaving it as it is. But I recognise there's a discussion, but I would like to actually hear from the large number of people that sit in those 2 constituencies and actually have a proper specific consultation on that. Rather than us just doing sort of really feels a bit spur of the moment.
All right, thank you. So as a seconder, Joe, you've got a second opportunity to speak to this if you want to.
I'll just reiterate the point that we didn't go out with it directly, but in 2022, the City Council did. And the City Council and the politicians and that the community board decided they made that decision just 2 years ago that Linwood did have more common interest with those coastal wards. And as I say again, we have this entire process, consultation period, to have our members of the public come in, who provide suggestions. And I think it is mature as an organisation for us to be able to say, do you know what? you've seen an elegant solution that no one else has seen, actually. You've put in the work, you've come here, and the politicians actually are going to back you because it makes sense.
Thank you, Joe. Dion, final word before we put this.
I'm too saying around the city council, and that's why I raised it, because I did read the city council determinations. They did that consultation in 2018, I should say. I don't know, it was anyway, they did that consultation 2020, and I've just pulled up the specific part that they said in point 108 of the determination was that the proposed Waitai Coastal Burwood Linwood Community Board shares similar interests of both community and space and place, the red zone, the Whakatau River corridor, and the estuary. Those are three very important parts of our role as regional council. It makes sense. And then obviously they've talked about, we haven't talked a lot about the Papanui board and that moving, but that moved into the central Papanui community board. And they moved into that community board together. Obviously, Innis is a bit of an anomaly for us in the way we're doing this here. But Papanui has that high retail connections, also with the MRT connections that we're looking at talking about into the future. They connect into Central. That also connects back into the Riccarton ward. So the councillor that's going to be involved in the next council when we talk about MRT is going to be right for the picking for actually focusing on that and making sure that we get some really good outcomes for the conversations that we need to have. Greg, I really do appreciate what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. But I do have a difference of an opinion on it. And that's the way it is. Much of Linwood is still in, it's a funny ward, Linwood ward. Most of Linwood actually isn't the Linwood ward. Most of Linwood is actually in the Central ward. Phillipstown is still in Central. And the only one that obviously will be moving out of your collective ward. I appreciate that's where you have a lot of the industrial area that Vicky was talking about, that covers both the Central ward, our Western ward has a heck of a lot of it down in Hornby. It connects right through that Heathcote spine. There's a lot of council crossover there. So, I mean, I get what you're saying there, but there is a lot more industrial connection in that spine going on. So I really do, I implore the councillors to fix this one anomaly that we've got within our representation and the City Council's representation. I would have actually liked us to go and do more alignments with those community boards and our representation. But there's one glaring omission here with this whole representation review that really does bug me, is that the Christchurch City Council didn't bother to even engage with us. It really bugs me. Anyway, that's all. I have all my colleagues to vote in support.
I'm going to vote across this so that we can get everyone straightened out. So let's.
Okay, so division on item recommendation 5.1.2, Councillor East.
Against.
Councillor Swiggs. Councillor Mackay.
I'm going to, I can't.
You can.
I can abstain. I was abstaining.
Councillor Mackenzie.
I'm abstaining, and I've got grandparents buried, no, great grandparents buried in the Papanui Cemetery. And I've tried to ask them their opinion, and they couldn't give a toss.
Councillor Edge. Councillor Pauling. Councillor Koriko. Councillor Deitche.
4.
Councillor Cranwell. Councillor Ward.
Abstain.
Councillor Southwood. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Sanko.
Abstain.
Councillor Davies. Councillor Burns.
Against.
Chair Scott.
What you should have done against Sturz. One up at Ely United.
That motion has been supported in 8 4 against and 4 abstentions. So,
4 abstentions.
thank you. So moving to 5.1.3.
What happened? Sorry.
Carried. Big five.
Miles, wasn't it? What was the outcome?
8. 8 4 abstentions. 4 against and 4 abstentions. Oh,
It's a numbers game.
4 abstain.
Parents might have made
Make up big minds.
All I do was just get every.
Okay, now let's move to 5. Let's move to 5.1.3, and that's been moved by Councillor Springs. Is there a seconder for that, please? Councillor Karakia.
It actually makes. There's the current message that's going through here. So I'm going to give you more. Who's the paper new?
So yeah, I've moved this. I spoke about this earlier today. Sorry. I just wanted to understand, and it's I've got something in my mind. What happens if we have 15 councillors? And I want to know the ramifications of that in terms of the numbers, because I know that it changes the sort of overall different proportional thing. And also in terms of the Rem Authority, how does that affect remuneration?
So can I just clarify why you're asking that question?
Because I've got another proposal I'd like to put. Yeah.
Amendment you want to bring to this?
Yeah. Depending on the answer, because I don't know.
Okay.
Do you mean reducing the number of elected councillors to 13?
No.
So 13 is the maximum in legislation.
Oh, is it? Well, there's that up there. So that idea.
So we'll no amendment to this. So we'll ask Councillor Sweets to speak to it, and then Councillor Karakia, and then we'll ask for support around the table. Councillor Sweets.
Yeah, I've moved this. I spoke in depth about this before, so I don't need to go too much detail. But maybe this is that question that I've been asking this whole time is effective versus fair or equitable. And for me, that if we went with the status, if we went with the proposal before, which was already asked, that would have been 50% of the hand pass to. We're not going for that, so now we have to go for something else. So let's stick with the status quo, which is a holding pattern, in my opinion, for us to better understand what we're doing next, how we deal with this Rolleston issue for their growth, especially even Christchurch West, the area I represent. I know that within the next 3 years that will be probably wildly outside of the numbers as well. Schools growing exponentially quickly as well. So there is a number of things in West that we do need to address. So and I think Councillor Mackay has an amendment to address that afterwards. But I'll leave it at that. If there's anybody else that wants to.
Yeah, I'm, it's interesting. I heard at that last vote how a number of councillors said that it kind of wasn't in the area, wasn't in their thoughts or whatever. I just think that the relationship that I have with all of those, and particularly when taking into account Papasubarunanga as well. And I've spoken on this yesterday and then also today. And I think that what really impressed me was the representation that actually came here, actually kanohi, and submitted, and the fashion, the messages. And it was correct, actually, because when we looked at all of this, there was, it seemed that there was an understanding, unfortunately, which I don't think actually holds any much ground or water, is that there was little understanding by urban councillors to the rural needs. I think that just with what our councillors from the urban areas of actually what their real quality input into this, I thought was really good. And that's another reason why I'm seconding this here. It was interesting too around the relationships with this, and of course the two Papatipa Runanga that I represent as one of the five are also very much aligned to the status quo. And that's one of the reasons actually that I did. And Joe, your comment about how you related back to being the head boy at Linwood College, and that gave you your relationship there. Also, Greg, I just want to say with North Canterbury, I was the Kaipoi North swimming champion. That holds really good. Thank you. Got it.
So, councillors, we've got next to speak is Councillor Sunkel, Councillor Burns, Councillor Bowen, Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do support this amendment and have signalled to Petra, I'm not sure where I was supposed to send it, whether a 5.1.4 is added as that this council recommends that the council of the next triennium undertake a comprehensive 3-year review. And the reasoning for that is it may well placate the Selwyns and a bunch of folk, give them an understanding that we are listening and that a comprehensive review is on the cards, given they haven't necessarily got what they wanted for in this in the outcomes that we have today. So I just posit that as a potential 5.14, indicating that we would like to see that review if there is support for it.
Thank you, Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hadn't intended to support this given the number variation from the plus and minus 10, but I've been convinced by my councillors that communities of interest are more important than numbers. So I am highly likely to vote for it, although I also admire the fact that the rural councillors abstained on the grounds that they didn't want to influence those communities of interest. So I'm not quite sure yet when we get to the vote, but thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Right.
I've got another question to ask. What is the population of the Ashburton district?
About 36.
Yeah, look, I'm really torn on this one just because, and the other thing is everyone aware of the actual, remember the table from this one? I'm just torn because of that sort of, the Canterbury all party just goes into that very sort of interesting space of that 24% under. So anyway, but I think there's not many solutions to this. Thank you.
I was just going to say if Councillor Sunkel's second that, but I'm not sure how it ties in Councillor Sides. So
we're going to come to it.
Yeah, I'm kind of mixed on this too, but I'm going to support as a North Canterbury councillor. I think given the size of the deviation, 24%, and over representation of South Canterbury by 31%, it's pretty significant. And I think that by us approving putting it in the hands of the commission.
I'm in favour of it. As I said, this was talked about yesterday. If the mayors from South Canterbury will challenge this if don't get two candidates across the line. There's a big area. We do need representation. And we do need communities of interest.
Ian, and then
I support this motion, and And we made longer speeches earlier on today about the legal for that. But one of the things that I think you can't underestimate is that the Ashburton community is quite motivated and has a record of actually having one of the highest turnouts in any elections than any district in New Zealand. So there's a real danger that actually South Campbell and that needs to be thought about.
Yeah.
Even though I'm disappointed that 5.1 didn't go through. And also, I stand corrected. Yes, Waimakaturi just supported their. They agree with, and that's what I saw. Not that they agree with it. You know, read the rest of the sentence. They agree with their own constituency. So I take that back, Councillor McAuley. But you know, I have to kind of look at Councillor Korako there, and then he keeps reminding me that Waiho and Arowhenua supported the status quo, and then so listening to my southern constituents, I will be supporting 1.3, but I put the pressure on the four councillors from that region that you know, that they have to listen and then go to and attend the marae, speak to our Maito constituents in that area, and Mata Waka, of course. So I really put a challenge onto those four councillors in the south that they frequent and you know, they had from this. Arowhenua shows the support for those four councillors, even though they probably haven't seen them enough.
Yeah, I think they've seen too much of me.
That I will be supporting, yeah, the Waiho and Arowhenua and supporting 5.1.3.
Actually, I clear.
Yeah, look, I think this is quite a good way forward, particularly for the Mid Canterbury and South Canterbury constituents, which has been the focus of the proposed changes or the initial proposal. And obviously, for the feedback from those three districts, because the one will be better than South Canterbury Collective Council, definitely didn't support it on the numbers game. So I don't think this is perfect by any stretch of the imagination, and that's why I indicated that there'll be a meeting that's coming. But I think this does give it some way forward, particularly for the selection of our
Thank you. Vicky, then Joe.
I will support it. I will support this as mentioned previously. I just urge city councillors to recognise actually this is about representation of what's Canterbury. We are Canterbury councillors. And so whilst I understand like there's a bit of nuance around the city and that, you know, essentially it's taking a piece of urban and a piece of urban switching around a bit. So I appreciate not knowing the detail and standing back on that one. But I think this one is absolutely about Canterbury, and we have to drive us. Don't have to be right, but we almost have the responsibility to make a decision. Is my view. But I'm just
Thank you, Joe.
Well, my feelings are I'm going to sit out my position. Vote on the previous motion that failed, and also through the representation review so far. So I will have to be abstaining on this amendment.
Thank you. Great.
David.
Sorry, David.
Yes, I'm going to support this motion. I think really we've heard from quite vocal representation from the south, and I agree with the other comments that we're likely to face some review if we've been otherwise. Again, I think in earlier references, I think the support from the rural districts against the initial proposal we had was quite substantial, and they clearly want the status quo. And I think really the status quo option does provide us an opportunity to evaluate the population growth, and particularly in Selwyn and other areas. I think Nick mentioned to me earlier, there was a comment that South Canterbury's not developing. Something like 400 houses were built in Basil in the last short while. And so I think we need to take that opportunity to have another review and look at where population growth is challenging our boundaries now, and do a fairly intensive review then to look forward to getting perhaps more closely aligned to population. But I think the size of the area of ECAN is always going to pose problems for a strict population-based representation, and we will still probably need to have some variations in some parts of our district. I don't see us ever getting entirely within the plus or minus 10% for every constituency in ECAN, but I may be proved. Anyway, I support the motion.
Thanks, David. John, your hand is still up or up again?
Yes, just briefly, and to Councillor Cranwell, all I need to be is invited. I do attend, I think, the majority of Marae visits and conversations, and happily attend more if invited. Have always been there and have done that. And just on the over-representation, Councillor Mackenzie gets significantly more issues brought to him, and I guess that's somewhat in part of being in Canterbury and the challenges that are there. I'm always available in Selwyn with a wee bit of a focus there, but I get very limited contact from anyone when people have individual issues. Our urban councillors don't make contact, some of our rural do, so yeah, it's kind of yin and yang. I'm always available, but need to be contacted and be made aware at times. So there's a wee bit of a challenge in there, that the belief they're underrepresented, but equally they need to make contact as well.
Thanks, John. Before I go back to Councillor Karakia as the seconder and Councillor Swiggs as the mover, I'd just like to say that I wrote down when we were talking about 5.1.2 that if we brought all the passion and resolve that and exhibited for 5.1.2, then I think that this would get passed. But I think you're reasonable. Councillors were reasonable how they assessed that. I think they did listen to the submitters. It was really good to know, and I think it was we've been captured a wee bit by Greg Anderson in terms of him saying, yeah, your home's your home and your ways, that will be that. So I think that gives us the opportunity to actually look at the next 3-year period and what changes may happen in the country anyway that would shape what the regional council will take. So, Councillor Karakia.
I have nothing more to add. You have just weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say, as I said before, the changes that local government's going to undertake in the next 12 months is going to be significant. And I think holding a good, solid foundation as at a regional government level to lead some of these really tricky conversations for our PAs will be part of their leadership conversation. It's going to be really important. Just wanted to give some cold comfort to the numbers, that 10% over, 10% under kind of conundrum that we get to. I've just been looking at all of the regional councils across the country, and we are not an anomaly. Bay of Plenty Regional Council has a constituency that's 32% under. Hawke's Bay Regional Council has one that's 72% under, another one that's 21% under. Carnoutsos Region 21% under. Manawatu has one that's 50% under, another one that's 14% under. Wellington Region has one that's 60% over. So, I mean, this is not a perfect science. And I could keep going, but I'm not going to everybody in fourth place. So I think this is a very pragmatic solution, listening to the people.
Look, thank you for the discussion. I think it's been really valuable, and I think you're truly acting as councillors rather than having any fixed view in their mind. And I know some people have changed after submission process and reading the other submissions that we have. So I'd thank you for your consideration on that. Now, I am going to call for a division whether it's going to get through easily, but I think it'd be a good record that we can put with our recommendation too. So,
okay. So division on agenda item 5.1.3. Yes, Chair Scott. I'm sorry. Councillor Sonkor.
Or.
Councillor Whakatau.
Aye. Or.
Councillor Swiggs. Yeah. Councillor Ward.
Or.
Councillor East.
Or.
Councillor McKenzie.
Or.
Councillor Pauling.
Or.
Councillor Southworth. Councillor Burns.
Abstained.
Councillor Davies.
Abstain.
Councillor Deche.
Abstain.
Councillor Robinson. Or. Councillor Edge.
Or.
Councillor Mackay.
You missed Jan.
Yeah.
Councillor Cranwell. Right.
Or.
All right.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so that's part three. Heavily 13 have voted for that, and there've been 3 abstentions. So thank you for that. Now, Councillor, before we go to, I know there's an amendment from Councillor Mackay. So just the advice, Lisa, on this, that we can advise an incoming councillor. We don't hold them to.
Yeah, that's correct. You can make a recommendation to the incoming council after the 25 local body elections. Certainly can't bind them to the election. You can recommend, and you can make a recommendation on the basis of the factors.
Thanks for that. Joe, do you have a question, Joe?
I'm speaking against this.
But so perhaps instead of 5.1.4, it's another recommendation. It's separate to the amendments to the initial proposal. So I'd suggest it's probably 5.2. And you might want to preface it with that council recommends too. And I could go up and help staff. If you're comfortable with my suggestion, we could do a bit of wordsmithing up top.
And I would be happy with what's there if you wordsmith it. It just gives the indication to those submitters who had different ideas that we are listening and can review.
We'll adjourn for a minute, John, and get it sorted out. Okay, so the next piece, we'll start up again now, but the next piece is what the substantive motion needs to be passed. And the original mover and seconder were Councillor Karakia and Councillor East. You're still happy that that now is the substantive motion because that's 5 was what you moved. Sorry, 5.1 was what you moved. And then we've added 5.1 and 5.12 to it. And so that's now the substantive motion. So are you happy with how that sits?
I'm happy with how it sits, but I'm not happy to second it.
Okay. So, Councillor Karakia, you.
Yeah, I'm happy with again with how it sits, and I'm happy to actually to still move it.
I'm happy to second.
Councillor Sonkor was happy to second that. Any discussion about that? Do you want to say something?
I do.
Yeah.
It's all about numbers. That's what I will say. I have learned a very strong lesson from the people who submitted both in this and yesterday about the fact of communities of interest. I would say though, to the community that I serve, I may not in the future be part of that. By the way, was voted out if the thing changes, but I live in that community. It is my community of interest, whatever you call it.
Others?
No discussion.
Okay.
No, just say it.
Those people that do, we'll stick that, we'll put that motion to you. If you want a division on that motion, substantive motion? You
I
don't?
want to record that
Yes, we can.
I can't vote for it. So
we can do that. And we can do that.
The way it sits.
Yeah.
Separately was fine.
I don't think you need division. It looks like the other numbers here.
No need division. No need division.
Okay, so all those in favour of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Aye. Can I record, please?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Yes, you can.
Good up.
So that's carried. Thank you for that. We're now moving to 6. And 6, once we've got this over.
I'm happy to move.
We're just not get ahead of ourselves here, John, because that is Claire's motion, so I'm assuming that she will be moving it. And you can second it.
I will second then.
Good man.
You just get kind of close. I go, where am I from? He's like, Ohio. I'm like, Pennsylvania, but almost.
Oh, it's watching John. Hey, John, what's the guy? Can you flip that for me?
Sorry, are you listening to a racist Paul or something? I don't know. It's Paul. Okay, clear.
Look, I don't think this probably needs to have a whole lot more added to it. We've had some discussion and talked about things that we've gone through. I think the context of which local governments in Canterbury are going to, well, the context in which local government in Canterbury is going to be in the next 2, 3, 4 years is yet to play out. I think there will be some significant changes. I also think it does give us an opportunity to go back and do a what I perceive to be a comprehensive review, which we haven't done. I personally don't believe that we've done that in this one, and to address some of the issues that have been brought to us by some. I think it's been pretty well discussed as we've gone through the morning and reviewed from some of the
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think echoing Councillor Mackay's views, and it sends a clear message to those that are seeking change that we have listened to them and we will review in 3 years' time and try and bring things to alignment with a better understanding of numbers and growth across the district. So I think it's just the message for me that we send to those submitters and others who haven't necessarily got what they wanted today, that we will then sit down and have a very comprehensive conversation with a bunch of folk to see where we end up.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen.
First thing I'll say is big thanks to Stephen and Lisa and the staff for all the work they've done on this. I think it has been pretty comprehensive, actually. We had a different options at the start that you presented to us. We've had a few rounds of public consultation that's gone out to the community. We've had submissions, we've had hearing, we've had deliberations. It's pretty comprehensive, so thank you for that. I do acknowledge that there was things that we probably could have picked up earlier, like the Linwood thing that we've discussed today. When you look at all the wards in Christchurch, it starts getting a bit interesting because you can't quite make arguments. Well, you can make arguments for and against nearly all of them to be changed around and moved around to suit the ECAN sort of kaupapa. Likewise with our rural boards. And I think the biggest thing, and I am going to support this because I do think it doesn't bind the next council, but it just gives them a steer. I think there does need to be a look at what's happening in Selwyn and how we allow that ward to be represented better. I acknowledge the issues down in the south as well. So yeah, that is support it.
Thank you, Councillor Burns.
Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I actually, my slant on this is I thought Councillor Davies asked a very good question yesterday about the one vote, one person. And again today, when he asked early on about whether or not this review had been comprehensive and the response that he got. It's not something that I would have thought that we want to do. Having said that, the perverse outcome of 5.1.1, which is appearing to fix an anomaly by creating another anomaly within us, means that by all means, I think it's going to definitely need a review. And also, again, the reason I didn't vote for the rural community changes is the horrendous number of people who get more than one vote from the people who are in constituencies that meet the criteria. of minus or plus 10%. Kia ora.
Councillor Karakia.
Kia ora. Your Honour. I kind of muted this a little bit yesterday with the when the mayors were here, and then kind of it was articulated. But one thing that concerned me, but I see it's actually been altered, or well, it's better because it's putting recommend. Because I'm always kind of loath to actually. It's nice to leave legacies. But I'm always loath to leave kind of an instruction to the next ones that actually come to fulfil these positions further on down that you must do this. But it's good now that we're only recommending that actually this takes place. They don't have to accept it, you know, the next triennium and moving on from there. So I'm kind of comfortable with the way it's been worded. I think the other thing I'm, again, just support what Councillor Burns was saying up to a point, is the fact that over the last, like yesterday and today, there's been a lot of corridor and there's been a lot of things that have come out of that, and in particular around how various sort of councils and particularly would use Selwyn as an example on how it's actually really, you know, the population will build up and all of this sort of thing. So there are different kind of scenarios that actually do need to be looked at. Hopefully, Councillor Burns, that we haven't created another anomaly, you know, with the Linwood corridor. But anyway, see what happens. But at least if that happens, well, maybe there's the vehicle again to perhaps fix it, I'm sure. But anyway, I'm going to support this and thank the two councillors for actually putting it up there. Well, good.
Yeah, likewise, like I say, I feel like we have had a lot of information. It'd be great to see how many people have submitted on what's, you know, seems like quite a sort of not an everyday sort of a discussion, and we've really seen good engagement on it. What did really come through to me though is how many people have misconceptions around what Environment Canterbury does, what rates are raised where, what pays is what. And I usually encourage councillors, and I know work exactly that. It's, you know, educating them what we do, but I would really hope that councillors go out of their way also to make sure there's a real understanding around how we operate as a region and how we all have responsibility all across our region, and rather than continuing this sort of like divided narrative, which I felt was really disappointing. I think there's really clearly quite a lot of change coming. I think this process has really helped us inform some things, but I think in 3 years' time, we go a couple of years' time when this get picked back up again, I think that would really help to feed into something a more, maybe more nuanced and more elevated discussion. So yeah, I will support this.
Yeah, I actually support this too, but I also strongly feel that the whole urban constituency issue could have actually been brought into something at a later date, but somehow we seem to look at urgency over it, and I really don't understand why. You know, what I didn't bring up before, you know, Papanui area, 7,510 people, Linwood, 10,520. The disparity there is more than 3,000. So, you know, for the people that know the Linwood people well, or they've been working with different groups, you know, this affects those people as well, not just the environment, but the people that are actually working on the ground. And so it could have had a little bit more insight rather than just one submitter. That really grates me. But look, you know, it has landed where it's landed, and that's just, I'll be definitely supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Swiggs.
I'm actually going to initially vote against this. No, I don't like it. But I'm going to vote against it purely because you know, I thought of making this decision because we kind of can't make a binding decision in a way for the whole period of the representation review. But I keep saying the next 12 months or so for local government, especially our TAs, is going to be really quite a lot of change in our region. And there is new information around population boundaries and stuff like that in our Ashburton, Selwyn area. I think it is significant in that context because it just needs to so.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Edge.
Yeah, I'm going to support this as well. But for me, I think we spend a lot of time at the beginning of this finding ourselves and trying to get the plus or minus 10% rule across the. And it's clear from the information that's provided earlier by Councillor Swiggs as to what other councillors have or other situations. They're enormously variant of this plus or minus 10%. And that could have actually saved our communities a lot. I probably would have taken a different approach to things. We didn't need to go through this process like this again. So that's a bit annoying for me that we didn't have that information up front. But in saying that, I agree with Councillor Southworth that even going forward, and I asked the question of 3 minutes today, they really agreed that wherever we land now, whatever the Commission comes back with, we've really got to get together and talk, collaborate a lot more closely than what we're doing, because this idea of rural-urban division, for me, we've just got to overcome that. It's ridiculous to think that our rural community think that our urban people around this table don't understand what's going on in our rural spaces. That's not true. And so I think that and how we go about doing that needs to be a shared agreement about what are the mechanisms for us to achieve that greater collaboration.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you. Look, I think I had sympathy for Councillor Swiggs when he said he didn't want to support this, because we shouldn't be telling the next council what they want to do. But I do support the motion on the principle that I think what we've done today is we voted for the status quo effectively with some changes in Christchurch. But the issue hasn't gone away about numbers and what is proper representation. And probably the three things we haven't really addressed, we've now addressed two of them, community of interest and effective representation, but we haven't truly addressed fair representation. And so I think the purpose of this motion would be for us to actually engage with our communities. I mean, I know the Ashburton South Canterbury people know that there's an inevitability that there's going to change is coming. They wanted the status quo for this coming election, but I think everybody is open to the discussion about what next, what effective representation will look like going forward. And so I think we need to start that discussion with our communities now, so that whoever is sitting around this table after the next election can carry on that discussion so that we do have a comprehensive review. Victor.
So I'll go to now Councillor Sanko. Councillor Sanko as the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing more to add to it. We've articulated our views. Thank you.
Bye.
I don't have an awful lot to add, but perhaps to just make some comment about the one person, one vote that's come up a few times here. Well, presuming that means around the fair representation. I think I'd be actually convinced by that if we saw a great number or percentage of our community actually voting in local government elections, particularly regional council, then we don't. And I think what it is that we actually do see is names that are put up into electorates, and everybody gets the opportunity to vote at that stage. So I don't have a lot of sympathy for the one vote, one person comment. And I do agree with the comment, I think it's Councillor Burns that made comment about trying to fix one anonymously by making another. And one of the reasons I did was put this up for the 25 illegal, make this decision today between and give it there to the following council was because that is what I felt we were doing with Ashburton. We were taking Ashburton from the northern part of the area south of Christchurch City and dragging it down into a southern part. And by that, we were taking an over-representation and making them pretty much within the ±. But we were giving, sorry, the other way around, because we're giving over-representation to what we consider a new constituency. So that was one anomaly by making another. And I guess the other thing is that we do, I think that with the Local Electoral Act, I'm assuming that's where this comes from, is that we do have the opportunity to out of sequence reviews and obviously for very good reasons that is an option, but we must review this. So I think that, you know, we've been able to use that in legislation and just give them some breathing room to actually have some really in-depth discussions with our community.
All right. I see councillors and I hear them actually packing up. We'll get this meeting finished, then we'll clear staff out of the room and there's briefing, just a really quick briefing by David Perenara. So with having said that, I'm going to put this motion. Flex. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against. So that's carried. So thank you for that. So the next thing is the next meeting will be on the 25th of September, 10:30 a.m. and it's up to Councillor McKay on the Karakia.
Okay. Igora Timara ki whakapaname Igora ke huiara na whakakoi ki whanare. Aroha after mai after the tatu kapot. Thank you.